Good evening. Here we are again. Wildcard clip is not quite up to date. I mean, actually though, I can just update it. I have the link ready and everything. That'll do. Okay. Hello, Manu. Darpo? Is that the go-to name? Feel free to correct me. Ear Hacker. Ghost, not Trunkly. Everybody else also. We will go to the video game and jump on the server. But there has been a new record. Hello, Cressa. Hello, Hype. New record times 2, actually. First, Lars apparently was able to get the run going. Got to floor 15 for the first time, and also got to the plastic beam part that Hazard wasn't able to reach. So Lars momentarily held the water card, but then Bren came and also was able to find a strat for the plastic beam. So we can quickly take a look at what that was about. Okay, game has launched, it seems. There we are. There we are. Okay, but yeah, first, indeed. Let's check that Bren thing. So, jumping from the pool to this part. This is the floor 15 section that Hazard didn't quite reach, failed this landing here. It's not a complicated landing. You basically just take a little bit more speed. It's nothing deeper than that. But this one, Lars tried and failed. Bren tried this once as well. Let me see if I can actually find it. It's pretty close to this. Yeah, here. So Bren's first attempt here was to just drive straight. Make sure your line is straight. But the problem is that the car is a little bit unstable. It doesn't stay straight there. But Bren unfortunately lands into the pool. Gets to do this jump again. And then figures like, okay, there has to be some way to keep the car more stable, right? Because even if you have a very straight line, when you go onto like a very sort of high sort of G-force thing like this, it can easily alter the trajectory of the car. So then Bren, on the second attempt, goes next to the wall instead. And you can notice the left steer input here. So, kind of like gently steers to the wall. Arrows apparently turned out to mean hug the wall. What do you think I'm explaining right now? Guys, I'm literally just going through it. Okay, I know, I've seen this before. And the car flips, because this way it stays stable. Yes, the arrows do seem to hint towards the fact that you go next to the wall. Yes, you're correct. So, basically the strategy here is not only to go straight, but to actually steer against the wall, and then when you get to this point, you kind of just let go. So now you're going straight and you just trust the line. And as assumed, the plastic piece at the end is going to flip the car and you land nicely onto the plastic. No issue there. Then this next part is scary, right? Next part is pretty scary. I actually figured that this would be very difficult because of the hole, right? You don't want to land into the hole. But Bren, feeling confident, having done these kinds of RPG tricks for years, jumps to the very corner, and it does seem to give enough speed to actually jump over the hole. So this one might actually be one of the easier tricks. I mean, who knows what can happen, you know, we have a sample size of 1, which is not usually good to draw conclusions from, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's not even close to the hole on this jump. So it seems like this angle that Bren had was really, really good. But then the beam landing, not so easy. It's a pretty rough angle. Not quite sure like what the setup will be. But Bren not quite able to get the landing. So I'm wondering if it's better to get a little bit less speed. Like maybe you start getting speed from... Well, we can look in the game in a moment. It's easier to get the angle if you're a little bit slower though. So we can maybe see like, okay, well, here the speed was definitely enough. Landed far on the beam, right? So maybe a little bit less speed also makes it easier to get the angle because you can steer more towards the beam and then landing. So I don't think it's like, you're not supposed to take like mega speed there, I don't think. But yeah, I think that's kind of something that the players will have their own ideas for. Yeah, you need to jump like, you know, further to the left, but with the amount of speed that Bren had there, it's probably not so easy, so a little bit less speed from the setup would maybe be a good idea. So for example... Instead of starting to speed up from here, maybe you start to speed up from here, right? Or maybe you even start to speed up from the end of the beam here. Like this could even work, right? So the idea would be that you go from here to here, and then you start steering and hopefully get a more like straight angle towards the beam and still make the jump. You're gonna have less like distance on the jump, but it's hopefully gonna be enough. And then the next one is the dragon. Go here, jump, bounce, land. But yeah, so far, not too many issues on this floor, honestly. Like, it looks very intimidating. But, well, Lars made it all the way here. Hazard has made it into the pool, and now Bren has made it all the way here. In, you know, like 2 days, right? So, not too bad. Maybe it's easier than we thought. Dragon is like half the floor. Yes, that's like the half point. Yeah, which makes sense now that we see how quickly the first half really is being cleared, right? Like it maybe is not like an overkill floor. It's maybe a little bit harder than something like 14, for example. But it doesn't seem crazy, right? Yeah, who knows what the dragon, like, the plastic bounce in the highest point really is. Yeah, we've checked 16 and there's like 4 run killers on 16. After a look at waterguards, Bren was getting tilted at the red post ceiling jump on floor 14, but seems to have found a consistent shot. Oh yeah? Is there maybe a clip? Hello, Muck. Bum. Navy. Bongo. Duania. Bren asked Chat how to make Cam 7 go up. Chat answered and he was like, oh, page up, okay, and then he just pressed page up. I think what Bren was thinking is how to line up for a jump like that. How to make sure that you're perfectly straight on a jump. And actually, I can show the trick if anyone ever finds themselves in a similar situation. Hello, Enzio. Snork. Yumi, Nifma. Prone. H-Red, Devil. Everyone else. Okay. End means the end of floor 16, and then there's the final jump. Okay, so here's how you do a setup. If you ever need to make sure that you're going perfectly straight, there's a way to do so. We just watched the Bren waterguard, yes. So let's say that you have a situation like this. And let's say that you go onto this grass, yep. And then from there, you need to get a perfect full speed line between two flags like this. So how do you do it? Do you just wing it? Do you just like go here and kind of look like, oh, there they are, yeah, okay. Alright, this looks good, and then you just go? Well, no, I'm completely off, right? But there is a way. There's a way to make this work, which is that you stop here, you change into camera 3. You can use the alternative camera. And from camera 3, you press camera 7, and it frees the camera like this. And now you just press forward. And it will give you a perfect idea of where the car is going. This is your car's line. So you can check the line like this between the flags. And now if I start driving, there it is. This is the strat. This is what khaki players use to find lineups. So no, if I'm a little bit off, I accidentally got a perfect line there. But now if I go here and I do this, I can notice like, okay, I'm gonna go to the right side, right? So then I correct the line a little bit. And then you check again. This is far to the left side. It's hitting the left side flag. Okay, I can already tell that this is off. This one maybe? Yeah, there we go. And then you just try. Basically, like legal cheating. Great. Yeah, we can take a look at floor 16 in a moment. Could maybe check in on Mara's run right now. Oh, getting to floor 10. Basically, when making a khaki map, make sure the lineup is curved or tilted, so you can't do that. Yes, usually, like, the reason why khaki maps usually have, like, some arbitrary corner somewhere is so that you are not able to find, like, low input strategies, which, you know, a press forward line is kind of like a low input strategy. Hello, Iggy. But yeah, I feel like if you don't play khaki, you probably don't know these tricks. Because they're very common in like the ridiculous maps you need to complete there. I've built one map that makes use of that trick. Not intentionally, but because I was a terrible mapper back then and I didn't know how to build maps at all. Killer Dracon, trying to prevent the low input strategy, Khaki Revolution. I don't think even the players really enjoy low input strategies. They're cool when you find them, but they're not really like that exciting, you know, to actually do. Just build fun Khaki maps. Possible. Stuffed Swan, Comic Con Baltic, Stream is dead. Oh no. Like the stream died during the finals? Well, Mada actually. Mada has a 1247 PB. Huh. That's floor 11. That's the highest point of floor 11. Good progress. So has been making it through these ice parts and now the ice spin. Mada, pretty good ice player. Oh, the setup pretty late though. Needed to adjust the line there, but luckily, oh, icy wheels. Okay, saves it. Icy wheels are scary. It's very slippery. Yeah, luckily it's able to like after the adjustment to get like a line that doesn't full commit to like a big jump there. Good progress today, yes. Like we are right now, we're still getting like one wall record a day, right? Basically. As a new player with like 10 hours in, your stream is so valuable. Hey, good to hear. Great call. No problem. That's why we're here. Zooping in. Ice slide. Interesting ice slide angle. Kind of like diagonal, more like, but does work. Mada is on wheel. Used to play on controller. Even before that, used to play on keyboard, I think. But has now switched to wheel, but oh. Dirt landing? Okay. Mada with these saves on floor 10 right now. And this recovery is also very, very well known. Need to be a little bit careful with those icy wheels though. On plastic, they do disappear on plastic, but you need to be still like aware of what that actually does. Plastic is already slippery. Icy wheel, plastic, more slippery. Yeah, Lars seems to have made really good progress. PB by like 6 sections or so. Oh yeah, Sammy also close to PB, that's true. Hazard also joined the server, but not playing just yet. Simo here as well. Trying to get to floor 11. Mada, this time a great jump. Yeah, Sammy to the pool save on floor 8. I can tell you exactly what happened there. Mada, great ice spin, so much distance on that. Mada, really good ice player as well. You can really tell it from these. So Sammy probably failed the setup for the second last quarter pipe section on floor 9. Mada doing pretty well right now. Setting up here. Let me do this real quick. If you want to check out Mada's progress from POV. Hello, Hammer. Now, oh, lines up. Is this gonna be a left side landing or turnaround? No, it's still right. Oh, way less speed. Is this still enough? I guess with wiggles at the bottom. Yeah, slight wiggles all the way up. Interesting strategy. Mara is not live. It's okay. Mara streams still pretty often. Can follow anyway. Interesting strategy. We're gonna talk about that in just a moment. It's a little bit different than what everyone else is doing. Oh, Mara, this doesn't look so savable. Flips the wheels onto the left side. You just wiggle for speed on the plastic, yes. Unfortunate fall, but it's a cool, unique strat on this half pipe. So, Mara started a little bit to the left side, and I was kind of wondering, like, okay, is he gonna do like a right side line and then a left side turnaround? Because you kind of like, you want to have a little bit of space when you turn around, because generally speaking, when you steer the car to the right like this, it's going to like also push the car to that direction. It's not gonna just like do a perfect 180 completely still, right? It's also gonna go to the direction of the turn. But what Marai actually did was slow down, never get the air time, so kind of like do a slower line, releasing acceleration, and do a very careful turnaround, probably with some corrective input, so you have control of the car all the time, you never go to the air. And then also slowing down on this landing, and then doing the wiggles like all the way up here. So you can generally do speed slides until the car is like very vertical. So at this point you can't wiggle anymore, but at this point you still can. So you don't need to only do the wiggles here, speed slides in other terms, which give you essentially is just a way to like do very small drifts on plastic, grass or dirt to give yourself speed. So yeah, Mada chooses to do like longer sort of wiggles and then bounce over here. So it's very different from what Hazard does, for example, where Hazard is starting on the right side, going a little bit to the left side, and then doing like a full speed jump around, getting a lot of speed, and again landing very high, and then just getting a centered line and not doing any speed slide at all. Not doing any wiggles, just trusts the speed, and that works as well. So I guess like you can build the speed in two ways, either from the ice halfpipe, or you can take the ice halfpipe a little bit slower and then just do the wiggles on the plastic. Cool different strategy. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you need to take that much speed from the ice. If it was like a double ice halfpipe, like the other side was ice as well, first it would be way harder. But also, then you wouldn't be able to really do like ice wiggles. Like ice wiggles are a thing, but let's not talk about ice wiggles, okay? They're not very important, alright? Not very important at all, and I'm not qualified to give like an in-depth analysis. I've done one map in this current patch, in this like ice patch, because we've had 2 ice patches in the last 2 years. In this current patch, they tried to get rid of wiggles. They didn't do it. There are still ice wiggles, but they are very weird. And I barely even remember how to do them, honestly. If Twist is here at some point, Twist can give some kind of an explanation. But yeah. A bit beyond me. As an intermediate player with 1300 hours, your stream is very valuable to me as well. Sounds awesome. Thank you, Hellman. Well, Tommy, getting all that practice on floor 9 now. Getting runs going nicely. Thank you, Hammer, for the tier 1. Appreciate it. I'm wondering about the Kuba strat still on this point. Like, I'm wondering if it was an accident. Taking a little bit less speed and bouncing on this block instead of jumping over it. Like, Sami is 100% going to jump over this block. Air brake so that the front wheels are a little bit lower. But yeah, the Kuba strat is interesting. Kuba's one of the mappers, builder of floor 15 actually. They should get a notification that someone is spectating them so they get more stressed. You know what? In Mania Planet, in Shootmania and Trackmania 2, there was a spectator counter on the side. Oh, I mean, gets it. Yeah, it was like an eye. It was like an eye icon. Oh, Sami is kind of stuck in the middle. This is savable, but a bit tedious. You need to be really careful. Oh, okay, gets the wheels back. Oh, jumps kind of back in now. Yeah, this is the tricky part, like, not only do you need to get out of this, but you need to make sure you don't fall into it again. Okay, there we are, and now... still back, well... Only one wheel in the hole. This is just very tedious. Oh, no, gets a little bit too far. Oh, that's unfortunate. Floor 6. Is the car upright? No, it is not, of course. Of course it's not. Unfortunate. That turbo landing is one of the most important parts on floor 9 to get consistent on. It's one of the few things that you can't save that easily. Like, you know, if you fall down to on the left side, then you always go back to floor 7. But yeah, it's probably a good thing that they don't have a spectator counter in this game. Mo, very slow line, gets through the first. Oh, some bounces. Works out though. It's definitely a bit obsolete because the server culture in this game is a little bit, you know, not the same as in the older games. You know what they should do though? They should definitely add a possibility of spectating different divisions in Cup of the Day. Or at least like Div 1, you know? Some kind of like a relay server. Hello SMB. Come on. Would be cool, but the servers are such a problem. Yes, but it's been done before. Like, Nario even has used relay servers in the older games, I think. Oh, Simo uncharacteristically fails the flip, but you know, no problem. You just do this again. So it not only has it been done in gaming before, which of course, like, you know, games like Dota 2 and Counter-Strike have done this for a long time, where you can spectate any game that's currently ongoing. But I feel like Netio has done it. And the server is provided by Ubisoft now. I mean, it's Ubisoft Netio, you know. Same company. Or do you mean like the server costs for them? Simo on the beam. Important jump to get through. Alright. Even having one relay server for Div 1, I think that would be manageable financially as well. Surely. Hello Tiny, I do not watch F1. Timon, doing the shortcut here, you can jump to this high platform. A relay server would be, like, I'm not that technical of a person, but it would essentially be like a server that, like, you don't connect to the same server as the players, but rather it's like a server that the player server sends the events of that server to the relay server so that the spectators don't cause stress to the actual player server. Does that make sense? Oh, Simo. Through. Here we are. So, like, you know, you don't necessarily want 1,000 players connected to the same relay server spectating a match. Or the same, like, player server, right? But if you have, like, a dedicated spectator server, then that can work better. If Trackmania isn't worth the cost of the servers, they only look at financial stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Maybe. Would be nice, though. I'm not sure how much it would add to the costs to basically just allow people to spectate Div 1 only. Jumping in. There we go. Into the third turtle. Are there any jumps or tricks so far as hard as the bobsleigh jump from Deep Dip 1? I don't actually remember the bobsleigh jump. It's been a while. And I didn't follow it that closely as I followed this one. I think it's a little bit different. Like, you don't necessarily have, like, as difficult tricks, but because the tower is so much taller, there's so many more things that you actually need to do. Everything kind of becomes exponentially more difficult. So while everything can be done consistently and you know, there's probably no, like, huge issues doing like anything individually, that kind of like adds to the difficulty, right? The fact that you need to do 16 floors in one run. Tower ain't taller though, just longer driving wise. Well, fair enough. I mean, alright, Intex. There are more tricks to do, so every trick is harder. Still. Well, Simo into floor 9 has been really consistent reaching this floor, honestly, from what I've seen. Problem is still floor 10. The ice bin has been cleared though. Also, floor 16 looks hard. we can take a look at the hardest parts of it in a moment. Floor 15 is being cleared like pretty efficiently, actually. I feel like it's not impossible that in like the next 2 days we're already on 16. No setup anymore, just goes for this jump, landing in. There we are. Like we're almost on the dragon part now. And the dragon part is basically like the half point of the floor. The end of floor 15 is most definitely going to be a problem. Looks hard to learn because the sections are so long and there's ice and everything. But maybe I'll be surprised again. Timo, into this quarter pipe, doing the low jump strategy. So lining up on the left side of the hole here, and then a very low jump directly into the quarter pipe, roughly the same amount of speed as the other strategy. So Hazard, for example, also on the server now, does the high jump strat, and the speed is really the same. The difference, like, you might be wondering, like, okay, how is it possible that if you jump higher, you get more speed due to gravity? How is that gonna be the same speed as the low jump strat? The really simple, like, answer is that when you do the high jump there, you actually don't land as clean into the quarter pipe as when you do the low jump. Well, that should land. So basically, when you do the high jump and you go all the way to the wall like this, the car gets pushed usually a little bit further from the wall. So it doesn't land into the wall perfectly, it lands like here. Whereas the low jump, yeah, it gets less like effects from gravity, but you also get like a cleaner landing here. So that kind of compensates it. And also in some sense you lose less speed when you go for a lower jump, right? So if you can chain the speed, if you can kind of keep it from before the quarter pipes, then you will also like kind of compensate for it. Because the high jump, you know, if you jump straight up a wall, you will also initially lose a lot of speed and that accelerate when you go down. Well, floor 10 again. Floor 10 hasn't been released yet as a practice floor, no. Floor 8 is still the last one. I do believe that every single trick on this map is consistent, apart from like very unlucky plastic things that occasionally just happen, right? Consistent to the point where, like, if you go for the same strat every single time, maybe there's like a 1% chance that you get the exact wrong variables that the game, you know, throws you somewhere else. But generally speaking, yeah. Like, for example, plastic bounces can sometimes just scam you. They sometimes just don't do anything. But it's very rare. So from like a mapper perspective, I feel like this is built to be consistent. Without teamwork, where would the world record be? Yeah, probably not on floor 15 yet. I think so much work has been done by different players that like a single individual player wouldn't have gotten this far. Well, pipe section. Timo has struggled with this one a little bit. Mainly the second jump. Did anyone notice different block on floor 13 on the streamer server versus solo player? It's gonna be the same map for sure. Hold on 1 second. Let's see, Simo. Now, the low right line. Speed, less important than the jump, and Simo has gotten a pretty good line for it. That's a really, really good jump. Into the ice bin we go. After first cut, they drop down twice and then jump to a platform at 1405 height. Block has different sense textures. It might be different due to graphic settings, or there are some plugins that also change the visuals of certain blocks. It's gonna be the same map. I spin over here. Imo has cleared this twice. So the ice spin technique is getting there for sure. The rest of floor 10 still is a little tough though. So this plastic basically behaves just like ice because you have wet icy wheels. So functionally it is ice as well. But first the ice spin slides. Is this enough distance? Looks really good. Simo gets it, and now just carefully needs to slow down. Well done. But now the rest. Simo has tried these sections before, hasn't cleared them yet. Third time, as far as I know, getting the spin. Now, sliding in. Oh, makes the landing. And now we're close to the dirt. We're close to the half pipes. This plastic is not so easy. We saw Lars especially struggle with this initially. You kind of need to like ice slide in a steep angle. In some sense, this is similar to this section. This is like a similar section. You kind of just need to like do that ice slide, but the difference is that this is a much longer section where you also can't go too high. So, whereas here, on this ice slide, you want to go like further up, that's blocked on this one. So you need to kind of like, just make sure that you have the right sort of angle with the car. Avoid this hole, preferably. I didn't see that one, Tony. Hi, normally. Wheel hang on the top? I don't suppose anyone has tried it. I don't suppose anyone has tried it. Sammy, also playing. Getting some runs in. Trying to get that. And of course Hazard on the server. Hazard has gone from holding the world record to top 3. Both Lars and Bren have passed him. It is a very tight competition. First Lars holding world record on 413, then Bren overtaking. Well, let's see Simo now. Sliding in. Oh, it's a little bit low, not getting the grip early enough. Is it gonna land anywhere at all? Floor 9. Oh, it's a big fall. Floor 6. Well, oh, but the wet wheel still. So when you go on that plastic, like it's easy to forget because it's been so long that you still have wet icy wheels. So these recoveries, if you fail that, are very rough. I forgot it. But yeah, the wet icy wheels that you get all the way from here never go anywhere because you're still on plastic. So once you fall down from here, still wet icy wheels. So that's why all these recoveries are so difficult to pull off. It's not the worst fall though. Floor 5 is still, you know, beyond the reset hell, we can call it. So it's something. Not the end of the world, but of course would have probably preferred to clear that section. I feel like that section is something where you just need to full send it. You need to go fast. You can't take that slow because the car will slip off the plastic. But Simo, progress. Well, okay, has fallen down, I guess. Oh, wait, did Simo just restart? Or what happened? Like, that save is kind of standardized now. You just go back to the beginning of floor 5. But, oh well. Oh well, oh well. Floor 16 will be kind of rough, yeah. We can maybe take a look at the tricky sections there. Fell to around floor 2. Okay, so probably maybe fell through one of the holes on the bobsleigh. We've seen that before. These two holes. Possible. You read emotional cast in the title at first. It's been an emotional journey, yeah? Love how everyone in Trackmania community says top 3 for 3rd place, etc. Yeah, I don't know, I've never really thought about it actually. Kind of just standardized. In Shootmania we say rank 1, rank 2, rank 3. And I never really thought about that either. It's just... somehow it's just like... I don't know, these things just kind of... you know, the language gets sort of normalized. Okay, so floor 15 is here. Floor 15 continues around the rings. Yeah, then this ice thing, sure. Chaining all of this, zooping, and then whatever this is by Kubas. There we are. So, this is floor 16 beginning. There's like a lot of stuff here. It's a pretty long floor overall. First you need to go through the turbos, flip the car over here, and jump over here. Then there's all these like small tunnels on this map. Here's like the first section that looks scary. So basically, this is a wheel hang. So what that means is that you can go on this side to practice it. You need to get the left side wheels on top of this beam and then just keep them there. You need to go very slowly. Probably need to just press like acceleration. I don't know if you need to do any steering inputs. But you can practice it here. There's a pool below. And then on this side, there's the actual real thing. And it's much longer. You need to go all the way over here and drop down here. I'm actually not that worried about this part. Like, it's definitely failable, and the fall down is probably gonna be pretty long if you fail it in the wrong way. But I don't think this is gonna be like one of the biggest sort of choke points on the floor. So then you keep going, land in here, and this is one of the like 4 parts that truly scares me, or one of the 3 parts that really scares me, which is that this one looks like it has to be a jump to the right side before this thing, which means that you take speed from here, you drop down on this side, and you land here. This looks very cursed. Do I have it right, Jumper? I don't think you, like, bounce anywhere here. You don't know? Oh, okay. You haven't played this? Anyway, it's ice. So you need to immediately ice slide to make sure you don't fall too far. Maybe there's something else that I'm not seeing. Where's the fall? Floor 13, maybe. Most likely floor 9. You haven't played it, you just built it? Okay, yeah, no problem. So, then over to the beam, turbo, and this is an interesting spot because we're not actually supposed to follow the wall, right? There's yet another practice section. There's a practice section for this third thing, which we will talk about next. That is also one of the top 3 parts that scare me. This scares me a little bit, but I'm not sure if this is like actually going to be that hard. So you take speed, you jump over here, and you go through here, jump, land on this plastic, land here. Then you take speed. So the problem here, why this scares me, is that if you're too short on the first jump, then if you plastic bounce here, then you're back on the ice, right? Which means that you very easily slip through and fall down. Suppose you do have dirty wheels, maybe that helps with the grip a little bit, but I don't know. Looks scary. You go here. Then speed up here, ice wheels, dirt zoop going over here. At the very least, thank you, Jumper, for adding this border here, so if you go too far, you just crash and you can try again. So this seems pretty repeatable. I don't think this is going to be a huge problem, because you will be able to do this multiple times. So, zooping through, jumping here. Wheels to keep dirt on them, yes. It's usually not very important, but if you spend a long time on dirt, it can increase the strength of brake tabs, basically. Increase the grip of the wheels a little bit to an extent. Okay, then over here, and then you have this beam thing that apparently is also on the World of Tompos map, but in a slightly different way. Looks like on the left side you have a bit more space here. So people told me that this is doable and there's a strat for this. So I guess, you know, it looks scary, but maybe it's not that bad. But then this one is terrible. Not terrible necessarily for from a mapping perspective, but on floor 16 perspective, this looks terrible. So you take speed, turbo, and now you do the 45-degree line to stay on this dirt. Now the good news is that the mappers, I guess, felt that this was hard enough, that you get another practice part here. And you notice this plastic thing here, that is part of the practice. It's not just there to kindly stop you from going too far and fall into the pool. That is part of the practice. Because here, you take the turbo, you stay in a 45-degree upwards angle so your car doesn't slip downwards. You can kind of climb this kind of a wall. Floor 4 has a similar trick. Then you go over here, bounce this plastic here, which you can practice over there, change the direction, go all the way back, this time go on the upper part, and then from somewhere here, you zoop up, land here. That scares me. Because there's absolutely no recoveries below it either. Everything is terrible. Ice downhill, not gonna save you. Snow downhill, not gonna save you. Unless you super luckily hit one of the trees, which that's probably not gonna work either. There's really nothing at all. You just fall all the way down if you fail this. So then, if you get the zoop timing right, now you're here. If you get it wrong, you hope that you land back into this quarter pipe, I suppose, and you can retry. Into the window. Over here, hope that you don't go too far, because again, it's GG. But this doesn't look so bad to me. It's kind of scary because you don't know how much speed you will get. But okay, then this part, not really anything. Jump here. This is the final part that scares me. It's the final thing on the floor. And this is the same kind of beam, you maybe even have more speed. The beam itself doesn't scare me. But this... So, this is what's happening. You have 2 left wheels off this beam. 2 of your left wheels will not be on the beam. How are you gonna climb up here? How are you gonna do that? There's this thing, this corner, that doesn't help. There's very little space here to actually climb on top of this platform. I feel like the best bet you have is somehow get the car on 4 wheels onto this beam, and then just try to do like a diagonal line over here. Just kind of send it. I don't know if you can do this if the left wheels are not here. Backwards? Interesting idea. I don't think even backwards. Like once you commit to this line, the car will just flip through and fall to floor 12 or something. I think you just send it. If you can get all the wheels back on the beam, then that's you for sure just send it. But if you can't, then I'm not sure how it's gonna work. Well, now you're here. There's a checkpoint. Not really, but almost. Take speed. This landing looks completely trivial, and at this point you're basically done. I think at this point we're at the end part. Jump here, hopefully not a heavy speed check. Then go here. And now there's this final jump. Take speed around the ring. Probably go here, jump, finish. Or fall down, whatever you prefer, I guess. Yeah. Hello, F. Blue is the end. Okay, +1 info. Imagine failing the last jump. Yeah. The players probably are already imagining it. Honestly. Terrifying. I don't know if Jumper knows the speed requirements. It's not built by Jumper. You will need to ask Sparkling. Yeah, Sparkling has built the final jump. At least 3 speed. Okay, good. Surprised Lars and Hazard are keeping up? In some sense, yeah, I kind of understand that. Because at the end of the day, Bren has kind of been the one to discover these new floors for the most part. Like, you know, Bren was first to floor 12, Bren was first to floor 13, Bren was first to floor 14. Now it's been Hazard first to floor 15, right? But yeah, it's kind of like, it's been very dominant from Bren recently, and generally speaking, Bren has like pulled ahead a little bit. I do think, you know, Bren has had to be the one often to really like figure out the tricks that then other people will pick up and do them much faster than Bren. But at the same time, I do feel like, you know, Hazard and Lars have kind of showed recently that they are able to like do these discoveries as well and figure out the tricks on first try. In fact, like in these later floors, I would maybe even say that Lars and Hazard, for what they have kind of learned themselves, like all the discoveries that they have made, which is, to be fair, less than what Bren has maybe made in the last like 5 floors or so. But I would maybe say that Hazard, for example, has required fewer attempts than Bren in getting like a new section done. That's what it feels like. I haven't kept counts, but it does feel like, you know, Bren is doing a lot of like work in figuring out how things work, figuring out some tricky sections, and doing like all kinds of different strats and figuring out which one of them is the right one. But at the same time, I feel like Hazard is maybe more efficient in like finding the right strategy quicker. It's kind of like what it's felt like in the last few floors. Bren is extremely consistent, yes. Like once Bren has the strat, then it's like very, very good. Very good consistency. Hazard missed 2 days, 3 days even, but I don't think it matters anymore. We're on day 24. Everyone has had slower days. Bren also took a day off recently. Last weekend because of the World Tour thing. So I don't really think it matters anymore. Whether you have 2 days off, 3 days off, 4 days off, it doesn't really matter, because what really matters at this point is also like your efficiency when you play. We're not even really talking about like playtime anymore. You can have 130 hours, you can have 160 hours, you can have 200 hours, and all of those players can be very even depending on what efficiency they've been playing with. And you know, that efficiency you can't always affect yourself, right? It also depends a little bit on luck, depends on just like things like how you're feeling that way. Like maybe you're a little bit sick, maybe, you know, you're stressed out, whatever. So it's not exactly something that, you know, I'm not saying that the player should be more efficient or shouldn't be, but I feel like, just generally speaking, like having a couple days off is not really like, or having like 20 hours less playtime, that's kind of like irrelevant at this point, I feel. And yeah, that's also true. Like last few floors have been a team effort. I feel like everyone out of these, like, okay, there's 4 players that have made like discoveries in the, almost like in the entire map when we go back to at least floor 5 or so. And those are Bren, Hazard, Lars, and Elcon, right? They are the main people to actually figure out new sections or new strategies to do old sections. There's been some, you know, Mudda has done some pretty creative approaches to certain sections, but nothing really that, like, other players have adapted. Porsche also finding the floor 5, the turbo thing. That's true. But for the most part, yeah, it's been those 4 players. And I think when we go forward, it's still gonna be those 4 players mainly coming up with like the creative ideas. That doesn't really mean that anyone else can't win. It means that, you know, maybe one of those 4 is most likely to win. Because at the end of the day, you need to be someone who's able to figure things out on your own if you're gonna be the first to complete the final jump. But yeah, I do wonder, feel like if like for example Scrappy and Virtual want to come back, they need to be getting fairly close fairly quickly, because the experience on floor 15 I think will matter quite a bit as well. The underdogs are on like 10 to 12, yeah. They still have time, but they need to really start pushing right now. If Simo like one-shots floor 11 and 12 somehow, like in one day gets from floor 10 to 12, then that can still actually work, because Simo has a really strong skill set for this map. It's just something where this ice is becoming like a huge sort of obstacle right now. But it's going better. Cleared the ice bin not too long ago. Red, by the way, if you're here, maybe you can do a Simo shoutout. Floor 16 really isn't like very ice-based. There's ice on 15, but it's not an ice slide. To my eyes, it's not an ice slide. It's basically just a straight line that you take across ice. Which no one's really good at that stuff, because you don't really do that kind of stuff. Ever. If it was like an ice slide into like an ice speed slide, which is a very specific thing, then yeah, like Alcon would be the only one out of these guys to probably pull it off, maybe Virtual as well. Floor 16 has ice, but it's not really like mechanical sort of ice stuff. Like floor 10, you have ice spins, you have ice slides, you have all kinds of like snow uphill slides. Floor 16 doesn't have that. It just has ice blocks for the slipperiness of ice. It has a couple, like at least one like dirt zoop thing with ice wheels, but you've already done that on floor 10 at this point. So like ice as a surface is not as big of a problem as the ice techniques. Kind of like driving a straight line on dirt is going to be completely trivial compared to doing like a perfect speed slide on dirt. You probably wouldn't have a chance if you start right now, Hype. I think you're a bit too far behind. Lacking the 100 hours of experience at least. I think it's possible that the map is finished next week. Like in the next like 8 days. But I wouldn't be surprised if it goes beyond that. Like, floor 15 is being figured out. Every day now we have a new record, basically. Scandi are not really playing that much, from what I've seen. Floor 11, which is very good, but not really playing that much. Hello, Chris. Is there any advantage of using a controller over a keyboard, or is it just personal preference? It depends on what you play. There's a lot of different things in Trackmania you can do. Keyboard doesn't really have like a big edge over controller, though, you know, some people might say that it might have an edge, like a very slight edge on ice, but probably, you know, not really. There's gonna be, you know, top players on controller on ice as well. There are. So I don't really know. Like, it used to be actually that on ice keyboard was better, but then they changed the ice physics and now it's much less so. Could be that, for example, like some ice wiggles, which is a very rare technique that you will probably never need in your life, is going to be a little bit more accurate on keyboard. I'm not 100%. And also, if your keyboard supports rapid triggers, then it's possible that you can do more accurate brake taps. But otherwise, yeah. Neoslide might be easier on keyboard, but there are controller players who can do it really well too. So, overall, like, it's much easier to argue for controller, which, by the way, I'm a keyboard player. Because there's these new cars like Rally, Snow, Desert. Well, Desert Car, I guess, doesn't really benefit too much from controller from what I've heard. But yeah, overall, if you want to play some like Rally and Snow Car maps, then controller is going to be better than keyboard. Also, no slides, which you need on some campaign maps, for example, official campaign maps, if you want to grind for like a top 100 records. Those can be much easier on controller often. So, if you don't have a preference, like if you don't personally care at all, you're fine with both, and you're just beginning Trackmania, I would probably recommend controller. Timo, already back to floor 9. Getting closer to the ice floor. I haven't played Shallow Dip yet either. I'm probably gonna play Deep Dip first though. Well, here's the low jump line. Been very good at it. Great landing. Should be enough speed. 32 speed, that's fine. There we go. I'm sure this has been asked, but is it possible to place blocks underground, and could that be a way to postpone the weirdness of building higher that I've heard about? It's possible, but you can't build like super, like, far underground. Maybe 10 blocks, I would guess? I don't really know. Simo hasn't cleared floor 10 yet. Trying to get another run in. Red, are you here still? Eight by default. Okay, yeah. Hey, oh, can you do a Simo shoutout, please? Most likely streaming right now. Thank you. Heard physics get wonky above 2000 meters height. That is not true. They do get very weird, but you need to go well more than 2000 meters up in the air. Maybe like 2000 kilometers. I don't know, Zerchov can maybe give you the number. What's the far land distance in Trackmania? Timo, getting further now. Okay, 100 kilometers. All right, so not quite 2000 kilometers. So yeah, Simo, oh, plastic landing, but it's icy wheels. Oh no. Oh, lands on the plastic at least. It's a floor 6 save, I believe. No, I think there was a jump. Yeah, jump here to the final jump of floor 6. Oh, I feel like, you know, at this point it has to be pretty frustrating to not get to the ice spin. Zimo has been getting so much better at it recently, but like, yeah, the ice spin should be like the choke point here at this point, I guess. Like, this is tricky, and we've seen people kind of struggle with this. Even like, you know, Elcon sometimes going very, very far over here. But like, yeah, the control seems to be a bit shaky at times. It's a very steep ice wall. So what you basically do here, what, for example, someone like Elcon does, is they go straight forward, facing straight forward, and they accelerate, slowing down the descent. And when they're ready to start the ice slide, the line is clean, they start the ice slide and then they start going sideways and go up. So really it's mostly about like controlling the line of the car so that you, when you get like fully against this lamp here and you start like slowing down the descent, I feel like you're gonna be fine. But it's difficult to control. It's a very steep, slippery angle for sure. What happens if you copy a PF map and paste it X amount of blocks higher? You don't even need to do that. You can put it... Like, you don't need to make it go, like, to 100-kilometer height. Press forward maps often break if you move them at all. The game is deterministic as long as you don't touch anything. So within, like, the same map that you have, the game will be deterministic, but if you move the map like 90 degrees, for example, like you rotate the map 90 degrees. Okay, I'll just show this. It's easy to show. Alright. This has absolutely nothing to do with anything, but it's interesting. Okay, we're gonna build a press forward map, which means that you press forward and then the map does things, yeah? Let's do a red turbo, let's do a reactor boost, and let's do a plastic bounce. Usually that's a good combination. Or any kind of a plastic hit thing. That should work. What does this do? Let me place a finish line so I can test this invalidation. So we go there, and then let's add another plastic bounce there somewhere. Like, maybe like this. We're gonna smash into that. Yeah, and then we fly here, and let's put a finish line there. This should be complex enough for the game. Where does it go? Like, here? There? Oh, almost. Let me move it a little bit over there. Alright. Yeah, I don't use editor trails. It can help when you build something like this, though. Alright, so there we go. There's a fantastic map. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove this finish. Let's, you know, we can make sure that this still works, because it definitely should. Because I haven't touched the actual map. Nice map, thank you. There it is. Okay, map still works. Now we're gonna go to the copy-paste tool. We will select everything, and I'm gonna cut the selection, and I'm gonna just move it 90 degrees. It's the same exact blocks, same exact placements, everything should be the same, and now we look at the result. Oh, well, doesn't work anymore. Alright, well, okay. What if we take it and we move it? If I place like a block over here, and then oh. What? What? Work. Okay. I'll just move it one block to the right. Yeah, it was here before. Now let's move it here. Let's see what happens. This might still work. Okay, that one actually still works. So, wind, I guess. No, it's still deterministic. What I'm saying is that it's deterministic until you touch something a bit too much. That's the thing. So, there are some tricks, for example, that only work facing a certain direction. If I move this, like, way off, like if I move it, like, here, then it might break again, potentially. Maybe it still works, though. Okay, it still seems to work, yeah. But rotating at 90 degrees, yeah. So, you know, like, if I... The thing is that if I... if I take this, and then I copy it like this and throw it like there, then yeah, it's not gonna work anymore. But it will still give the same result every single time. So, you know, while I fly here, it's always gonna fly there. Right? It's always going to give the same result. There's another pretty interesting experiment that you can do. I made this old ancient map once, which is essentially a lottery map. Somewhere. Here. What's happening here is you have every ring in the game on every single one of these, right? So you only see the no steer block here, but you have every effect ring, you know? Every one of these rings has every ring. So you have the cruise control, no brakes, no engine, no steering, you have the slow-mo, everything else. All of them do something different. And if we just play the map, well, this actually creates a great effect visually. So we can notice that I have super reactor boost up. I have slow motion to have something like no steer as well. Yeah, I have no steer as well. I can't actually steer right now. But this map breaks very easily, which means that if I place, like, you know, if I place some blocks like over here and I drive this, it's possible that it gives the same result still, but it's also possible that it gives a completely different result. This is interesting. And now if I remove these blocks again, then should go back to the previous one, yeah. So the game is deterministic as long as you don't touch anything. That's what I mean by that. Now you understand. Why? I don't know. It's not my job to know why things happen. Yeah, same input, same output, yes. So it still means that, you know, if you do, like, you know, like as mappers you need to care sometimes about like very weird things. Because the outcomes can change. But once the map is built, once everything is there and nothing is changing anymore, then it's gonna be deterministic. Making whole Deep Deep 2 was kinda insane. Not really. Like, the examples I showed you are like very rare things. They are like insanely minimal things that change on it, that change the results of change the outcome of the maps. So in reality, when you're building like normal maps, even if you're building like crazy maps with plastic bounces and such, they will usually work. Like 99 times out of 100, no, even 999 times out of 1,000, they will work just fine when you rotate the map 90 degrees. But there are certain things, and I know that Viru also has once dealt with something like this, where Viru was building a very weird map, the Builder 14. Completely different scenario. This was like years ago. That broke when Viro rotated the map 90 degrees. That was like a khaki type map. So there can be like khaki maps that do break when you rotate them, because the variables are just slightly off at that point. Possible. Floor 14 boosters might not work the same. I feel like they would, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was something weird that would work differently if the whole map was rotated 90 degrees. I think it would still be possible to play, but something could be a little bit less consistent. Yeah, Zertro posted a pretty good explanation of the floating point inaccuracies. So yeah, like, I will promise you that a lot of mappers, like most mappers, would never need to deal with this kind of stuff. You never need to struggle with these kinds of things like, oh, my map broke because I placed a block somewhere. That's not something that happens. So this is not like a normal day in Trackmania mapper's life. This is extremely specific scenarios which 99% of mappers will never have to deal with. Just so you know. Timo in the pool, getting again another run going here. Well, it's the same run, I suppose. Hazard also getting to floor 6 right now. It's funny how these sections look so effortless. Getting so much more comfortable with all of this. Kind of chaining everything at this point. So the mappers for this build built their final... I can't read, sorry. Did the mappers for this build their segment in the exit spot it would appear in the final configuration? Actually, probably not. I actually think that everyone had the same template in the same like orientation in the map editor, and then they were rotated in the final assembly. I'm actually curious if Jumper is here or if one of the mappers is here. I do actually wonder if there was something that needed to be like redone or adjusted because of the rotation. Because there's like a lot of plastic bounces and stuff like this. I think it would be very rare, like very unlucky if you needed to do something like that. But I'm curious if there was something that felt a little bit different when it was in the final map. At least for the mapping competition, we built in the same config and it would be rotated later. Yeah. Like, again, this is not like a usual thing in Trackmania mapping. You will never need to deal with this stuff, generally. Blax is convinced that they changed something that makes more plastic bugs than before. It could be the rotation. It's possible. Never knew about this in Trackmania. Yeah. You don't need to know it either, but now you know. Would adding checkpoints later on break something? No. Generally speaking, like, if you just place new blocks on your map, you can have the most complicated press forward map and it will not break. It's really just like the rotation stuff, or if you move it in like some kind of a odd way, or if you if you have like a very specific sort of map where there's so many variables, like, you know, these frame-dependent variables, like taking 10 rings, effect rings at the same time. In my example, I just placed new blocks, but that's because we have the car within like 1 second taking like 100 different rings. And the game just doesn't like handle that so well. So it's a very specific scenario again. That has probably more to do with the game's tick rate, honestly, than anything else. But it is interesting how the outcome still changes with like some arbitrary blocks on the outside of the route. Oh, Simo, a bit stuck. Makes it through though. I don't know how, if it's really like poor implementation when basically no one ever needs to deal with the consequences of it. Like, yeah, would there be some way to avoid it? I don't know. I'm not a programmer. But in reality, it doesn't affect anyone. Yes, also moving your mouse during a press forward map, like moving your mouse like this in the center of the screen, it can, yeah, it can break press forward maps. Or spamming the honk button. Great. It's probably something about the tick rate again, where when you do like mouse inputs, the game registers those mouse inputs, and then while registering the mouse inputs, maybe it's not registering everything else that's happening in the game in like exact 100% precision. Maybe only 99% precision, but on like a press forward map, that's enough to break things because they are incredibly precision dependent. It's kind of funny though. You know if mouse inputs matter for TM2? I suspect the mouse thing might be because TM 2020 is based on Trackmania. It could be very well that. I don't know anything about TM2. Oh, Timo going through. Final jump on floor 8. Oh, bit of a wall touch there, but still ends. Remember for Kaki event, don't honk? Actually, there was a Lars map where Lars built this kind of like a puzzle start with the no steer block. No steering, which disabled steering. And Lars kind of kept it a secret, didn't show the inputs while validating the map on stream. And it was a hard thing to figure out, and some people were theorizing that during like specific things on the very beginning of the map, you would need to honk the car horn to get the correct variables for the beginning. But it wasn't that. I think what it ended up being is that you needed to steer during the no steer, which sounds crazy, but essentially steering inputs, while the car is not steering, the steering input still affects the car enough that they give you the right variable so you can do the start of the map. It was a really clever map though from Lars. It's not possible to make a game that would never have floating point errors. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Could you, make it so that when you rotate the map 90 degrees, it would still work? It's kind of irrelevant, really. Like, even if there was a way, it's probably not worth it at all. Because no one ever needs to really do that. It's very rare. crazy to me how quickly people like Simo are going through these floors. I would make sure every angle is such perfect. Yeah, I feel like Simo especially is actually doing really well on these, like floors 7 and 8 and 9. It's like so much comfort. It's kind of like initially when players did get to these floors, they were doing very precise setups, and if you watch someone who's new to this kind of like a floor or section, they still do them very carefully. They kind of like line up everything like pixel perfect before going in, because they want to make sure that they're not doing any like silly mistakes by being a little bit too careless. But then at the same time, like, these guys kind of understand, like, oh, well, I know I don't actually need to have, like, 335 speed. I can make this with 331 speed as well, like Simo here. And then, you know, just there we are, you know? So yeah, it's just a question of comfort. Kind of understanding, having a very good feel for how much speed you need and what kind of a line you actually need and everything else. Please build a funky khaki map to require honking. It's not very simple. It's not that simple. Maybe it's possible. Jumping down, going through. Now just making sure you don't land turtled. There we are. Yo, Odgore. What was the hidden booster towards the end of D1 that skipped 1 or 2 floors? I actually don't know about that. I'm only a Deep D2 historian. Landing in. Oh, that's too far to the side. Maybe it lands on floor 9. It might fall to floor 8. Okay, that's a fortunate save, because this is floor 8. And you can get back to the final part of floor 8. So, not a disaster, not a disaster. The pink block is essentially just it's the same material as concrete. So this surface is the same as this surface. It's just, you know, this kind of like a colorable thing. It's the same thing as we have at the end of the map. So this path here is basically the same as the tarmac. It's not slippery yet. Honest question, if the values on screen can manipulate other values, would resolution be a factor as well? No, pretty sure it's not. Like, if it's something about the tick rate, like the game registering what's happening, I don't think the game needs to register the resolution of the game on like every tick. That would be kind of ridiculous, yeah. The units of length are meters. So one block height, for example, is 8 meters. Unless you're asking about something else. Well, back to the beam. To the quarter pipes. Elcon has joined the server. Didn't see Elcon yesterday. I don't know if Elcon has been playing earlier today. Maybe taking a day off before the final push. We shall see. Well, Timo, back in the final parts. honestly very confident on this floor though. You can really tell Simo kind of like not really doing specific setups anymore for really anything but this high jump here. And even then, like, it's working every single time as well. Which, you know, a lot of players still need to redo this multiple times. Simo has like a really, really good consistency for this floor. Air brake, stabilize the car. And now back to the big jump. There we go. Landing into the ramp. Let's see if the line is better. Yes, it is. So Bren has been able to take the wall record back from Lars, actually. So right now, Hazard made it first to this point. Lars was able to land this jump. Bren was able to land all the way here and also made this jump here. So the strategy on this one, even though the hole is very scary, it seems like the strat here is to actually hit this very corner, land all the way to the ramp. Didn't look that hard when Bren was doing it. Looks like a very scary part, but hey, maybe it's a little easier than it looks. This time, ice slide works. No problem. Getting closer to the spin. Cleared it already today. I think Simo now 3 times through the spin, so it's getting better and better. Don't think Mika plays Trackmania at the moment much. Let's see. The pipe jumps. First one works. And now a careful, a bit slower approach here to the second one. Great line. I feel like Simo has really figured this out. Now for the spin. Seems to be getting really often to the spin. It just needs to get that consistency. Spin. Oh, it's a little short. Plastic bound. Oh, it's gonna be floor 7 at best. Oh. Well. Unfortunate fall. Unfortunate fall. It's made it multiple times through that part though. So really just timing. A little too early on the spin. Yeah, so Simo has made it past and has made it past the plastic part as well. So has been today to this steep section. Lars also struggled getting this one down initially. I think it's just understanding the inputs there, understanding the line and the speed requirement. Getting better and better still on 410. I feel like a lot of players have failed that part. Hello, Joe. Saw your cast on YouTube video. I just wanted to say thanks for your role in Deep 2. No problem. Good mappers often are pretty good players, yeah. Because in order to be able to build maps for good players, you kind of need to yourself also be a good player. Moji has improved a lot that game, for sure. Elcon already jumped out of the server. I don't know, maybe playing in solo instead. I'm not sure. Who knows? So on the leaderboard, we see that Virtual has now registered the PB with the plugin. I don't think that's a new personal best though. It's probably still the wall ride. Scrappy, hard to say. This is the height of the shortcut. You updated it tonight. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's why it's 000. Okay. So it's not exact necessarily. Could still be something Virtual could have done a better run as well without the plugin. So yeah, it's still Bren top 1, Lars top 2, Hazard top 3 right now. Very close to each other though. Elcon probably still at the end of floor 13. Virtual probably at the wall ride of floor 13. Scrappy probably not yet on the plastic bounce. A lot of players, like especially Elcon, Virtual, and Scrappy, haven't really made a personal best in a couple days now. All of the top 3 have. Schmaniel, Mada, Skandir, Simo also. Well, Simo, I suppose, made a little bit further in now to the floor 10, but yeah, not quite like a huge improvement. Yeah. Sami started in 2021. Very strong player. I'm great, fantastic. Hope you are as well. Yeah, the gaps on the top 10 are increasing so much. Like, it's now a 5 floor difference. Simo top 10 right now. Matt has been to floor 10. But Simo at the end of floor 10. But yeah, it's basically like Simo floor 10, Kandir Mada floor 11, Schmaniel floor 12, Scrappy Virtual Elcon floor 13, and then everybody else is on floor 15. So nobody has their personal best on floor 14 right now. It is kind of crazy, kind of wild how this competition has evolved in the last few days. Sami has been getting some new PBs. Getting all the way to floor 9. It's good progress. I think here's one player who will eventually finish the map as well. That means floor 14 is free. In reality, it's probably easier than floor 15, from what it looks. Going for this setup that Korch found. It's been already like 2 weeks probably since this strategy was found. Instead of having to chain these two parts, you slide across the turbo, get on this side, and then you just line up the jump. Works just fine. You get the speed, no problem. Bounce on this and land into the water. Kuba's also playing. Kubas has been playing like every day too, but Kubas not part of the competition. Is one of the mappers, actually the mapper of the floor that we're currently trying to clear. Floor 15. Guy who built the dragon there. Interesting lineup for this third wall, actually. Okay. Almost lands it. Probably just trying new things, I would imagine. Oh, Sammy gets the setup. Top 3 are, yeah, not on the same jump. Hazard, 1 jump behind Lars, and Lars is 2 sections behind Bren. Almost everything on floor 14 looks consistent. It's probably something where, you know, the quarter pipe jump on floor 14 will always be difficult. But I think everything else might end up becoming fairly consistent. Suppose the last turbo ceiling thing is gonna be like pretty tricky, but from what I'm hearing, players are figuring out fairly consistent ways to do it as well. And I suppose the quarter pipe jump is also going to be a line question mostly. Will they ever do consistently the jump that Lars fell off? What, the plastic beam? Bren figured out the strategy. Instead of doing like a completely straight line, you gently hug this wall. It's a plastic wall, so you don't lose speed from going against the wall. And once you're here on top, you just stop steering. So at that point you fall onto the beam, you flip back, and you go here. I don't think it's going to be a huge problem. I didn't think it was going to be a huge problem. I was thinking that it would be a straight line, but was the wall hug, and yeah, it works. And this jump as well, honestly, Brent cleared this very nicely on first try, so jumped all the way to the ramp. So that one didn't look too bad either. This beam landing, I think it's just a matter of where you start accelerating from. I think someone getting there will figure out like a very good lineup. So maybe it's, you know, accelerating from here and then just taking like a wide line, very direct jump, landing kind of barely on it, but still on it. And then the turbo, the dragon, which is hopefully fairly automatic as well. the pool jump, which is hopefully also automatic, and then this climb, which looks rough. Looks tricky, but it's not really that different from some other things that players have already done, I guess. And then you have the ice ending, which also looks like it might take a couple attempts to get right. But I mean, at that point, when you get through the ice, you're very close to floor 16. Nami has found a lot of utility from playing the practice floors. Really has been able to like find value in the official segments, practicing those, getting some world records even on the new floors. Currently we have 0 to 8 released. We're currently now on floor 7 here with Tommy. So this one, oh, slightly missing the line. It's a tough one. But lands back in, so we'll be able to do the recovery. Back to floor 6. And yeah, Hazard. Taking a bit of a break. I think Kubas is just like waiting for the moment when 3 people have finished. Do not talk about undiscovered strategies. Back to floor 7. Fortunately, the plastic wall, like failing it, even though it's a pretty big journey, you do get fairly close to floor 7 again. That's one of the more forgiving recoveries on this floor. Yeah, the mappers or playtesters can't show any undiscovered strategies or any new floors. So if Kubas gets to like floor 13 even, I would imagine Kubas just stops playing. I feel like it's not impossible that Kubas will be the 4th finisher of the map. Up until Waterguard, which jump do you think is the hardest or craziest? Depends on the player, I suppose. I feel like this jump is still so brutal on floor 11. Like this high jump, if you go too far, then it's like all the way down. Absolutely no recovery, right? Right, back to floor 3. Unfortunate. By the way, on the ice part at the end of floor 15, which is here. You go onto the ice, and if you're too slow, guess what happens? If you don't make this jump, or you're a little bit off to the left side, for example, guess what happens? It's the same jump. Same thing. Great. Thanks. Ubas. Every floor should have a center jump. Yeah, I feel like there's only like 3. Right? 3 that are like common in a sense. There's the floor 11 high jump, then there's the floor 13 wall ride, if you mess something up really badly there. Because the wall ride actually is, not sure how many have noticed, but the wall ride actually is in the ring, in the circle, right? Like here's the circle, and the floor 13 wall ride goes around this, which is kind of cool. Like this is the wall ride, right? So it's actually in the circle. Kind of a cool thing where, you know, you have this big fall here and you need to just go around it with the wall ride. It's a nice idea. Oh. The car really not in the water? Oh no, it's moving backwards too. That is so frustrating. All you need to do is have one wheel on the water and the car will flip, but... Ah, it's probably a reset. Probably a reset. Happens occasionally. I don't really know if you even hope for any weird turnaround or something. Could hit wall and have default movement change, but you can also just go back. Like, the chances of that happening are so incredibly small. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like floor 11 is still like a big choke point. Getting to floor 12 is such an important moment on a run still. Which, you know, I mean, you know, that also was the case, I guess, when we got to like floor 10. Like getting past floor 7 was a big moment on the run. So 7 and 11 and probably 15 will be like the biggest choke points. From what it looks like. When we look at the end of floor 15 at least. Now this is unfortunate as well. Oh no, the car's moving. There we are. If floor 7 and floor 11 were more forgiving, then we probably would be already on floor 16. I think so too. Maybe the map wouldn't be quite finished, but... Schmaniel on 12? Oh yeah? Personal best, maybe? Not on the server, but streams as well. Oh, that's an unfortunate line. Or is it gonna flip at all? Penalty grass, turtling, not really a thing. I think this run probably over as well. Well, we go back to the early floors. Is the mistake to put 7 under 11? I will say that, yeah, actually, if you change the map so that, for example, floor... floor 8 would be, like, before floor 7, then, yeah, it would probably be a bit sort of more balanced. Because then you would... like, floor 9 would be a bit harder, for sure. Floor 9 would be a bit harder. Oh, that's a fast bounce back to the bottom. So what would happen is that floor 9 would not have, like, anything below it. Floor 5 would be, like, the closest one. But floor 9 is kind of savable within itself as well. Floor 9 has a lot of these paths where you can make a mistake and you can drop down and then you can restart the floor, right? So it's kind of forgiving compared to, like, something like floor 7. So then if floor 7 was... even the first half of it was over floor 8, that would make the early parts of floor 7 so much more recoverable. And then when floor 11 was above floor 8, you would almost always be able to recover falls from floor 11, like first half as well, to floor 8, instead of falling all the way back down. Maybe, but you know, at the same time, I think it's at least nice that these big choke point floors are not like all after each other, right? Like if it was some middle segment where you have to do floor 7 and then you need to do floor 8 and floor 9 and all of them are like the same difficulty. I think it's better that the floors, the choke point floors are 7 and 11 and then maybe 15 eventually, if the end is as difficult as it looks, which it might not be. It could be much more forgiving. Floor 16, I think, understandably, is pretty rough to recover from. I think that's actually kind of making sense, because then, you know, your practice on floor 16 will be a little bit limited. You can't just retry everything over and over and over until you finish the map, right? Which makes it so that you need to make every single attempt you do on floor 16 count. And I think that kind of makes sense in the context of the map. But it is brutal. It is brutal. Because floor 13, like floor 13 would be like a sort of appropriate recovery point for floor 16, which it does overlap for the like later half parts. But floor 13 is full of these crystals that will probably bounce you all around the map and you fly completely nowhere and, you know, your run is over. So I don't think floor 13 really enables any recoveries, because it doesn't like have flat ground or pools that you can land into. You just always bounce off a crystal and you probably fly like off the map. There we go. But it's interesting that an outside submitted map was the last one, rather than an internal mapper. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, you know, planned at all, right? And to be fair, like, the end of the map, the final thing of the map is by sparkling, as well as floor 0, right? So, at the very least, there's that. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. I guess, you know, at the very least, Jumper built like a pretty high stakes floor. It looks very interesting. And it has some very unique tricks like the wheel hang. But we'll see, we'll see. Elcon streaming, okay. Might be rejoining the server then, or maybe just playing in solo. I don't know. Only way to really know is people playing floor 16? Yeah, that's it. Like, we need to wait until someone gets there and shows us if those tricks are really as difficult as they seem. Do you think that floor 10 having a pseudo checkpoint, for example full floor ground below it, would be an interesting addition? That kind of already happens, because floor 8 covers so much ground and it has so many like pools, that I feel like it's already kind of that kind of a floor. I guess what you mean is having like a floor 8 cover like the entire sort of tower horizontally. I think it's good as it is right now. I don't think there should be like a actual like soft checkpoint where you are very unlikely to end your run if you get past like floor 8 or so. I feel like it's good that floor 8 doesn't cover the entire ground so that the runs eventually end as well. We're already seeing like 3-4 hour runs because they fall into floor 8, so I feel like the runs eventually ending by falling all the way to the bottom, I think that probably like makes the event more dynamic. Sure, it's frustrating, but I feel like it would be just kind of strange to have like an actual soft checkpoint where your run will basically just never end once you pass that point. Unless you like Dead Turtle. Would be a bit much, maybe. The price pool is still 30,000. Well, it's increased a little bit. $804.69. Entire map is kind of soft checkpoint with that logic. You can stop in many places before ground. That's true, but for example, floor 11 doesn't really have any like realistic ground to land into. There's a couple pools, right? But like, what I mean by soft checkpoint is that when you look at floor 8, just look at this floor, right? There's so many pools. There's a pool down here, pool down here, pool here, pool there, here, 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 right? Like all of these pools, and look at how much ground it actually covers. There's very little chance that you fall through floor 8 when you fall from somewhere higher above and you don't hit absolutely anyone. Is it possible that you hit, for example, this grass hill and then you bounce all the way down? Of course, but like you have a good chance of recovering your run here. But then you look at something like floor 7, which is like there's a lot more holes, there's a lot fewer pools, and there's a lot of plastic and weird, like, you know, downhills and such that will push you around a lot more. So that's kind of what I mean. And if we look at floor 11, like let's say you fall down here from somewhere above, what are you gonna do, right? Like all these black platforms here, all of them are in weird angles, right? So if you land here, guess what's gonna happen? You're not actually gonna land, right? You bounce from it because it's like a downward angle. So you fly over here, then you're on ice on floor 10, you probably slide off, you fall all the way down. So that's kind of why floor 8 is a better, like, actual, like, soft checkpoint, because you can actually, like, land somewhere where you can continue the run. Not just bounce on something and then continue falling, but actually land somewhere. Floor 12 is similar, because floor 12 largely is flat ground. So, you know, all of these blocks here are flat ground, which means if you fall to it, you are unlikely to bounce away from the platform, but you will just bounce, and if you don't turtle, land upside down, then you're probably able to continue your run somehow. So floor 16 and floor 15, the second half, they do overlap floor 12, and I think that overall, like, there's a pretty good chance that you fall down somewhere onto onto floor 12, and you're able to recover and get, you know, keep your runs going, right? That's possible. Floor 13, again, has the problem of not having a lot of flat ground, right? So if you fall down from floor 16, then, like, the chances are that, you know, you hit, like, this kind of a crystal, and you have a lot of speed because you're falling down a lot. So, you know, you bounce around here, you bounce around here, you go here, maybe you land into this pool sometimes if you're very lucky. But otherwise, you know, you might just bounce around and fall like here. So that's kind of the difference between. Floor 9, also, a lot of flat ground. And a lot of sort of big platforms that you're unlikely to slide away from. For example, the reason why the ice spin is so recoverable to floor 9 is because when you go here and you fall through the hole, even though you have icy wheels, and this doesn't always work, this is flat ground, right? Which means that you're not automatically being pushed somewhere. It's like your momentum might push you some direction, but the map itself doesn't, right? That's kind of the difference. Elcon not on server. Okay, well, we will get the text updates from Elcon, I guess. I wouldn't know if Elcon wants his stream shown to others, so I'm not gonna do that. I mean, if I just take Elcon's stream and throw it here, that would be weird. So, and I haven't asked Elcon, so. One question I have. If you look at Elcon's stream right now, does Elcon show his inputs? Does he have an input overlay on stream? No? Does he usually have that? Maybe not. Anyway, it's interesting, and this was something that we kind of talked about that might happen, where players are sharing their progress, but they might avoid, like, showing the exact inputs that they're doing new sections with. It's a smart strategy. You don't, like, fully like expose your lines, like, in a way where others can copy them. You don't show your inputs exactly, because always been a HUD-off player. Yeah, okay. So, you know, this is kind of like speculation, right? But it was something we were talking about where players might not play on the server, might stream still, but might not show their inputs, so that other players might have a harder time, like, copying them. It kind of makes sense in terms of the competition, right? Can they check their own inputs in replays then? Yes. If you save your replays, you will be able to check with the plugins what inputs you pressed. Yes, that's possible. Like, I don't know. To be clear, I don't know if this is what Elcon is doing. Maybe Elcon hasn't thought about it at all. Maybe doesn't really care about this kind of thing. But this is something we talked about, and, you know, we might see more players do it as well. Which, of course, is a bit rough for us if we mainly want to follow the server, but, you know. Elcon VOD from 11 days ago has input overlay. Interesting. So it could actually be purposeful sort of strategy. Like, you know, it's been a competition where the community has been to like these sections, and they've figured out strats, and they've kind of you know, talked about different approaches and tried to figure out things on their own. But when we're getting close to the finish of the map, it might become more like a competition, right? Everyone wants to win ultimately. There's still only one player who can be Deep Dip 2 champion. Yeah, and I mean, Bren and Hazard have also been, like, talking about the fact that they will not hide strategies, and they even had this talk about the sharing, if they are first and second to finish the map, they would be like sharing the price, like equalizing the price for top 1 and 2. So I don't know if that deal is still on, but it is like a big sort of show of respect for this shared journey where they truly have been figuring out the tricks together, and you know, Bren has been helping Hazard, Hazard has been helping Bren. So it's kind of cool, kind of an interesting thing. Well, at the time when they made this kind of a deal, Lars wasn't really in even top 3 or even top 4 at the time, so I guess, you know, it was mainly like Bren and Hazard working together for a pretty long time. So yeah, I don't know anything about anyone else or anything. Unfair to make such deals? I don't think so. I don't think it changes the event at all. Yeah, it's only the deal if they are first and second. So, you know, if one of them is in top 3 and one of them, like if one of them wins and one of them is not on the podium, then it wouldn't be the case, right? Hazard on the grind again. Floor 7. Once more. Yeah, like if they kind of teamed up so that they wouldn't share their strategies with anyone else, that maybe that would be a little bit different, but at the same time, that's not the case, right? Hazard is playing on the server, Bren is streaming everything, so it's not like anyone is left out of the strats, right? But yeah, I mean, just looking at the world record tag on the left side, it's not that far, right? And at this point you have to look at this like, okay, hold on. The map will actually be finished one day. I don't know, Viania. And if it doesn't become like a thing, then it's maybe not worth to even bring that kind of a discussion up with the organizers. I don't think there was ever a rule like that, though. Hazard, jumping through. There we go. Tricky parts of floor 7 cleared, so now just the last few things. Plastic bones, turbo tunnel, final jump. $30 is pretty ambitious to get to floor 15. I think it's maybe like if you fully speedrun and make like no mistakes, I feel like it might be like 35 to 40 minutes still. I do think the map is completable in under 40 minutes ultimately. It's probably gonna be quite the achievement, the sub 40, but it's probably the end game, you know? A long map though. Oh, they are. Sub 40 we can just calculate to be possible, right? Because we know that the author time of the map is 54 minutes. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 54 minutes, 32 seconds. 10 hundredths. And we know that how that's done is by playing every floor separately and adding 25% to the segmented combined times, which means that, you know, if you reduce the 25% from the 54 minutes, you kind of get like the the like combined segmented run time, right? And that kind of tells me that sub 40 is probably like at least possible to do, but probably very difficult on a full run. Floors had to be under 3 minutes and most are under 2. Yeah, I think some floors are a little bit longer for sure. Like this floor here, floor 8, this is definitely a little longer, I think. Simo did get the 360 today, and that was the 3rd time that Simo actually got it. Oh, did Simo do it twice today? So 4 times total? You subtract 20%, not 25, whatever. I'm not here because of my math skills. Anyway, the sub 40 still sounds possible, yeah? I'm from Finland. 4 times total, yeah. And also cleared the first plastic part after. Failed the steep plastic afterwards, but... Beam landing done, and that's one of the key sections of this floor. And now when you get this done, you are secure for a while. These turtle parts can be tricky, and of course it's possible that you fail them and you're dead turtle and the run is fully over, but this one is like one of the few sections that still has like a 4-floor fall. When you get a little bit further now, then generally speaking the floor is not too bad anymore. Just the bobsleigh landing here, and then players have been fairly comfortable doing these turtle parts, and these ones you generally can also retry if you make any mistakes. As long as you're a little bit careful, you should be fine. And once you get everything done and you get to floor 9 is very forgiving. The only things you need to watch out for in floor 9 is not falling to this pool platform thing, because this brings you all the way back to floor 7, even if you get the snake right, which is not always the case either. Sammy, also get into floor 8. So yeah, floor 9 and 8, very good recovery floors in general. There's just a lot of stuff. Even these plastic things, like, you know, this one I guess is pretty scary, but you don't generally fall down to this from anywhere. This one I guess goes straight down the middle, but like that doesn't usually happen. No one ever lands on this. So, you know, even the ones that players do occasionally land to, like for example this plastic here, kind of brings you to floor 8 as well. So overall, a lot of recoveries. Well, yeah, there's like a chance that the plastic bounces throw you somewhere, but like even then, a lot of the actually like realistic plastic bounces that happen to people often bring you to a recovery point. Not always, but I feel like it's a good chance that once you get to floor 9, you will be able to recover even like pretty silly mistakes that you do. Like a few places where, you know, you will still fall all the way down, but landing in. They have definitely tried out the final jump. And also the final jump is not something that would break when the map is rotated. It's really just like a quarter pipe jump. Usually the things that break are like some plastic bounce combinations. What I showed is really not something that generally causes any issues on any map. Trust me. It's not like an everyday occurrence in this game. Well, the floors are rotated, right? Once they're added into the map. Which can, in extremely rare cases, alter how the, like, plastic bounces and such work. But I wouldn't be worried on this map. There we go. Hello, totally. Turtle time indeed, except we just completed the final one, and now we go to floor 9. Pretty middle line this time, but should be working. Hazard feeling pretty good about this jump. No issue at all. And we climb. It's not allowed, Android. Disqualifies you from the competition. Hazard. Into the turbo jump. This is a little bit too far to right, but still lands, fortunately. We keep going. Sami also trying to get to the next section. That's cool. And Sormy memes. Thanks so much for the primes. Much appreciated. Bren has the water guard again. So, it's been a lot of changes recently. First, Lars held the water guard at the end of floor 13. Then Bren took it back, getting further and further into floor 14. Then Hazard took it, getting the first run into floor 15. Then Lars took it back, getting one jump further on floor 15. And now Bren has taken it back again on floor 15. It's kind of exciting how these players are battling right now. Emily, thank you so much for the tier 1. Very much appreciated. Oh, Hazard. No issue right here. We're very close to Dragon, yes. It's one landing, and we're on the Dragon section. A little bit low on speed, but still lands clean. We keep going. There we are. What are you XDing about, Dragon? You know something we don't? Speed 24. Oh, that's very barely enough. That might be just about the lowest speed I've seen anyone do that with. Usually players get like, you know, 231 or 232 speed for this jump. That was 224. I feel like this high jump does result in less speed pretty often. I think it can give you that 230 plus if you take it very well, but I mean, I guess Hazard is clearing it anyway, even with this low speed jump, so not an issue there. Just the ramps, and we're on floor 10. Landing in, jumping, and there we go. Tommy, back to floor 9. Needs to clear those final few sections there. Maybe. But I'm just XD when people mention the dragon. Fair enough. What do you mean maybe though? Would Teki be a contender to win Deep Dip 2? If Teki didn't build anything on this map and Teki went like on full focus grind, then yeah, I think so. Very good player. Hazard. On Maverick's floor, Ice Gold is the name. And ice it is for sure. I like the visuals of this a lot. Very clean. Landing in. No issue. Yeah, Hazard decided not to be a part of the Deep Dip crew to be able to compete. Was part of the organizing team in Deep Dip 1. Sliding up over the snow. Getting closer to the spin. Oh, a little bit of an inaccurate line there, but still lands, fortunately. And then the pool landing. Oh, it's not the greatest line. Hazard bails out in time, though. Need to really decide early if you don't feel comfortable doing the line. Because you can't break that quickly. Like halfway through that turn, you need to say like, okay, this doesn't feel great, I'm just gonna retry it. And you can, as many times as you want. Hazard will try this again as well, not getting the right side line enough. Let's see it here. Jumping in, and there we go. Needs to get the second gear, the 100 speed. Then the spin looks great. And there we go. Hazard getting better and better at this. Still not chaining this part, taking it kinda easy. We see, you know, Elcon, Virtual, these kinds of players who are very used to different kinds of ice tricks. They kind of just fly through these parts, but better safe than sorry if you don't feel that confident on the surface. And now for the half pipes. We saw Mada do an interesting line here, actually taking a lot less speed initially, slowing down a lot on the ice already, and then just compensating the speed with some speed slides on the plastic afterwards. Hazard will do a different strategy, so Hazard is going to start a little bit on the right side here, then go a little bit to the left side, turn around, the car will be a little bit airborne, so turnaround timing right there, and then you fall back with a lot of speed into the plastic, and you don't really need to wiggle when you have this much speed, so Hazard just presses forward here, bounces through, and there we go. Both strats seem to work. It's cool to see that people are using some different strategies. Virtual on the server as well now. Jumping in. Probably not streaming, maybe. I wouldn't know. But I think, you know, streaming and being on the server at the same time probably causes the FPS issues. Not streaming, yeah. Why use a different strategy when you can use the one that is proved to work? Well, that's the question, right? Like, is it possible that our players are just kind of doing what's proven to work, even if there's some more consistent, even easier strategy that just hasn't been tried yet? It's always the question, right? So, sure, it's risky to try something new, but if you really believe that it's gonna work, then you might find something really great. Well, back to the big jump. Will those who have hit a wall on the ice down here struggle if the ice a bit higher up too? It's different. Floor 15 and 16 do have ice blocks, yes, but they don't have like the same techniques as floor 10. Hazard will try to clip the back left wheel. A little slow, but does manage to land. Very scary, but will work out. Schmaniel got 1400 meters. Ooh. Interesting. 413. So Schmaniel making good progress as well. I believe that's either the highest point of floor 12 or it's already floor 13. Does water help with dead turtling? Yes. As in, if any part of the car is touching water at all, even the smallest pool in the world, you will be able to flip the car. Into the plastic, looks like a clean line. That's very smooth. And there we go. So, like, you cannot dead turtle in water, basically. Landing clean here as well. And we get to the hazard spin. Finding a new strat here. Schmaniel is very consistent today. Multiple floor 11. Managed to get second jump floor 13. Cool. Sounds good for Schmaniel. We'll see what Schmaniel can do. Maybe a top 3 contender still. Definitely close enough to still climb back to the top players. Hazard? Oh, we're having some spectator lag. That's normal on servers. Don't worry about it. But Hazard either way clears it. It probably looks completely normal for the player, but spectating is a little bit different. So, taking speed. Avoiding the 160 speed here. You don't want to get the gear 3. Hazard avoids it successfully. You get a slowdown by dropping the gear 3, which results in less speed than if you just focus on keeping the highest possible speed on gear 2. Floor 12, wide line here, looks good. You can retry these jumps if they don't quite work, but Hazard clears it first try. Landing in. Quarter pipe landing looks clean as well. Now aiming for the moving block in the ceiling, no issue. Then this section Hazard has failed a couple times before, but has been getting much better at it. Just a very clean line without airtime that is perfect. No problem. Halfway through. 3 sections remain. Clean landings again. Jumping through over here and now over the backwards turbo. No problem. Then Second last part, heavy turn to the left here. That is absolutely perfect from Hazard. And now the final part. Just basically need to focus on not turtling the landing. "12 is short, yeah. I think it might be the shortest floor, actually. If you, like, chain everything. Landing the turbo, and then... backwards landing looks clean, and Hazard has made it to floor 13. Yet again. And this one has been pretty much figured out. There's a couple different shortcuts you can choose from. I would imagine Hazard is still going for the plastic bounce. Elcon doing a little bit of a different route here. Not doing the same shortcut as everyone else, actually going to the plastic ice wall ride, but doing a shortcut from there. It saves a bit more time, but it is definitely riskier. Elcon has made it work. Has also failed it from what we've seen, but it seems fine. Seems fine so far. Landing through, and then just into the bobsleigh. 4 loops we've seen players do. The turbo at the bottom increases your speed with every loop. That's number 2. That's number 3. 4, and now we go to the right into the pool. Here we are. The checkpoint version would be released after the event, so 3 finishers, I believe. How can you avoid turtling on the landing on start of floor 13? I feel like it's a little bit sort of speed dependent. If you're too slow, you probably get like a wrong kind of a bounce off the plastic on the wall. But also, some players are like turning sideways or even forwards to try to avoid it. Yeah, there's the Elcon shortcuts, if you want to check it out. Right now we have 0 to 8 practice floors released. Virtual has been through those sections that Hazard is clearing right now as well. Needs to still get to the end of floor 13 though, get the floor 14 grind going. Interestingly, right now, if we look at the leaderboard, so Shmaniel was just able to get to floor 13 as well. We have 4 players right now on floor 13 and 3 players in floor 15. Nobody has their personal best on floor 14. We had a similar situation on floor 12, I think, at some point, but not to this extent. Hazard into the shortcut now, and I'm gonna say that at a 99.9% the sort of probability, Hazard will go for the old shortcut, not for the Elcon one. And then into this next part we go. Yeah, Hazard I think not streaming right now, but definitely check out the stream. Often still streams the progress as well. Great playlist on stream for Hazard. Thank you, Uglyjaw, for the prime. Big jump, slightly to the left. Air brake immediately. The line looks good enough. A little bit of a struggle to climb in, but then the plastic bones. The intended way is basically the unintended way for this floor. That's, like, as much as we know about this floor, which is not a lot. I feel like we're still missing shortcuts, but the shortcuts are definitely here intentionally on this floor. That much we basically know. So, which shortcuts are meant for players to be doing, and, like, what's the best way? What, you know, we don't know. But we know that the shortcuts were meant to be doing, so the players will keep doing this well. Air brake, plastic bounce, perfect line. Hazard very consistent on this plastic bounce now. Took a little bit to figure out what to do there, but a couple retries. And Hazard found this method. Lars proved that it was consistent, and now pretty much everyone who is going for it is going for it the same way. Very much on the edge to the plastic. This will still fall to the pool below, so unfortunately not quite enough speed there for whatever reason. Maybe the plastic bounce there was just a little bit shaky, but there is fortunately this pool right here, and you can continue back to the plastic bounce from here. Kind of jinxed him there. I was talking about the previous plastic bounce, not the half pipes. Can I not say anything anymore? Here we are, back to the bones, and indeed, Hazard was the guy to do the science. Lars proved that it was consistent, and now this is the method. Works perfectly. This photo just... I know. Well, taking the speed, hopefully a little bit more this time. Upside down on the plastic. You have to do this upside down for the final bounce to work. Oh, this looks very shaky. Hazard tries to do some kind of a air brake there, but we go again. Not quite like a clean landing into the loop for whatever reason. The plastic landing was a little bit off. The car already started bouncing in the entry there, so well, we need to try that again. Not sure if you can really do anything differently here. I feel like you just kind of go for it. Everyone seems to be doing it like this. Yeah, it's like the helmets of the driver clipped into the top part of the plastic. Well, we go back. Extra practice. Oh, losing the grip a little bit, but as long as you're just pressing forward, you trust the block, should climb. Air brake, and 3 out of 3. Plastic with dry wheels does have pretty decent grip, usually, still, even if it's a very slippery material. Well, taking a little bit less speed. Interesting. Or like a slightly different line. Not going as high. Maybe it does result in more speed. And this one works. Into the pool. There we are. Wet wheel plastic right here. Bit of a shaky landing that first one, but the rest should be fine. And we go into the wall ride. Thank you, Crit Sapphire. Sapphire. Sapphire for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Front wheels first into the wall. Very upwards angle there. Works great. Lands in. There you go. Final parts now. The pool landing. There's a hidden water pool. You can get the water. You will get wet wheels on plastic, which makes it very slippery, but it's possible to do this even if you lack speed. This looks very fast though. We'll skip the wet wheels, and now to the left into the pool. Works perfectly. Beautiful line. Really good. Final part of this floor. Scary, but... as I've just done it before. Ice landing. The wet wheels don't really do anything on ice. You don't really need to worry about that. Landing in, hits the pole, perfect. Incredibly clean. And there it is, Spider Sense, Virus Floor. Hazard does this interesting strategy on this first jump where he kind of does it a little bit slower to hit the car's like underside on the hole to slow down a little bit more. And now the whole clip, jumping past it, very nicely done. It's a scary section, but players are making it work. The turbo backflip over here. The turbo affects you only if you're touching something with the wheels of the car. Why is he not streaming if he should finish it? This run will not finish the map. It would be extremely surprising if somehow Hazard one-shot floor 16 and the second half of floor 15 on the same run. Well, we go into the quarter pipes. Landing in. Landing onto the beam. But it's true that, you know, at this point I think it's kind of time to start thinking about also finishing the map. We're not quite ready to see that happen yet, but I do think every one of the players is thinking about it. Clean landing here, and now the turbo wall. Again, turn the car sideways. Turbos flip you as soon as you hit the wall. And Hazard does it great. Now for the press forward line, just a consistent setup here, lining up the car in the exact right position. It seems to be back wheels on the, maybe on the white line or the gray line. Okay. Front wheels onto the turbos, then upside down plastic bones, and two more. There we are, into the pool. Very well done. Now for the tricky one. This could be the hardest part of this floor. Quarter pipe jump, very similar to floor 8 quarter pipe jump, if anyone remembers that one. But this time you don't jump straight forward. You jump to the right. You have less speed as well. So it's very similar to the quarter pipe jump just before the bleb room in floor 8. But that one is straightforward. This one you have to go top right. So it's much more difficult, especially because this angle that you start from is also not a straight line. You have to go from the right side, then go on the left, and then take that right side line again. Very tough line to get. The speed doesn't clip the landing and lands it nicely. The back wheels nicely hit the wall there to flip the car onto the platform. So the run keeps going. Now for the weird one. Front wheels onto the platform, car flips in a wheelie position, underside of the car, hits the beam, you bounce on the ground, just you'll see it when you see it. Semi and virtual, unfortunately, separate on the lower floors there. It's kind of incredible to think that Hazard is right now 10 floors above virtual, and not that many people will ever reach the point where virtual is right now on this map. Tens of thousands of people have tried this map, and only like a couple hundred at best have reached floor 5. Hazard is at the place where only 3 people have been to. Bren and Lars. All of them have cleared this. Front wheels, bounce, and it will work. It's a weird section, but you know, you trust the map to do things. Trust the game. Oh, it's even less than 100 people to floor 5. Yeah, okay. .500 height is still floor 4. It's like a little bit higher. I can't remember exactly which height floor 5 starts on. Here we go then. Landing in. Clean landing. And we'll make this part as well. It's a little bit floaty. Because we're spectating. Hello, Bato. And now the turbo sealing thing. I'm really excited to see what the current strategy is now that Lars and Bren have also done this one. We saw Hazard do this for the first time 2 days ago. So the goal is to get onto the ceiling that we see on the right side there. The turbos will push you upwards, and because the turbos don't have anywhere else to push you, because of the sloped ceiling, you will end up in the pool on the left. It's a very weird section. Need to watch this very carefully to see what's happening. Turbos only affect you once you're touching the walls. So, flipping through, into the turbos, into the pool. It works. It works. And one more jump on this floor. Lands. And lands. Floor 15 again. Scared of dragons, asks Kubas, the builder of this map, who is currently on the start line of the map. Most likely watching what Hazard is cooking right now. Kubas, a very good player. And a very dank mapper, as we've already seen. So we keep checking what's gonna happen here. Hazard here does have a chance for water court. So, first part, landing here and jumping to the right. Hazard has done this. Then, taking speed from here, landing the ramps, and then flipping upside down plastic bounce into the pool. Hazard has also done this. That was the world record. When Hazard did it. Bren and Lars have also since landed this jump that Hazard wasn't able to do. Then Bren found out the strategy for this part, which seems to be a plastic wall hug, so you need to gently hug the wall initially to make sure you stay on the beam after. We'll check now. Hazard already going. So Bren has cleared that beam and the next jump as well. Then failed the next part. So we're not quite yet on the dragon part. That comes right after. Carefully taking speed. Need a clean landing here. It's not gonna be clean enough, but this is recoverable. You can just go back. Right out. You need to be a little bit careful because there is snow next to these beams. So you want to be very, very careful. Does it great. And we're going back. As long as you land on the platform, you will be fine. You will be able to retry this. Well, Hazard, taking a small breather there. Maybe I have time to show the next part too now. So Bren was able to get here after the plastic beam. Smashed into this wall, jumped all the way to the ramp, and this hole doesn't seem to be as difficult to avoid as we might have originally thought. This beam landing is what Bren last failed. So landing here, that's gonna be the next wild card, essentially. I guess the semi-idea of taking speed for was for the second part, right, Sasha? But I actually wonder if it would work for this final part that Bren failed. Yeah, I also think that Bren tried to get a bit too much speed. Of course, like, you know, it's nothing against Bren because you're the first person to try it. But the science has been done now. We know that it was more speed than what you actually need, so now Hazard can maybe work with that information, take a little bit less speed, have an easier time of getting that angle, but first needs to get there. This is not good enough either. So we go again. Someone always has to be the first to try these sections. Two nights ago, it was Hazard. Figured out how these first few sections work. Now needs to do them for the second time. Jumping through a bit of a wider line. This one will land. And how is the jump? Looks to reach, looks to land clean, and Hazard is through. Slightly difficult to get the grip there, but Hazard is safely landed at the 1600 meter mark. Also figured out how to take speed from this section. Its back wheels a little bit beyond the middle line we see on the circle. That seemed to work. So we will put the back wheels right past the middle line here. And then just trying to make sure you get enough speed. Make sure that the line is good. Don't commit if you don't have the good line, basically. That's what Hazard did last time. And eventually it did work. It's a scary line to take speed from. Very easy to crash the sides, but has done it once, and that is a big boost in confidence for sure. Oh, goes very much on the edge, but this will work. Lands the ramp. Second jump. That will work as well, and now the plastic bounce looks good. Bounces into the pool very nicely. Has now equaled the personal best. And also the third place on this map. Jumping onto the plastic. That's going to be an equal second place. Bren has done this a couple times by now. Lars has also done it, so Hazard now has some information to work with. We'll probably just, you know, maybe has already seen what Bren has done and where Bren started accelerating from. There could be multiple ways to do this too, but We'll see. Hazard might go for the first gear, so avoiding getting more than 100 speed so you don't drop the gear when you do this ramp. That is usually what causes the slowdown. Getting the gear, the second gear just barely, and then dropping it, causing a slowdown. Elcon on floor 13 as well. Brent says it's probably doable starting on the dirt. Yeah, maybe. But it's scary to try that. Scary to try. Let's see, Hazard still starting in the water, just avoiding getting too much speed here. Works fine. About 90 something speed there. Wasn't too close to the 100 speed. Not getting the gear down. There we go. Can't really gear down if you're already on gear 1. So, personal best and a tight second place, because Lars did not manage to clear this next beam, but Bren has found out the strategy. It is not a pure centered line, it is a wall hug. Of course, there could be something else too. We have a fantastic sample size of one successful attempt at this. Bren did left wall. I don't think personally that it matters, but Bren did left. Well, Hazard will do the same thing. So gently going against the wall. Oh, that was not gently at all. Bounces. Okay, well, alright, Hazard doing a little bit of a different line there. But hey, we're on the platform, so no problem, I guess. Alright, that is now untied second place. And now for the wall bounce. Is it gonna reach? Oh, it's a very low jump. Much lower than what Bren did, but Hazard just goes for it, gets it. Very traditional RPG trick, and this is a tied world record now. Kinda just going for it, yeah. Well, there we go. There we are then. So, as we said before, finding out where to take the acceleration. Maybe it's taking the speed from the beam only. Bren tried to take speed over the entire circle. So tried to accelerate around the circle, ended up missing the beam to the right. The important thing about this is that the less speed you have, the easier time you have actually lining up towards the beam. So maybe it's better that you take a little bit less speed, because Bren has now done that one attempt, and we noticed from that one attempt that the speed was well more than enough. So you can afford to take less speed and just focus on doing the correct line instead, which is going to be easier with less speed. Land on the beam, and that's the wall guard. Then turbo into the dragon, and this would be the new height wall guard as well if Hazard can reach it. Elcon apparently still on the run, yeah? Elcon streaming, so if you want to check Elcon's run, Elcon just matched the personal best. Okay, we're gonna stick to the server because Elcon right now is not on the server. But if you want to check out Elcon as well, definitely open up that stream too. I think you will experiment a little bit. I think Hazard will do the same as before, just kind of try out different positions, try out like, okay, how is this line going to look? What kind of a line do I want here? And what kind of speed will give me that comfortable line where I don't jump to the side of the beam? That's really gonna be what you look for. Elcon on a personal best now. Cool. Excited to see how that goes. reaching 14 as well. Elcon. So, getting closer to these guys. Hazard tries to go for a bit more speed, still just testing out the line. Maybe believing in the Bren like high speed strategy, or maybe we'll see. Okay, so Hazard trying different places to gain the acceleration from. Kind of trying to estimate. Of course, you can't fully commit. You can't fully commit because if you fully commit, then you're already on the attempt. So you can't fully ever know if it's gonna be the right speed, if it's gonna be the right line. But with the skill level that these players have, they probably have a pretty educated sort of guess of how much it will be if you go. Hazard will go, lands it into the turbo and saves it against the turbo wall as well. Really quick thinking, really nicely done. Will be able to get back to the beam here with a little bit of patience. And it is a world record from Hazard. So turbos don't push you around if you're fully sideways on them. Hazard knows this and kind of like very calmly, quickly thinks, okay, against the turbo wall. No panic, knows what to do, knows how to save that. There it is. And then we go into the dragon. Then it's the dragon time. Landing here yet again, jumping with the plastic, jumping all the way, plastic bounce on the top, landing here. That's the next point. Then you jump into the water. Floor 15 continues. This is about the halfway point of floor 15. It's a pretty long floor. I'm hoping that the jump out of the dragon will be fairly automatic, but we'll see. We can enable the voice lines. Voice lines when spectating. Yes, actually a good idea, because normally we don't hear them in spectator, but there will be a new one, I suppose. Hazard not streaming right now, so... Well, just really trying to theorize the line. No information at all about what this is. No one has ever tried this. Do you need to do plastic wiggles, for example? Do you need to speed slide there? Or is the speed going to be enough just by kind of driving forward? Who knows? Is it gonna be too much speed? Do you need to focus on slowing down? We don't know that either. So it could be that you completely overshoot. You completely overshoot the speed and you bounce on the dragon at the top and you fall back down. That's possible. We'll see. I think it's gonna be a pretty big fall if the dragon sends you back down. So again, this jump over here and then bouncing up right here. If you bounce on this wall too hard, it could send you back. You might fly all the way down here. I think you're gonna fly to like floor 10 at best. So it looks rough. Looks like a deep 2 section, your average part of this map. Dark Souls of Trackmania. That is the truth. And here's the attempt. Maximum speed. Hoping for a clean line. If you get a horrific landing after this turbo, you can retry the entire floor. But you would rather not do that. Here we go. Lands in. We go. Landing. But it's not enough speed. Is it going to bounce? Oh, it bounces as well. And floor 10 it might be. Not even floor 10. Floor 7. Not even floor 7. Floor 6. Floor 6. Someone has to be the first one, yeah? Someone has to be the first to try these tricks. And we now know that at the very least, it doesn't look like you can have too much speed. Hazard probably knows most about this, because Hazard is the only one able to look in different camera angles. Looked like a pretty clean landing, maybe a slight drift on the landing, but it doesn't look like it really lost that much speed. It could be that it affected it a little bit, for sure. And then, of course, if you need to correct your line on the plastic, then that can also result in a drift. It could be that you just need to fully chain this one, and it just barely gives you enough speed. Barely enough. +1 info, as Sami is saying in the chat. +1 for sure. We know what the speed requirement is. It's impossible to read these based on, like, looking at something like this. So now we know. It's definitely the roads. There's no, you know, any bait here. You do need to go here. That seems to be pretty clear. I don't think you need to chain these two sections here. I don't think that's the case. Like chaining the landing onto the beam and then the turbo. The problem if you would chain that is that you actually end up just going too wide. You have too much speed, even if you could somehow do it, which looks incredibly difficult. You would go way too far here. So we need to also think about actually doing this turn. And the turn seems to already be very difficult. Seems to be very rough. Rough to do. So, we'll see. Well, someone has to be the one. Now we know more about this and players already theorizing what it needs to be. But that's what it is. Elcon on floor 14, close to floor 15. Interesting. Elcon not on the server, and I have no idea if I would be fine taking Elcon stream onto this stream, so you can check that out on Elcon stream, who is currently playing. We're gonna watch the server progress. A lot of players trying to get those runs going.
Accomplish. To achieve or complete successfully. For some, that means getting to the top. For others, it means being the first. Some
now we have the
just
voice
want to
lines.
get as high as they can. Which one are you?
A grim reminder that we did not get the new voice line. But you know. One day. It will happen. Elcon said, I can spectate. Oh, okay. Well, there we go then. Alright, if so many people are saying it, then I believe that it's not just people making things up. But if I see a Pepe laugh right now in the chat, then I might rethink. That's sure in chat. Okay. Alright, let me check that out. Oh god, the Pepe laughs. Oh no. Alright. Elcon. There. Okay. Alright, there it is. Well, let's see then. On the grind. Maybe I can actually see in the chat. Did Elcon actually say it? Oh, well, as I watch this... Okay, Elcon. Back to floor 12. Turtle is alive. Turtle is alive. Okay. Immediate curse? No, come on. Come on. Okay, okay. Well, alright. Floor 12, though. That's fine. So, there are some ways to save this that I remember from people. Hold on. Do I remember this? Okay, thank you guys. I believe you. Maybe it's the pipes? Pipe looks pretty scary. Well, I suppose there's no other option. Lars has done this. Okay. Jumped back through the hole. Oh, interesting. So the pipe is maybe new territory. Well, let's see if Elcon manages to do it. It's very high chance of turtling, and the plastic makes it worse. But Elcon does it. Nicely done. Because if you flip upside down from the pipe, then when the plastic is there, you might bounce off the plastic, and that's GG. But not too bad. Floor 12. So we're now on the third part of floor 12. Whiskey with the XD. Going through. There we are. Hello, Whistle. Watching you for 24 hours now. Great streams and good content, but can you explain who you are related to Deep Dip? How you are related to Deep Dip and what you do normally? To answer the first question, I have received permission in the beginning of the event to cover the player's journey, archive everything, and provide this educational sort of stream, allow players to connect better with the game that they might have not seen before. Oh, landing. Is it gonna unturtle right between those pipes into the quarter pipe though? This might recover back to the second section. Actually, I'm not sure. Which section? Which section? This is a little bit isolated. It might be possible to drop down to one of the pools on floor 11 instead. If you could land into the half loop. If I really quickly check in game. We're gonna zoom before Elcon hopefully does it. So when you're here, if you could land into the half loop over here, which might be a bit far, but that would be recoverable to this pool on floor 11. That would be like maybe the idea, but it's looking pretty grim. We'll see what Elcon comes up with, but that looks like probably the most viable idea. It's not great, but like what else are you gonna do? Maybe if you're able to land on this ledge, that would be even better. But that seems rough. I feel like you try the ledge, and if you fail, you hope that you'll land in the half loop. Let's see. Land sideways, so... Oh, slightly missing. That's such a difficult save to do. It's completely blind, but floor 8. Good bounce. Floor 8. Even the half loop is like, you know, you have no idea how much speed it's gonna require. You don't really have an intuition for these kinds of weird jumps, right? So, Elcon will continue this from floor 8. It was a good attempt, for sure. And Elcon, new personal best. New personal best on floor 14. Doing pretty well right now, for sure. Virtual also on floor 8, playing on the server right now. And yeah, Hazard did get a new Walter card. We can update the Walter card flip comment. If someone can wants to be useful. No, you guys are always useful. Who am I kidding? But if someone wants to be extra useful, if you want to find on this current stream's VOD, if you want to find the timestamp for when the Hazard run, like Waterguard run starts, that would be fantastic. Like just the VOD clip from the new Waterguard onwards. Or VOD timestamp, I mean. How do I rewind stream? So on Twitch, if you go to videos, you will find on my channel page, on videos, you will find this current stream. And on that current stream, you can find the timestamp. Timestamp of the beam landing, yeah, or the beam landing jump thing section. Oh, there we go. Let me do this real quick. Okay, virtual landing. So now I can do this. So we keep this game on while I update the thing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so... What? Okay, Twitch broke for me. I have no idea what happened. Well... Okay, this works. Alright, so... I'll just throw this back. Okay, this looks good. This includes the previous part as well. Edit command double your clip. Yo, Wessel, thank you so much for the 6 gift subs. Much appreciate that. Very generous, thank you. And yeah, to answer your question, the second part of the question, or even the first part again, we try to provide like a way for people who might be pretty new to Trackmania to follow the event as well, kind of get an understanding of what's difficult and how these mechanics work, and you know, try to, you know, because the players are very focused on the gameplay, right? So we try to kind of give some more information about what this grind is and what it means in Trackmania, and why this kind of a jump, which looks like, you know, just jump straight forward, right? But we know that the air brake is very important here, stabilizing the car so that the front wheel's a little bit lower. Virtual does it perfectly. You know, these kind of things. We try to give like the context for why this Deep Dip 2 grind is as difficult as it is, and maybe get people more interested into Trackmania while doing that. Hey, thank you, Wessel. Appreciate it. And what I usually do is a lot of mapping related stuff. So I built maps myself I currently am working on a pretty big endurance map called Core. Also made another endurance map a couple years ago with a couple people who built some scenery for it called Threat of Ariadne. Built a pretty successful campaign last year, and some other stuff, some occasional maps for competitions and such. So, yeah, that's a lot of what we do here. But I also do actually play the game too. Some cup of the days and occasionally discovering new campaigns that are interesting and but very like mapping oriented stuff usually. Virtual on road to floor 10. Ariadne was so good, thank you. Appreciate it, glad you enjoyed. How did you get into the game? So actually Virtual here kinda brought me back with the coaching project we did in 2021. 1 month of coaching, learning everything in this game after I hadn't played any Trackmania game for like more than 10 years. So Virtual kind of brought me in, and yeah, then I've been active since then for the last like, what has it been? 3 years? Pretty much exactly, I guess. My best cup of the day rank is top 9 in Div 1, and I've also won Div 2. Depending on which one you value more, I guess. Do you ever do tournament casting? For my own projects, sometimes, yeah. If I'm like a part of organizing some tournament, then often, yeah. Also casted some things from other organizers, like the Finnish Trackmania League sometimes, but it's pretty occasional for me. Thank you, Crumb Puppy, for this year one. Oh, very tight landing from Virtual. It's now wet wheels, so it's harder to climb, but manages to save it. Now to the ice spin. Virtual, pretty confident that this stuff spins, jumps, and lands, no issue. Very good ice player, Virtual. Why does the overlay show analog inputs even though Virtual is a keyboard player? So, Virtual does sometimes play with analog keyboard, but I think what's happening here is that in spectating, the plugin that we use, which is called Dashboard, to show the inputs is estimating the inputs based on wheel positions. So if the plugin sees that the wheels are going to the right, it shows you right input. In spectating, the wheels are not turning as accurately though. So the issue is that, you know, it's not going to be correct inputs really. It just estimates them. For the player, they seem to be like pretty accurate, but in spectating on a server, it's going to be less accurate because, you know, the game, I guess, optimizes the performance that way. There we go. Floor 11, looking pretty good right now. Oh, very close landing, but still makes it. No issue. Virtual has been to floor 13 to the wall right, has failed the wall right, landing in turtle upside down. Maybe now trying to get another run. Oh, it's one of the light beams, but fortunately it's early enough before the jump that Virtual can react to it. Jumping in, that hits the light, but not in the worst possible way. Virtual will secure the landing. Landing in and into the pool. I was the one from the coaching video, yes, many years ago. Yes, I will build the new campaign this year as well, this summer, and it will all be done on stream too. Now for the big jump. Khaki is going to be in Trackmania Nations forever, starting June 1st. We'll see how Virtual does this. Usually turning a little bit to the left, the wheel clip perfect. So it looks like it's a very close landing, but actually you want this back left wheel to clip the wall slightly. Oh, very close on the plastic. Is this gonna reach the pool? Looks like it. Yes. Well done. So when you hit that back left wheel onto the wall, the car kind of like flips. It kind of like falls onto the platform very nicely, which is good. It's better than landing with like the back of the car onto the platform, because you only get control of the car when the wheels are touching the ground, right? So when you flip the car onto the platform, you get earlier control than if it lands with the back onto the platform, if that makes sense. Spin strategy looks great. And we keep going through floor 11. Clean landing. And a good landing here as well. There we are. Now avoiding that third gear. So 160 speed, you don't want to go over. Virtual just about hits 159 there. Lands into the pool. If you get that third gear at 160 speed, which gears are automatic, they happen whether you want it or not at specific speeds. If you get that, you will drop it immediately because of the uphill landing. And the issue with that is that causes a slowdown. So it's better to keep the second gear all the way through, then get more speed, get the third gear, and then get a slowdown as well. Virtual, not quite the line here. But the pool landing, is this too far? Just about lands. Elcon stuck on 11 in a new spot. Oh, it's a bit tricky to switch between the server and the Twitch streams. Virtual, great line. 197 speed. 190 is already enough. So no issue. Then, next to the Trackmania sign on the side there. That's the normalized setup. Now, landing, is it clean enough? It's a little bit off, and Virtual knows this as well. Immediately goes for the backup. Good choice. Not committing to a line that you're not comfortable with. You can just restart this section. Floor 12, very forgiving in terms of these recovery ways, for sure. This landing is better. Aiming now to the moving block on the ceiling, and Virtual makes it. Third section. Needs to get no airtime. So after this ramp, clean line, that is very good. Virtual lands it, no problem. That is basically the only thing. Basically the only thing you need to look out for. Again, no airtime, landing onto the turbo. And now, the loop slightly to the side and over the turbo. Here we are. Second last part, a little bit shorter, but kind of tricky. Heavy left side angle there. Virtual, oh, clips the landing a little bit, but it will work. If you go very far to very left there, very far right to very far left there, that usually gives you the best possible landing, but it's very risky to go for like a full push there. Final part, not an issue for Virtual. Not landing upside down, and we're on floor 13. Keeps going, lands in. Then into the red turbo flip. Lands in, 360. Grip on the turbo, and now chaining this next jump. Carefully lining up. Speed requirement for this jump, not really too bad. You need to watch out for being too fast as well, Virtual. It's the landing on the next part as well, and now we go looping into the bobsleigh. Lands a little bit late here, but that shouldn't be a problem. We'll just do an extra loop, perhaps. 2, 3, 4. Might do one extra because of the early landing. Oh no, just goes in. Confident. It's a pretty close landing, but it works. Virtual. Keeps going now. Into the wood part. Just goes in. Need to watch out for the very high turn rate that you have here. But Virtual manages to get it and gets into the 1487 spot. 77.7%. This is the shortcut. Highest point off the floor for a pretty long time. The players found pretty quickly that you can just drop down from here, skip the next section entirely. And it seems at this point that these are basically intentional. Landing in. Landing in. And over to the platform. There we are. Now the plastic wall. Oh no. What even happened? It's floor 10 at best. Might be floor 9. Oh, slightly bounces. Floor 9. Manages to save it at the very least. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Kind of like jumping into a wall right directly. Usually the way these kinds of things work is that you land a little bit sideways, right? You land a little bit sideways and then, you know, you just kind of transition into the wall, right? You don't just randomly, like, flip into it like this. I feel like what might have happened is, like, some kind of, like, a clip in the landing. Some kind of like a weird bounce in the landing, and then somehow flipping into the wall, right? Not something that generally just happens. This is not the player's fault, this kind of a thing happening. By the way, I can tell you, that's not really something that you can even prepare for or expect. If there was like a ramp here that somehow like gave you the sideways angle, that would be different. But you don't normally just flip into the wall, right? Sure, you can avoid a lot of things, yeah? You can avoid all kinds of things. But if something happens for the first time, then it happens for the first time, right? Like, how are you gonna avoid something that you don't know if is even possible to happen? Simoda's a pretty interesting, unique lineup here, by the way. Not taking speed all the way, but kind of lining up on this line on the beam. Takes a little bit less speed. Doesn't need to do the release that others need to do. And then clean lining to the bobsleigh. Virtual still on floor 9, so we'll be able to continue that run. Yoshmaniel, congrats for a PB. Which part was that again, Manil? Hazard world record is the WR clip comment. So, finally got it today. Was super consistent until 411, but kept failing there. Then got past it and one-shot 12. Nice, very good. So, which part of 13? Someone said it earlier, but I already forgot. Simo, very good getting through these floor 8 sections at this point. Honestly, just needs to clear floor 10 right now. Jump to the flip onto the red turbo. Okay, yeah, didn't land on the block there. Okay, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. So, very early on then. But it's really good progress. Are you going for like full grind, Manil? Like, you're not that far. Actually addicted. But is it the full grind? Is it the podium grind? I will not be able to get top 3, you think so? I mean, floor 13 is good though. I'll start sharing some streamable in the chat. What is this one about? Oh, some ice spin moments. Oh god. This is what Hazard shared. Thought it could be some POV strat or something, but just a plastic moment, yeah. Cool. So, okay, you might be wondering... You can, by the way, say that, you know, it's a little bit, you know, like off the angle and stuff like this, whatever. So you might be wondering, why is there so much plastic? And okay, I think maybe right now Virtual is on a decent run, Simo is on a decent run. We can go to the map editor a little bit later, but the simple reason is that when you build a map like this, you have a file size limitation. For maps to work on servers, they need to be under 7 megabytes in file size. And the problem is that you also don't want to use like massive blocks. Like, you don't want to always use like these huge quarter pipes. You don't want to always use huge platforms. Virtual should be falling back here. So like when we talk about one block, oh, hold on, back to the floor 8, saves it. So when we talk about like one block, this square right here, that's one block. This is the size of the grid in Trackmania. So one block, basically, this is like a square platform, like a very basic platform, although this is the road transition, but whatever. This is one block, right? So then you look at like all these sort of narrow parts that players try to like increase the difficulty with, because you don't want to build every floor with these kinds of big blocks, right? For example, this ice thing here, this is also just one block. But these plastic things, these are not blocks at all. These are items that are also included with the game. So you can build very narrow parts with these plastic blocks that you can't with the like normal blocks. Those plastic items, way easier to build like very narrow sections with. Like something like this, you wouldn't be able to build with the vanilla blocks that are included with the game. Now you could ask like, okay, well, we have like some people building maps in Blender, we have some people building maps with only custom blocks, so why not do that? Well, when you add a new custom item to your map, it increases the file size. And that size can be, you know, anything from like a couple kilobytes to a couple hundred kilobytes, depending on the complexity of that item. So for example, if you have like a very complex item, like something which is, you know, like something like a bobsleigh block, for example, or like a sausage block, like this one. It's pretty complex in terms of like, if you want this block to be smooth to drive on, you need to be able to actually like add more polygons to it, and that increases the file size. So that kind of a block could be something like 200 kilobytes. And if you do the math, if this map is already, with the amount of custom files, this is 5.7 megabytes. So if you think like, okay, well, how many complex custom items can I add? Well, maybe like 10, right? At best. So it's not a lot when you have 16 floors to work with. 10 different custom items is not a lot of variety. So a lot of this map is built with vanilla blocks so that it does work with servers. Because if it goes to 8 megabytes, 9 megabytes, whatever, then you can no longer run it on a server like this. The crown is actually also fully built from these same plastic blocks that are used on like floor 10, for example. So this is just a different color. These lights are the same kinds of blocks as we have on the crystal floor, for example. So all of this is built from vanilla stuff. All of these lights, these are also, like, if you look around the map, you can notice that all of these are used before as well. They are included in the game. These kind of balls there, they are the same ones as you've seen on the scenery around here. And like, for example, floor 10 has these light things. So this kind of a light thing, this curved light, it's the same as what we have on the crown, yeah? It's just different color, actually not even different color, just like combined in like a clever way. But you can see the same like connection style here. So the reason why there's so much plastic is because plastic is the only surface that you can do these kinds of very narrow sections with. It's possible to do like some narrow stuff by using like wall right blocks in some like angles. Like for example on floor 16 we have these wall right blocks here. Like this is a wall right block. This is meant to be sideways, but the mapper's turning it on the ground to use it as like a narrow section like this. So there's like tricks like this that you can do. But you know. Vito wrote something. On my trails where I don't use any items, the main way of building narrow sections besides a few narrow blocks, like beams and pipes, the main way of creating narrow areas is combinations of diagonal platforms or road. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Like you can do some very creative stuff for sure, but like it's pretty understandable that a lot of the time you will just use these plastic items. And when we can talk about not only plastic bounces, but I can again explain why they cause the landing bugs. So generally speaking, landing bugs are caused by walls registering as crashes. And for example here, you have a wall because this item, this square, is a separate item from this item, and they don't connect to each other. So that means that there's going to be this wall between these kinds of items when you combine these. And when you have more and more items, you have more and more walls below the surface, and sometimes the game mistakenly registers the wheels landing right like on top of the seam as a crash to a wall, which causes a slowdown. That's a landing bug. Or sometimes it can even like bounce the car in a weird way. Oh, virtual. Not quite able to save the time. Icy wheels. Rough to save, and this will go all the way down as well. So, yeah. If items somehow connected to each other, removing the walls between, like, yeah, that would actually get rid of a lot of the problems that we have. So, oh, Zemo turtle landing, goes backwards. Lands it. Nicely done. Really, really good. So, this is like, you know, yeah. Think now you should revamp the editor and blocks, have one geometry block that you can assign any surface to. That would be incredible, but... that would be my dream. I would be so thankful. But, you know how it is. Well, there we go. Go back. It would be a ton of work, yeah. One thing that actually would be nice is to have like the plastic small items in different surfaces though. That would be kind of nice actually. That would already help a lot. And that probably wouldn't be that much work, right? Would it clutter the item folders? I mean, just organize them differently, right? Yes, I mean, like, I've thought about this exact thing. Like, being able to use the color selector kind of as a surface selector. Yes, that would be incredible. But, yeah. Yeah, like, being able to connect items as well. That would be huge. Item folders need reorganization anyways. That's kind of true, yeah. I never find anything there. I'm not talking about my custom item folder, which is perfect, okay? My custom item folder couldn't be more organized, alright? It's fine. Here we go. Simo back to floor 10 has been here so many times before. Has made it 4 times through the spin now. So Simo, great progress overall. Slow but steady. Just needs to clear this floor. I think that would be a huge moment for Simo. Ice Light works. Line here works as well. You can make custom items in Blender, yes. $50 times to floor 10 and 6 times today. Let's see how it goes. It was only yesterday. It was only yesterday that we were talking about how the progress is slow and, you know, the players might get exhausted and stuff like this. It's kind of crazy that since we talked about that, there's been 3 world records by 3 different people. And who knows what tomorrow brings. Like, we are actually getting further and further all the time still. My sessions are becoming shorter and shorter. Feel a lot of fatigue. Yeah, for sure. I think when you're on floor 15 and maybe when you get to floor 16, you get that motivation boost though. Maybe you get that extra, you know, energy that you didn't know you had. Well, Simo needs that right now for the ice spin. Starts it a little close to the edge. Is this gonna land? Oh, it's so close. Is it gonna drop through the hole? It will. Icy wheels. Very difficult to break with the icy wheels there. And unfortunately bounces through as well. That is the problem. Not only the icy wheels, by the way, but wet icy wheels. Not only do you have icy wheels, but you have the wet wheels as well. Because you take the pool, and then you go onto ice, you have wet ice wheels. So if you don't touch this dirt at all, you will keep the wet wheels too, and yeah, unbelievably difficult to recover. But hey, back to the climb. Definitely promising 360 though, definitely improving. I still remember Simo's like first attempts at the ice spin. Simo, an old school player, right? Very good at the like classic trial stuff. This is why Simo is really good at floor 8, really good at floor 9, but the floor 10 ice stuff. That's kind of new to Simo. So, kind of trying to learn it in one of the most difficult ways you can learn anything, which is by playing Deep Dip 2. Which is admirable how far Simo has truly come with this ice spin as well. In fact, we are doing this has been on the grind. Virtual also on the grind. Not sure about Hevest's hours. Might have that displayed on his stream. The difference between end and fin is that end marks the end of floor 16, and the finish is the actual end of the map. So there's, after floor 16, you still need to do like a final big jump. Oh, Hefes is here actually. 40 hours. Oof. It's very good for 40 hours for sure. Super solid. Alright, Hazard on the move again, getting towards floor 8, and I will get myself some hydration, so I don't die. I will be back in just a minute. All right. Well, Matt having fun. Yeah, no worries, Derwig. Let's see then. Have also grinding on the server. Have world records holder of Deep Dip 1. has the absolute honor of having his name on this map as well. On floor 15, we have this thing. This thing with the old-timey phone typing thing spells out Bren Habe. So Bren for winning Deep Deep 1 and Habe for having the world record on Deep Deep 1. Quite the honor. Hope the SB doesn't stand for server bully. It does not. It stands for Speedball, which is a Trackmania game mode that I started Twitch with. Trackmania being an FPS game that the Trackmania developers made like 10 years ago. World record on Deep Deep 1 means speedrun, essentially, yes. There's like a bunch of shortcuts and different tricks you need to do to be fast on it. Oh, Matt. Oh, tries to backslide the save there. Not quite gonna work. Almost makes the floor 1 jump there. That was impressive. Almost some new routing. Well, have it making it towards floor 7 now. Couple sections remaining. By the way, Villa, thank you very much for accompanying DD2 with your good comments. It really teaches you a lot about how things work in Trackmania and how hard everything is. What the players all contribute is enormous to start from the bottom again. I hope that every player can complete Deep D2. Thank you very much. And yeah, it is so difficult. It's so difficult. I don't think every player is here to like finish the map necessarily. I think a lot of people just enjoy the vibes and try to sort of get a new personal best. I'm not sure if everyone who's currently even on like floor 8 or something with their personal best is looking to like finish the entire thing. But I think there's value in playing something like this even if you don't finish this version. Of course you can then go to the checkpoint version after the event when it's released and you can finish that version. It's gonna be so much easier. And some players might just look to, you know, learn the strats, spend like 100 hours on the checkpoint version and the practice floors when they're all out after the event, and, you know, get those strats down and then go for this full map finish as well. For sure. There's the whole world record hunt that eventually will happen too. Original Deep Deep 1, I think, has 13 finishes right now, but I honestly think that even though this map is harder, it might get more finishes, because the prestige on this map is just higher. I think it will be like a bigger achievement to finish this map than Deep Deep 1. So more people might be looking to go for it. Hey, Voltus. Hazard into floor 9 yet again, getting another run going after getting a new world record. By 1 jump. You wanna see Blep? I think Have will be there soon. Needs to clear. Oh, actually, Have struggling right now. Needs to do this very weird water hole save. It's not so great. It can take like 10 minutes to do that as well. It's very exhausting. Yes, Bren failed the landing onto the beam. That gets you into the dragon jump. Hazard cleared it. Is someone in the top playing keyboard only? Yeah, this guy. Hazard plays keyboard, Elcon plays keyboard, Simo plays keyboard. Virtual also plays keyboard, though often analog keyboard, I suppose. Let's see then. Floor 9. Final quarter pipes Hazard. Almost the only one going for this big jump with the high jump strategy. Pretty much everyone else is going for the other line. Have also falling down, unfortunately, all the way. So the inputs here are not accurate because we're spectating. They're estimations based on wheel position, so do not look too much into the inputs here. For the player, they look a little bit different. It looks to be enough this time. Great line. Hazard very consistent on this jump. So when you watch like a POV stream, it's mostly going to be accurate, but when you're spectating someone on the server, it's going to be much less so. Jumping through, this might be a bit tough. Oh, it's going to turtle. Hazard, can you save it? Trying to land on the platform, perfectly done. We'll be able to recover. I do know a lot of the strategies, that's true. I feel like I kind of know, like, most players' specific strategies that they're using. But yeah, executing those strats is different. We'll see after the event when I finally try this map. High jump line, looks like a clean landing. 228 speed should be plenty. 224 speed was still enough for Hazard earlier. Have you seen the hint inside the box next to the first dirt wall right on floor 16? I have not. We can take a look. Let's see the final ramps here. Again, close to the ice floor. There we go. Alright, let's take a quick look at that. First dirt wall ride. It is this one, right? The box. This should be the first one, no? But where's the box? Here? box next to the water? Oh, here. What, here? Oh. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Alright. Laxity was here, I guess. Well, we'll check in on Hazard. Alright then, well... back to the ice floor. Does the snow ice slide? No issue. Hazard has the water guard. Got it. Less than an hour ago, I think. Ice spin time. Spins. Very close to clipping, but does manage to get it. Nicely done. Thank you, SMB, for the gift to Kubas. I do wonder how Kubas is looking at this floor 15 being cleared right now. Into the half pipes, great turn around. Now onto the plastic. And there we go. Just a clean line, no wiggles, should be enough speed, and it will be. Was the scariest part of the map so far that people have gotten to? It's probably this high jump on 411. See if Hazard can get there. I feel like floor 15 looks like it's less about pathfinding. You might require like a couple attempts to figure out exactly the lineups and everything. But I don't think there's any like puzzles there from what I can see. Kind of just like executing the strats there. Difficult strats for sure. The big jump of 11 is coming up right now. Tough one. These landings first. Oh, we're floating a bit and spectating. This next one, Hazard will try to land a little bit to the left, hopefully hitting the back left wheel onto the wall and nicely flipping the car onto the platform. Just like that. Perfect. It is a very bad fall if you go too far. As in, it's all the way down. No recovery. Plastic. Oh, it's very bouncy. Is this gonna land? Maybe barely. Oh, Hazard. A bit of an unstable line there over the plastic. You generally want the car to be very, very smooth along the plastic, but this time the bounces are pretty nice. Jumping in. No issue with this. Then the Hazard spin strategy here. That pretty much everyone is using. Hazard was the first to show that it was doable. Instead of having to weirdly clip into this wall. You spin around to the left. Perfect landing. Otherwise, you risk landing upside down, which is absolutely not good. Clean landing here as well. Should be making it into this final section of 11. Now, figuring out the exact right speed here. Below 160. Barely hits 160 in the air, but that does not cause the gear shift. Generally speaking, you only get gear shifts on ground unless you're doing ice speed slides, which we will not talk about. Hazard, final jump into floor 12. And we go through. White line here. You can retry these floor 12 sections much more than floor 11 sections. Hazard only needs one try though. A very forgiving floor compared to floor 11, so it's a really important step for any run to get into floor 12. Landing in here. And then jumping, lands it. Airtime avoidance on this next part. Looks good enough. We'll land. Nicely done. Scrappy also joining the server. One of our top 6 players right now. Hazard. Clearing the loop right now. Oh, Scrappy testing a VPN. Okay. But yeah, Scrappy also on floor 13, somewhere after the shortcut. The shortcut is a very high point on floor 13, so it's hard to say exactly where that will be, but most likely from what I heard before, Scrappy failed the jump, the high jump, just before the plastic bones. Well, Hazard. Into the turbo, and then just a clean jump forward, avoiding the turtle landing. There it is. Well done. Floor 13. Highlights Trace by Plaxity. The floor has been figured out to an extent, as in we can get through the floor. But I do think that after the event, there's gonna be some secrets revealed from the mapper of this floor. It is definitely a pathfinding challenge. There's definitely intentional shortcuts. A lot of stuff. And we're definitely missing something here. I would imagine. Well, bobsleigh loop. 4 loops. The player, by the way, usually has a different camera angle, if you're wondering. They are not looking at it like this. 4 loops, and to the right, into the plastic. Keeps going. Again, avoiding a bad gear here. You can swap cameras too. If I press the numpad, then it's gonna switch the players. Do I need to be in like replay mode? Into the shortcut. Oh, barely getting grip. There we go. Posture check. Thank you. I think my posture is alright though. Maybe, you know, I don't notice it. In spectators, I mean? I can try in just a moment, I guess. But I've tried it before and it doesn't... Oh, the magic spectate from the plugin. Oh, yeah, I'm not in that. Maybe I should be. Yeah, I'll try it eventually. It's not the huge deal anyway, but yeah, I guess maybe. Maybe I need to be actually like player on the server and then I can switch them. Like I shouldn't be in spectating mode. Anyway, that was the shortcut of floor 13. Now we get into the plastic bones. Elcon does a little bit of a different shortcut here. Actually going a little bit further, not doing the big fall shortcut, but doing a very wild one, going further into the like intended way. And doing even a bigger shortcut. But Hazard at this point pretty used to this route, so you know, we do this route, it works just as well. Now just the plastic bones. It will get to the pool. So Elcon goes directly into this pool from over this wall. Elcon goes on top of this wall, takes the turbos and jumps over here. It's kind of wild. There's a clip of it. Virtual is playing on the server right now. Alright, Hazard into the wall right. Hazard is absolutely not a new player in Trackmania. Just a lesser known player unless you follow the RPG and trial scene a lot. Landing the wall right as well. There's the clip. Thank you, Ion, for linking. Hazard now. Looking to avoid the hidden pool that gives you wet wheels to the plastic. Looks like a great landing, should be enough speed, jumps over the hidden pool, and now to the left, landing right here. Well done. And now into the ice. Such a scary part as well. It's the pole. Perfect. So good. Looks so easy. There it is. Floor 14. Back into this one. We'll correct that line a little bit. Needs a bit more speed. Be comfortable with that jump. That looks better. And Hazard purposefully slows down during the jump to slow down by hitting the hole with the underside of the car. It's really interesting and seems to be really, really good. Consistent jump. Thank you, Bemake and Tort for the subs. Tier 1 and the Prime. Much appreciated. Yeah, Hazard, like, for players of these kinds of maps and for, like, people who are into this kind of style, Hazard, extremely well done. One of the best RPG players in the game, and by RPG, you know, it might be a bit of a foreign concept if you're new to Trackmania. RPG more or less means tricks that we have on this map, like quarter pipe jumps, pipe sections, maps that require pathfinding, some puzzle players, puzzle maps, I mean, and, you know, stuff like this. That's RPG, basically. Usually very thematic maps. Oh, Hazard missing the landing, but a stylish landing onto floor 13, so it will be able to continue. I think the recovery here is still going to be going into the half pipe and then getting back to the shortcut position. That's usually the recovery. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be. Thank you, Franco, for the tier 1. It's a very chatty server today. Good vibes. Think about it. Day 24. These guys have been playing for more than 3 weeks now. And still the ambience on the server is like very good. Everyone's kinda, you know, glad to be gaming together, yeah? Accidentally playing that one Kaki map. Oh, I know which Kaki map Hazard is talking about. What is it? Oh, wait, I know which map it is. It's... Oh god, someone knows. The one where you clip the hole in the start, and then you clip the hole at the end as well. You need to like flip into a quarter pipe. Oh, I know that map. A bit of a dicey angle, but just needs to accelerate. No, it's like, it's 3 digits. It's like 100 something. 190 something, maybe? Air brake lands it. There we go. You guys are just giving random numbers. It's not 66. 198? It could be. I don't know. Okay. Alright, you guys are not helping at all. 6% should know. Oh, is it 168? Okay. I trust Carlos High. Thank you. We did it. You just got here. Yeah, the whole flip map. Where you flip through a hole twice. Alright. Well, Hazard making his way back. Wall right time. Thank you. Yeah. 168. There we go. I think it... yeah, I think it was from the duel. That's basically the trick that Hazard did on that failed hole clip jump. So, whatever. Okay. We go back. Again, jumping through, trying to land this in. Clean enough that you don't need to take the wet wheels, because they do make things more difficult. That looks definitely clean enough. Jumps well over the pool. And now, jumping to the left side. Very clean, once again. Virtual has gotten to floor 13 today. Just past the shortcut. Had a plastic moment there. Hazard, back to floor 14 now. Clean line, and again, hitting this hole to slow down. Doesn't need to worry too much about the ice when doing this slowdown strat. Then the hole clip doesn't get it, but this is the better type of a mistake to make. You will just get to retry this. So the goal here is to clip slightly into the hole, kind of drop into the hole, and then clip the edge of the hole to jump back over this border. Well done from Hazard. Third attempt, you'll take those. And now you continue. Turbo walls. Turbo pushing you against the wall. As soon as you get grip on the wall, and really nothing else the turbo can push you to than this backflip, and works. Accelerating again. Into the next turbo wall. Same thing. Turbo pushing you against the wall, and the car just has nothing else to do than this backflip. It seems very consistent. Nothing you really need to worry about. But this quarter pipe section, now, that is a little bit tougher. Very clean landing is required. Looks good. Hazard lands onto the beam. A little bit off to the left side, but still works out. Then some speed, and the longest sequence of floor 14. Quarter pipe jump here, and yet another turbo wall coming right after. Angling the car against the wall. Is it enough speed? It's very close. Bounces. Does it land at all? It will land. It will land. So, hazard. Safe for the time being. I'm not sure what the recovery is. I don't know if hazard knows. So you probably go back to the earlier sections of floor 14. Maybe you can get enough speed for this jump and then land here, but that looks pretty scary. Maybe there's something on the other side as well. The sides of these pool blocks are plastic, because what else? What else would they be? Yeah, hazard is gonna try this. Landing in, and then... Oh, actually stops here. Oh, there's a platform. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, yeah, so you just do the wall again. Well, that works. No problem then. Back to the quarter pipe. Floor 14 seems pretty forgiving in terms of recoveries as well. Landing a little bit rough this time though, and doesn't manage to stay on this platform. Floor 11, floor 10, right below. That's gonna be a tough fall though. Bouncing on floor 10. Will land eventually. Floor 10, not the worst. That is not that bad. And it's a bit rough, but yeah, lacking a little bit of speed there. You'll take those. You'll take those because... the other option is that you probably fall even through floor 7, maybe to floor 6, but maybe to floor 3. That's kind of the option, so you'll get the floor 10. There's a couple sections on 14 that are still punishing. That's definitely one of them. Well, we go back to the ice spin. Looks good. Lands it as well. What's the most forgiving floor in terms of recoveries and falls? Floor 8. Not necessarily within floor 8, but floor 9, for example, there's so many pools on floor 8. There's so many like scenery blocks and a lot of flat ground, importantly, that you don't bounce away from if you land on it. But yeah, floor 8 definitely the most forgiving floor to drop down to. Hefest apparently planning to win Khaki. Khaki season starts June 1st, so in just about a week or so. Oh, was the question about most unforgiving floor? Oh, probably 11. 11 has all the things. It's basically the opposite of floor 8. So it doesn't have any flat ground, it doesn't cover a lot of ground, it doesn't have any pools. Well, a couple, but you know. Yeah, floor 11 is this floor terrible to fall down to. And terrible to fall from as well, because floor 10 below is a lot of slippery ice, it's a lot of downhills, and yeah, it's very rough to recover anything at all. So Simo wants to do both Khaki and Deep Dip. Interesting. See how that works. Hazard, clean landing. Landing in and going into the pool. Hefest personal best is currently 815. That is on floor 7. Somewhere in the middle. But only has like 40 hours on the map, so it's very impressive actually. Back to the high jump, one of the scariest parts of the map. You just need to do it every single time. Let's see the landing. First one looks good. What about the wheel clip? It will slightly hit, and that's gonna be enough. It's a bit of a shakier landing than last time, but works fine. Right into the plastic then. Hoping for a little bit of a cleaner line. This looks pretty stable. It kind of flies a bit further to the side, but looks good. Still into the pool. That's the main thing. And now to the quarter pipe. There we go. So, the server chat, the khaki season that they are talking about, it's a 1 month long event where there are 75 very difficult maps. See the spin strategy. Perfect. 75 very difficult maps, often requiring luck. You need to, you know... Oh, 50 maps only on TMNF? Okay, gotcha. Oftentimes 75. But 50 maps, very difficult, usually like 20 seconds long, 10 to 30 seconds long maybe. And your goal is to finish as many of them as possible within 1 month. Whoever finishes the most maps, or if multiple people finish the same amount of maps, then your average rank on those maps matters, and, you know, you're going to win the event if you have the most maps finished or the best average rank. It's gonna be in the other game, Trackmania Nations Forever, which is the old game from like 17 years ago. And there's also going to be a season in this game in November called Khaki Reloaded. So Khaki is the TMNF version, and Khaki Reloaded is for this game. You think it was a landing bug, Roa? Maybe need to look at it again. Second part here of floor 12 again. Line looks good. Landing is there. Into the ramp, 0 airtime, a little bit of a jump there, but still plenty of speed. Into the loop then. Doesn't really seems to struggle with this floor. Of course it's difficult. Mistakes can happen, but looks very confident. Then the shorter part here, 2 ramps lining on the right side and then pushes to the left side, perfect again. Finally. Turbos, straight line. Some people are doing the sideways landing or whatever, but Hazard finds this to be just fine. Floor 13 again. Back we go. Into the 360 flip. Looks to land it on the turbo, and then just chaining all of this. Not really the hardest speed check. Need to be careful that you're not too fast, actually. Hazard does it very well. And then into the ice loop again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we go to the right. Lands Oh. I'm glad that the lamp wasn't in the way of flipping the car there. That would be terrible. Absolutely horrifying. Surely Plexity placed those high enough. Yeah? That it can't happen. That you can't get stuck. Surely. Oh, that's a weird landing, but just managed to get it. Just get the grip and gets through. Back to the shortcut. Ordinary Rune Royal. They changed the entire game mode to something that people didn't really ask for. You get it. Royal players will fill you in. Hazard. Into the shortcut then. It's the landing. Close to the plastic punch. Back we go. Landing is good. And now straight line, flip the car, air brake when the car is facing up. Right there. And lands it clean. Into the plastic then. Turning around. See if the pool can be reached. Looks great, Hazard. Getting further and further, closer to floor 14 again. Of course, has the wall record right now that Hazard did earlier. Might still be the same run, actually. It's a 2 hour and 45 minutes run. So in some sense, I suppose this is the wall record run. It is the same run, yeah. Well, maybe it's gonna happen again. Good landing after the wall ride again. And now for the final jumps. Hazard got to the dragon jump, but didn't clear it. There we go. Speed control, getting clean landing, that looks great. Avoiding the hidden pool, dry wheels, and then jumping to the left. And once more, it will land. Very, very solid. Then for the ice, always scary. Is the line, the landing, and the pole hit really clean. 3 identical attempts at that. Seems to really have a good line for it. And we go back. Onto the ice. Good speed, and then the whole clip. Is it going to work? Not on first try, but fortunately doesn't fall into the hole. Second try. This one looks better, but it's so scary. It's so scary. Because once you commit to this a little bit too much, you go a little bit too far into the hole, then it can be all the way down, but Hazard avoids that, gets over the border, and we go into the turbos again. The backflip floor. There's the first one. Second one, not too far away. Hazard not looking to accidentally play a khaki map again? True, but there's an intended khaki map here as well. Peter basically rebuilding a trick that he has used on a khaki map before on this floor. But it's fairly consistent. It's the consistent part of that khaki map, so it's fine. No problem. This time, the beam landing, is it gonna be enough speed? Yes, very clean. Then for the long part, this is the one that failed before. Clean landing here as well. Very good release there. And then the turbo wall, is it gonna work this time? That's the khaki trick. There we are, and we are in the pool. Very nice. Then the forward line here. Just a careful setup. The car will basically flip on its own once you get the setup right. Front wheels into the backflip. Then the two more plastic bounces, they work. And Hazard is getting to the quarter pipe section. One of the hardest parts of this floor for sure. Maybe the hardest part. Similar to the floor 8 quarter pipe jump, if someone remembers that, but this is way harder. The angle is harder, you need to jump so far to the right. Hazard goes for it, lands upside down for sure, but the turtle is active. We'll be able to flip this with careful timing against this wall here. Waiting for it, going, but hits the beam, goes backwards, good recovery, good thinking, and will fall onto this ramp in the beginning. That was a great save. Great save from Hazard. Such an important decision. The backwards turtle is very weak. You will not be able to do that for very long. So, looking at that turtle, like, okay, it didn't go to the right place. So now I need to decide, am I gonna try to do it again, or am I gonna do something else? Going backwards, landing, and there we go. Now Hazard in hindsight realizes that there could have been a better wall as well. On Turtle 2, like this geometry here, pretty rough, but this one would have been better if Hazard went all the way around, but you know, it's easy to say once you're out of that situation, right? But well, +1 information. Hazard now, if that happens again, knows to go on that other wall. And the run is still on floor 14. Whole flip does work. We go back to the turbos. First one works. Hazard did get world record on this run, which means about 2 hours ago. Second one, no issue. the dragon is the next section to clear. If the beam landing works. Yes. So Hazard has made it to the dragon section, but hasn't cleared that section. Back we go. Long section. We're still talking about Royal in the chat. I feel like the Royal discussion is truly an endless one once Royal players get into it. It is a tragedy. A lot of players, like, you know, it was a smaller community in the game mode, 3 versus 3 game mode, where you need to clear like multiple sections throughout the map. So basically you have like different difficulty sections. You clear the first section. Once your teammate clears it, you can then teleport to the next section. So it's like you have 5 small maps in one that get progressively more difficult. And the more sections you clear, the more points you get. That was the original system. Now it's something weird. They changed it, and now not really anyone enjoys it. Well, back we go. Again, the careful setup here. Royal changed, like, many months ago. Now, the bounces. There we go. Looks good. Bouncing right into the pool. Well done. Can you explain the rules for completing the map and streaming? So your final full run has to be streamed in its entirety, from the start to the end. You have to be live streaming your final run. So, you know, if the player is not streaming, then they better also not finish the map. You don't need to stream until your final full run, though. Hazard, back to the quarter pipe. The line looks good again. This will turtle, but now we know Hazard will do a full circle here. Just carefully around. Now we know which wall it has to be. Right here. And perfect. Perfect flip. That is the value of experience. And now lining up the weird one. Front wheels bouncing on the platform. Car goes in a wheelie. And you bounce up. Jumps. And there it is. It's weird. It looks scary. It looks like it might scam you, but you just need to trust. Then directly into the next one. Lands very far, but still lands, and is now on the final turbo thing. And speaking of weird things, this one, quite something. Hazard needs to flip onto the ceiling here, and the turbos push the car upwards, which means that on the ceiling, well, you'll see, the car gets pushed upwards into the pool. Seems to have figured this out very nicely. Not struggling too much on it, and now it's only the next jump, and we're back to floor 15, and it will work. There we are. Once more we go to floor 15, Hazard's 3rd time on this. We don't quite yet go to the dragon. We don't even go to this first quarter pipe jump, because Hazard clips the landing, but fortunately you will be able to recover here. Just go back to the beginning. Thank you, Asuya, for the prime. It again really needs a clean landing. That's good. And now the flip. Is it gonna land? Looks great. There it is. Sideways landing prevents the car from falling down as well. Or, you know, rolling down, so... There we are. Back to the 1600ths. has cleared these next few sections. Still, at this point, we're about halfway through the floor, maybe, in terms of, like, clearing sections. Hazard, our current Wildegard holder, 1 trick in front of Bren. Bren being 2 tricks in front of Lars. So 3 people total on this floor right now. Elcon has made it to floor 14 as well. So Elcon, the only player with the personal best on floor 14 right now. Virtual still on floor 13. Did make it there today as well, but not past it just yet. So there is like a gap between the top 3 and everyone else right now, but Elcon is getting closer for sure. 3 players on floor 13, 1 on 14 and 3 on 15 right now. And the 3 players on this floor, extremely close together. They've all held Waldegards in the past few floors. Now Hazard committing. The line looks good. Landing here and now flipping the car upside down. Plastic bounce into the pool. It's gonna be close, but we'll make it. Fortunately, far enough, not getting any weird bounces from the edge of the pool. And we go to the plastic. There we go. Landing clean. And this strategy, Bren found out what to do. Gently hug the left wall here. Instead of trying to go fully straight. You want to hug the wall. Last time Hazard had the shakiest line through this, but this time it looks much better. Flips the car. There we are. Much cleaner than last time. No heart attacks. No new underwear. We're fine. Into the wall, trying to jump past the hole. Oh. I will say, having seen this jump 3 times, Bren made it. Hazard has made it twice. No one has failed this jump, and it looks so scary. But well, okay, well, maybe it's clean. Maybe you can do it every time. Maybe it's less scary than it seems, but it looks a bit sketchy still. Well, this one Hazard has cleared before as well, on this same run. It has now reached the 3-hour mark in true Hazard fashion. It's like an average run for Hazard. Go on the beam. It lands. It lands. Hazard for safety goes against the turbo. And when you're sideways on a turbo, it's not going to push you. So Hazard will get another attempt at this dragon. Last time lacked the speed. You need to go here. You need to jump up. You need to hit the plastic up here and land here. That is what you need to do, and, well, I suppose the server chat might now switch from how Royal is a bad game mode now to what does Hazard actually do here. Last time took max speed. From the edge of the beam. So what is it gonna be? Might be the science. Might be the science part. Oh yeah, the audio line as well. I will enable that so we can listen to it if it happens. Bot died. Maybe one of the mods is here, or you can ask on Discord. Well, so Hazard gonna go from the corner of the turbo, hoping that the line will work fine, and the speed is enough to get a very, very clean landing. If it doesn't, and you still land, then you don't need to commit. You can just restart the floor. But if you commit, it's gonna be pretty rough. Here we go. The landing pretty far, but we will try. Is it gonna reach the top? It will, and Hazard lands into the head of the dragon right here. So the setup has been figured out. That's what it's gonna be. That's what everyone else will be doing as well. Hazard has found it and reaches a new personal best height of 1662 meters. 86.6%. Next part, a little bit lower, landing into the pool here, and let's hope that this one this one is a automatic line. Nothing that you need to worry about. Full speed, press forward. Surely. I did enable the voice line. Let's hope that we get to hear it. Just taking max speed, making sure the line is right. Send it full speed, says Hefest, has to be PF, says Scrappy. Lands it just barely.
Can you smell it? Can you see it? The end, it's right there. One more push. Maybe two. Or more. Look, the point is that you're doing it. You, my friend, are still here.
The end. Well, it's not the end though. This is not even floor 16 yet. We're still on floor 15. The end, that might be a Minecraft reference after the dragon, maybe. The end on the scale thing is much higher still. That is after floor 16. So we have multiple ends here, and then we have the actual fin, you know? I suppose we have slain the dragon, but it's not the end of the map. Ways to go. Floor 16, we know. You need to do these UFO things. Then you need to go here on the dirt. Then you need to do the ice thing. Then you jump up here. Then you do the dirt zoop. You change the speed. You land here. Then you do this weird beam thing. This is the beginning of floor 16, where we are not quite there yet. There's a lot to do on floor 15 still. Is it possible that Hazard manages to make these things look easy? We'll see. You know what's great as well? You know what's great about the ice? Is that if you're too slow for this jump, you hit this thing, or if you're a bit too much to the left, it's one of these jumps, yeah? Great. So... well, the server has gone quiet. Pretty much everyone focusing on this run. It is already a new world record. We'll see. The rings are next. You need to really think about which direction you start taking this ring to. If you go to the wrong direction, you might need to turn around. So you better make sure that you get the right direction. Here we go. It's a very steep angle. Hazard on the ring. Launch the second one. That is already a pretty big step here. But there's like 4 left. Goes all the way around, getting a bit more speed. Carefully. Carefully. Goes for the jump. It lands. 2 wheels off the ring right now, but might be possible to get those back in with a little bit of careful input. These diagonal angles are difficult to save though, much more so than flat. Well, Hazard finds like a good spot here to actually look around. Think about what to do. I'm not sure if these things reach the wheels, if you can maybe do something with them, but hey, at least the car at least the car stays still for a while. Well, trying to steer to the right. Okay, one more wheel, that should be enough. Just very carefully. Nice. All 4 wheels on the ring. Well done. And now, taking speed. Scout at the next jump. Jumps in, lands perfectly. No problem. And now this next one. Do you land on the right side or the left side? Left side landing probably easier, but you might not make the final jump if you go for the left side. So are you going to land for the easier next jump on the right side? Or are you going to somehow try to do a 180 on the ring once you get there? It might be the jump on the right side, but that's such a long jump. Maybe like a 180 in the air. Well, takes the speed. Goes in. Lands it as well, 1 wheel off the edge, but manages to do it. And this final jump goes in onto the dirt and makes it. Does the rings first try. Oof. So unbelievably stressful. But this world record getting completely destroyed. We are now well past the second third of this floor. The next part, land on the ice. Get this line, land here, and I'm assuming that it's going to be the dirt zoop. You just heavily steer with the icy wheels, you get a lot of speed, you go in, you jump, you land. This is your next rest position, I think so. Now, is it going to be an ice slide? Because I actually don't think it's an ice slide. I feel like you just angle the car towards the right line, and then you just press forward. I feel like exiting the ice slide would give you less speed than just having the straight line. But I'm not sure if maybe you can somehow exit that very early. Like the ice slide exit just seems very rough to me. So the good news is that if you don't make this and you bail out here, you say that okay, that's not enough speed, I want to go try again. You can go onto the plastic with the iso wheels and do these extremely cursed jumps, probably jump over the beam here. Who knows how difficult this whole thing is. Doesn't look very friendly at all, but like you can do this. There is a way to get back, at least. So that's something. That's some kind of recovery way. Well, as we said before, somebody has to be the first. Intux Hefest thinking the ice slide is not necessary. Scrappy also guesses no ice slide. But some people also thinking that the speed is just not gonna be enough. If you could do a short ice slide and exit it properly, I suppose the ice slide would be faster, but it's a very rough ice slide exit. No ice slide would be good info either way, says Lars, and Lars is right. But you know, you don't just want to get info, you want to get, you know, want to get the landing, right? +1 info is worse than +1 section. Definitely. It's only a fall to floor 0 if it's not enough. Yeah. Only floor 0. It's right above the hole in the center of the map. So, you're too slow, it's the run is officially over after 3 hours, 15 minutes. Even here though, I feel like what's great and shows you the Trackmania community is that even when we're this close to the final 4 of the map, the whole server is trying to figure this out together. No one is like, you know what, I'm playing to win, you know, I'm not gonna say anything. Everyone tries to solve this map together. Well, I suppose it's time. Could even be the 360 on the dirt, but those are not good. I think first we focus on this ice landing. That's the first part. It is a long sequence, so if the first jump works, I suppose Hazard will just try and do it. Yeah, so what they are talking about is something that happens after the dirt. So you kind of like zoop off the dirt sideways, you get the speed, and then you flip the car 360 in the air. So it's not like an ice 360 that we had earlier, it's a 360 that happens like in the air after the dirt. Best of luck. Here we go. Whereas without the ice slide, how's the speed? It is not enough. It's not enough. As said, someone has to be the first. Someone has to be the pioneer. We know now that with a clean landing onto the ice, with a clean line, as few directional inputs as possible that would slow you down, this is definitely doable without the ice slide. So it's the +1 info, it's not the +1 section. Clean landing. Avoid directional inputs, angle the car, press forward, you will be able to land here. That really looks like it. Can you explain the isolate versus not strategy? I can show this in the editor in a moment. Like, just the difference between the exit speed. Okay, well, alright, I can actually just... I don't need to show anything. What I can say is basically the difference is that on ice slides, you're going to be faster during the ice slide, but you will ultimately lose speed in the ice slide exit. If the ice slide is not long enough to accelerate you more than what the exit from the ice slide will like decelerate you for, then the ice slide is not worth it. If it's possible to get a lot of speed from the ice slide, then you end up being faster even with the straightening the car. So in some cases, which here, like, I don't know if you can go far enough with the ice slide before you need to already exit it, because you need to get the straight line anyway for this jump. I don't know if that's gonna help, really. I feel like that's the reason why I feel like it's gonna be a clean landing, get all the speed, full speed, angle the car a little bit to the right, and any directional inputs that you do on ice will slow you down, which means that if you get like a 45-degree angle here, and you just press forward, and the car will just slide through all the way here, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be enough speed that way. But maybe I'm wrong. There's also the beam here, but you already get icy wheels before this beam even starts, right? So could it be possible that, you know, you somehow go here and you can't go on the plastic, right? It's too long. So, like, maybe you can go here and, you know, just accelerate from here instead? Get the line? It's definitely not going to be the ice slide that way, though. You don't then have the setup. So, the ice slide strategy, it could be supported by the fact that you could land into the ice slide. So, if you jump from here, and you turn the car sideways in the air, and you land in an ice slide, that could be more speed still. Tiny ice slide plus early cancel will be much more speed though. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Gorilla Grip doesn't apply here. Gorilla Grip is only when you switch directions from an ice slide to another ice slide. It's based on starting an ice slide before the next landing. Gorilla Grip doesn't apply. And also, if you would somehow, like, you know, you do ice to ice, right? But here you definitely need to be straight, because this one, you definitely go straight forward, and then you zoop in here. And when you do this dirt zoop, the car will be sideways across the edge, and then you probably, like, just flip the car full 360, land on the ice, and the ice will also help the car turn as well. And then you land here. That has to be the strat. It could be, this could be doable with both ways, honestly. I feel like if you land this in an ice slide, that will probably give the most speed, honestly. But you need such a clean angle here, so you don't need to, like, reset the ice slide angle. But yeah, maybe that's what the others are meaning as well. I guess, like, directly landing in, like, a very shallow ice slide angle, sliding through, and then exiting right on top here. Maybe. What a great run from Hazard, though. So many new sections cleared. The whole dragon thing, the pool, all of the rings. and into this point. Great, great run. So much information gained for others as well. Once you get here, there's only this weird thing. Jumping here, landing at this one. That's floor 16, and honestly, floor 16 might be already reached, like, tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, the wall trigger clip needs to be updated. We'll do that. After floor 16, it's basically just the final jump. Finish tomorrow? No. No. Floor 16. Okay. So, just really quickly, I'm gonna show the 3 parts that scare me the most. Alright? Here's an extra. This is maybe not my top 3 spot for, you know, this whole, like, the hardest parts on this floor. But this is a wheel hang. So, the point of this is that you get your wheels on top of the wall, and you just kind of hang there, you know? This is a practice area, so you can practice this one. You can practice the setup to the right side here, and then you commit to this side once you're ready to go. So you just go through this one, and keep your speed pretty controlled. This plastic will get you back here.
Failure isn't final.
Oh.
You've taken many fails.
I forgot we have all the voice lines on.
Anyway. Failure is just another word for learning. I bet you've learned a lot.
The problem is that we would get, like, literally all of them spectating, so. Alright. So, you go over here. This is my top 3. Very, very much the top 3 big issues. That was, by the way, from Virtual. That was a voice line from Virtual, not floor 16. Don't worry. That was Virtual is here, well, was in floor 8. So it's not a floor 16 thing. It's just because I was spectating Virtual, technically, but I'm in free camera. So, you know, it's not a floor 16 thing. Don't worry. No spoilers. But, okay, again. So this one seems to be, you accelerate from the corridor here, and you need to jump on the ice. I don't really see any other viable way to do this. Some people have suggested that you just press forward and pray that you bounce around here. I don't think the mappers will build that at all. I feel like it's going to be speed from here, landing on the right. On ice. This looks scary. This scares me. So, okay. I don't, like, if there's any other idea other than going forward and bouncing around and just closing your eyes and hoping for something to happen, like, there's not even, like, a landing at this point. You will not land this kind of a jump. So, like, this beam strategy just doesn't have anything really going for it. I don't see how you would ever do this. Unless you're supposed to, like, somehow slow down on the beam when none of your front wheels are, or none of your wheels are touching this. It did not take 66 hours to validate, by the way. That's not true. But it's still pretty hard looking. Maybe there's an invisible platform. It could be the second gap, but that's even a more difficult line. That's even a more difficult line. But it could be the second gap. Yeah, that's true. That could be the option here. Either way, you're on the ice. And now you go to the dirt, and this is not the actual way. Second looks more realistic to you. Oh yeah? Great run, by the way, dude. Incredible. Maybe it's the second one. It's just so... like, you're gonna... 90% chance you're gonna hit these, right? That is a very small gap. God damn. Okay. You drop down under the next beam. Oh, you think so? Hold on. Oh, so you think that... Oh, I understand now. So you actually don't go for the side gap. You jump over the first beam here. You hope that you don't hit it. And then you jump over this. That's also a tight landing. But the angle is easier. Then it's just like the speed is more specific. Okay, yeah, that's actually an interesting idea. So it's not like the beam climb bounce thing. But it's also not like sideways sort of line. Maybe. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay, then around, and on this wall you can practice the future part. It's not here. How do you slow down then? You just immediately ice slide. You turn the car sideways and you ice slide over here. That seems to be the only way. Okay, so the actual way here, taking the turbo, jumping here, and I'm a little bit scared that when you know, if you're too slow here, you smash into this plastic, and this is ice again, right? So if you smash into the plastic hard enough, then are you just gonna slide off the ice and fall down? That looks kind of rough to test. But you jump down, you take speed, then I guess you just hope that this is well calculated, so that you land on this, you jump over here, and then go here. This one has a wall, so you should be able to retry this. It's gonna be another one of those dirt zoop things. Go over here, change the speed, land here. So people have said that this section here, this is like, this is something from like World of Tompus and maybe some other maps too. It's very narrow space. From what I see, the flags are a little bit more to the right side, so I guess you go on the left side and just hope that you stay on the beam. Go around this. But then this wall ride. This wall ride, same trick as we see on floor 4. So you go into a 45-degree angle, you hang onto the wall, right? This is the one you can practice over here if you need. And this plastic block, not a coincidence. Because here, you take speed, you take that angle, go all the way here, bounce on this plastic here, switch direction, go all the way back, flip over here, land on the platform. This looks very bad to fail as well. There's absolutely nothing below. So that's, yeah, that's a part. Jump into the window, take speed, land here, and hope that you don't go too far, because it's also bad. Then you get a little bit of a breather, just, you know, calmly go through these next parts. Jump over here, and Hazard, if you're here still, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this, because this is the third place that scares me, because to get around these pipe things, you need to two-wheel on the edge, right? So you have two wheels off the ledge here, and then you have this thing to deal with. How are you going to make this? Like, do you need to somehow get all the wheels onto the beam, or do you just like, do you just full send this? Like, you just kind of full speed this with two wheels off the edge, then perfectly avoid this wall here, and just get here. Full commit. Yeah. Don't think it's backwards. You commit and wheels should bounce up. Okay. Let's hope. Well, that is the end. That is the end on the thing. Yeah. On the scale, this is the end. Then this jump doesn't look too hard. This jump, hopefully not very hard. Then you climb the pipe, Go over here, and now you're here. You take speed around the edge. You will try this like 50 times before you commit. But once you feel like, okay, this is the best speed I can get, you go, you jump, and this kind of a quarter pipe will always push you a little bit forwards as well. So you will go here, and if you reach this red line, congratulations, you've done the impossible. And if you don't, you will have 30 seconds to think about what just happened. I'm scared of getting wood grip on the jump right before the end into circles. Oh, on the... Okay, hold on. On the big jump. Or right... Yeah, this one. Oh, like turtling here? Yeah, that's probably the one danger that this has. I don't know, like it doesn't look so maxed. Honestly. Maybe it's best to kind of just like jump with front wheels first. Like, you know, not trying to turn the car sideways. Just like front wheels into the wall. That should be probably like a safe way. It feels like. I mean, nothing is safe with the wood grip. It's a terrible surface, but you know. Well, there's the crown. There's the crown. Alright. But what a huge run from Hazard. So many tricks cleared now. We've looked at it before, Simon. I said earlier that when players reach floor 15, we'll check through the final map, and now they're almost at the end of 15. God damn. I've missed a bunch as well. In the chat. One moment. Let me scroll down. Thank you, SMB, for the gift to Techie. And also to Royal. And Mazio, thank you so much for the tier 1. There we are. Oof. Elcon on floor 12? Okay. We can check in on that at some point too. Man. Yesterday might have been a little bit slower day, you know, not too many players, but today... You know, kind of one thing that I was sort of thinking was that people might be taking the weekend, or like one day on the weekend to kind of relax and then prepare for the full final push. I feel like we're getting the full final push now. Everyone is playing. Well... I do wonder how many floor 16 attempts we're gonna see. Check the VOD of the ice turn. Looks like I massively over-rotated the entry. I feel, honestly... Maybe the landing into the ice slide. I don't know. I feel like it's doable in 3 ways, honestly, this ice part. I feel like the press forward line still works. but I also, I don't know, my intuition tells me that like landing straight, then doing a short ice slide, and then just going like resetting the angle. My intuition tells me that it would be slower than the forward line, but I mean these pro players are saying that it would be better. So who am I to argue against that? They are definitely more informed than I am. But I do think the landing into the ice slide, that's probably the most speed. It might be too much speed, but like you can release in the air and slow down. Oof. Okay, well, we'll see. Lars and Bren, I guess, are the favorites to make it there next. Unless Hazard gets back in there immediately after. But out of the other players, you know. I think there's a sense of urgency now more than ever with Hazard's World Record. I think so too, yes. Well, maybe not urgency because like floor 16 is rough, but like once the first player reaches floor 16, I think everyone will kind of wake up now, like, okay, hold on, it's the last floor. So someone gets like a little bit lucky with a couple like one-shots and suddenly the map is finished. So I do think like we are seeing that happen now. We'll see. Virtual getting towards floor 10, PB on floor 13 still. After the wall ride. I've really enjoyed your casting the last few weeks. What do you usually stream? What are your plans after DD2? Thank you, Flutters. Usually very mapping oriented stuff. So building maps, doing map requests, kind of giving feedback to people. And yeah, a lot of this kind of educational style as well, especially during map request streams that we do. Kind of trying to go very in-depth into mechanics and explaining what the game is about. Also doing some, you know, actual driving as well. Playing Cup of the Days, sometimes grinding Track of the Days for champion medals if the map is good for me. And stuff like this. Occasionally, maybe speedrunning some other games too, but that's much less so. Oh, virtual. Oh no. Okay, that was probably a little bit of a, you know, not unnecessary risk to take. But you know, it happens. It happens. Players are tired. They're exhausted. That's how it goes. Once PB is on floor 16, I'll probably start streaming the entire time I play. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. Honestly, I would already maybe do it. On next runs. Not so far from 16. Sounds good, Flourish. Based on what you have seen across all floors now, do you think they are in the right order, or could they be better suited in different order? Oh, Timo. Floor 7 would be nice to have some more recoveries on, but I don't know if that's really like a matter in the floor order, because I feel like you could also just add like a couple more pools or something, a couple more platforms, you know, not just the thin like plastic things or these sort of small platforms that lead nowhere, but also like actual recovery paths. I feel like the order of the floors is pretty good overall. Is the car moving forwards or backwards? Backwards, of course. Classic. Not go into the pool. I haven't built any of the floors here. There was a mapping competition, but I had other things that I was building at the time. I've had one Cup of the Day map. I don't usually build like Cup of the Day style. Usually my maps end up being either longer or a bit too difficult for Cup of the Day. the players need to stream themselves. Themselves, you know? Me watching someone's full run, I don't think qualifies. I'm in this for the challenge, not the money. Yeah, I think also, like, it's a bit more than just, like, you know, booting up the stream and playing. Like, sometimes you just want to kind of do things in, like, a less stressful environment. Just kind of play the game, you know? Like, you know, a lot of players, and I kind of do this too, though pretty rarely with Trackmania, but, like, sometimes, you know, you play Trackmania on stream, and then you feel like, okay, well, I'm gonna end the stream now, and then you keep playing Trackmania after. And you could ask, like, well, why aren't you not just streaming if you're gonna play it anyway? But it's different. It's like, streaming is different from just playing, you know? There's more to it. There are more aspects to it, so... it's sometimes the players just wanna, you know, play the video game for once. Yep. More nerves potentially, and you know. And I truly believe that almost everyone right now at the top is taking this as like a personal challenge, not as like a paycheck. Nobody would play this if no money. Well, you can believe what you want to believe. But speedrunners do this all the time. You just never hear about it. You already have, like, speedrunners right now. There is some speedrunner who's on like 1,000-hour grind to do a world record that very few people will ever see. It happens all the time, you just never hear about it. Because the personal challenge, overcoming something that difficult, it's worth it. Oh, how bad? Also in time. Getting towards floor 8. Been doing really nicely. Especially if you, like, keep checking in on this map after the event, there will be players who will complete this. They will play this, try to finish it. Virtual going for the shortcut here. Saving a little bit of time by doing this. Good landing as well. Doesn't even need to go back to the platform. Whenever, by the way, here's a small thing. Like, whenever people build or bring up like these TAS-only maps, like, you know, like, oh, the players should go for this, you know, final Enigma or Plasma or whatever. You can tell that they have no idea what they're talking about, so that's a bit of a tell. It's a small detail you can notice, and then just disregard what they say. Good method. 100% success rate. Virtual has been doing really well, honestly. Just needs to get to floor 14. The strats there are figured out. Has been getting to floor 13 today as well. You think I could beat Final Enigma? Yeah, I would one-shot it blindfolded. Final Enigma is actually possible though. I mean... How many checkpoints? Was it Lane who did like a few checkpoints in the start? Like 3 checkpoints or something? Oh, Yera got to checkpoint 5. Do you legitimately think that the ending is possible though? Like, in theory, yeah, but like... I believe Lane could finish it, though, if he had the motivation. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Maybe. There's some charm in, like, people believing challenges to be impossible, and then someone doing them. Skill ceiling has grown massively on trial since the map released. That's fair, yeah. It's kind of incredible as well, like how people keep getting better. The game is so simple. Only a couple inputs you can do. But so much depth. Most accomplishments ever considered to be impossible are now called beaten. Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, plasma is not possible. That's, you know, that's probably a safe statement. Virtual's personal best is on 13, and also has gotten to 13 today. Any shoot minimaps? Like TAS only shoot minimaps? No. Not really. There are some maps in Shootmania that only like two players have a skill to actually complete, but no one's ever like built like a TAS only map. Not that we can really make TAS anyway in SM. Virtual to floor 10 again, this time probably avoiding the fall. Yeah, last time. There we go. Floor 8 is the last floor right now available to practice. Virtual chaining this dirt over here. One of the few players to do it. Oh, it's a little bit off. Floor 9? A little bit off. Unfortunate mistake there on the line. Floor 6. It's floor 6. Something. A little bit of a calmer moment. Been a lot of runs today though. Elcon also got a new personal best to floor 14. Quite impressive too. Catching up to the others. Solidifying that 4th place right now. Everyone else of course to floor 15 though. Elcon not playing on the server today. tricky line there, but just save it. Elcon back to 12 right now. Okay. We can check out Elcon once the run gets to 13. In the past, I remember a map to be validated hostable only if it's beaten once. Guessing that requirement is no more. Kind of. We have something called Open Planet, and Open Planet is a plugin management system. So there is a plugin that you can validate the map with. Basically, you can just enter a time to a map, and that's it. Now your map is validated. That's the way that this map has been validated as well, but of course they have done every single floor of this map separately. So everything is proven to be possible. Price pool right now, $30,800 something dollars. Yeah, $804.69. Author time is 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. 543210. How it's calculated is basically they've done every floor separately, added the time together, and then added 25% to that time. So it's like a pretty forgiving author time based still on like a run through all of the separate floors. Your name is now Mike1? What was it before? Oh, okay, gotcha. Sony. Gotcha. Good to know. Elcon falling from 13, ouch. Well, still getting decent runs together, honestly. Virtual done for the day, perhaps, yeah. Jumping out. Is there a playlist for beginners to learn tricks in these kinds of maps? What you can search for is beginner RPG maps. You will find a lot of the similar tricks. A lot of quarter pipes and a lot of different sort of like tricky jumps. Very thematic maps, even some pathfinding challenges as well. It's kind of the RPG style. Shallow Dip is also an easier version of this map. Basically, it only includes floors from 0 to 5. This is the final floor, and basically every single trick on that map has been nerfed. So it ends just about here, so it's like 1/3 of the entire tower, and it's also so much more forgiving with everything. Don't trust Mania Exchange when it says that World of Wampus are top RPG maps. They're a little bit different. Maybe you have some list Rioter to recommend. The Magi floor long ice slide is definitely not nerfed too much. I heard that you don't need to ice slide it though. I feel like you can just take speed and just take a forwards line, and you can make it. Which Trackmania player is most skilled across general areas? Elcon is really good at everything, like every style. Full speed, ice, everything else. Gwen as well. Mada as well. Like across like every style in Trackmania. Would it be Mada? Carl Jr. is really good, the greatest of all time in the traditional esports scene. But like if we talk about like the sort of players who have like the very complete skill set, Because I don't think, like, you know, Carl Jr., for example, learned turtling on this map, right? So absolutely, like, legendary player in the competitive scene. Scrappy also, yeah, very sort of general skill set. Like, good at absolutely everything. I feel like it's hard to pick one. Like, disregarding this map, you know? Just like everything in Trackmania, every style. Full speed, dirt tech, ice, whatever, everything. NASCAR, everything. Who's like the best overall at everything combined? A lot of players are kind of like lost on full speed or ice or both, I feel. Full speed is such a difficult... Both are really difficult styles to learn. Elcon is good at both, Mada is good at both. Scrappy is good at everything too. Yeah, it's like you have a lot of these players. But like Mada has performed like, you know, has won TMGL, for example, Trackmania Grand League. Super good at full speed, super good at really everything, right? Has done, you know, Deep Fear world record, a legendary one, and also really good at RPG, everything. Then there are, yeah, that's true, Tal. Like, there are these players who are really good at one style. Dopamine and, yeah, Insanity, pretty good examples. Toyflum, Atrick, Katzi. You know, all of these players are good at everything, but they're like masters of one style, pretty much. Yamada also won a Nadio campaign, that's true. Good point. Bren also excellent at pretty much everything. Bren is a world champion, I guess, you know, master of Trackmania. Well, back to the turtling. Bren is still good at ice, but, you know, maybe not on the level of Elcon and Virtual, for example. Bren at the moment is the best player at Deep Dip, because Bren is the only player to have won Deep Dip, right? Deep Dip 1. But we'll see. Maybe something else will happen this time. Defending champion. That's why Trackmania is cool. You can be master in one style or be good at most, but can't be the master of all of them. Yeah, there's no player who's like the best at everything. That's true. And then there's like, you know, like Simo, for example, insanely good at like Kaki, right? Oh, you think I'm the best in everything, Nifma? I would be a little bit skeptical, maybe. Beam towards floor 9. This is a pretty sideways line. Is it gonna work? Okay, it does work. Okay, landing. They're not using magnets, yeah, on this map at all. Are there any mapper competitions? There was one for this map, like a year ago. There's a bunch. A bunch of mapping competitions. you could say that a lot of like whenever someone holds like a LAN tournament, usually there's map request, like public map request. That's kind of like a mapping competition as well. Getting your map played on the biggest stage in community tournaments. I organize some mapping competitions too. Yeah, Thone, there's gonna be a new theme. There's just a lot going on right now. I did not submit any floors to this. Well, Scrappy close to floor 10, BB on floor 13. Hasn't made it to the plastic bones, but the plastic bones has been figured out already. Hazard, Lars, Bren, very consistent on it. Puzzle is a mapping comp. Oh yeah, the custom game mode, right? I never tried it and I really want to. Does it still work in this patch? I haven't built any RPG maps, but I kind of want to make one. Oh, Scrappy kind of chaining this part. Well, I mean, if it works, it works. Here we go. Floor 10. It worked, but I have no idea. Yeah. I'll have to try it at some point. Your NASCAR map is among the best I ever saw. Thank you. But careful calling it NASCAR. Oh, Scrappy also chaining this. Looks good. So yeah, it's a bit... Tell, I'm currently building a new map that even I will not argue is NASCAR. It's super terrible. I don't know what I'm doing. It's gonna be so bad. When you see it, you'll understand. I'm so tired, and when I'm tired, I build the worst maps. NASCAR in this game, there's two answers. One, it can mean fast-paced maps that essentially are based on the concrete surface, and the idea is that when you have 400 or more speed, you're going to be faster if you release the acceleration through turns rather than braking, rather than drifting through turns. So basically, the one like more modern sort of definition of NASCAR is that you have high-speed concrete maps where you release turns instead of drifting. And then you kind of have whatever you want. But the more old-school definition is that you also have a multi-lap map. You also have, like, you know, very traditional lines, and you kind of have this, like, just more traditional, like, design of the map. So not that many, like, transitions and things like this. You can still have, like, loops and wall rides and such. But it's still, like, Trackmania style. But yeah, a bit more restrictive. They used to be almost 100% flat as well. Yeah. So, like, you know, when I build a map like that, I don't really... I rarely try to call it NASCAR, because I know that it's a divisive definition. Well, Scrappy into the half pipes. Lines up pretty much center here. A little bit to the left, and then the turnaround. Slows down quite a bit. Doesn't get too much airtime there, but... landing onto the dirt, hopefully no landing bug. I don't think it was one. Does a couple wiggles to increase the speed, and there we go. Elcon at bobsleigh loop. Oh, Elcon actually doing fine, and we did get permission from Elcon to show that as well. So maybe we can check in with Elcon. Let me do... hold on, what am I doing? Let me do this thing, so... you know, it's very weird to switch between the game and the... but I can do this. I did this. Here it is. Alright. Now we have a button to switch between the two. Thank you, Hanne, for the 500. So Elcon, going for this new cut. Launch the wheel. Is it gonna work? Oh, weird bounce. Oh no. I don't know what you do in this situation. This might be a bit tough. Weird plastic bounce there. Not entirely consistent thanks to Trackmania moment. We've talked about how these like landing bugs happen, and this is essentially the same. I think Elcon has to maybe try the wall ride. Has to go backwards through the turbos and has to try the wall ride. But no one has ever done this before. So you go backwards. There's no way to get the cut set up again, so you just try. Well, hope Plexity is watching. Finally have someone attempting it. Plastic bounce at the bottom, then the ice slide. Sliding, hold on, this is going pretty far. Elcon lands it! We are getting deep 3, guys. Someone did the wall ride. Elcon has done it. Maybe not intentionally, didn't really want to do it, but hey, there we go. Deep 3 acquired. Thank you, Elcon. Well, there we go. So you can slide up ice walls like this. You just need to, you kind of like ice slide vertically. So you're sideways in comparison to the line, right? That you're taking, and you can kind of climb up by having this upwards position, which is not possible on any other surface, but on ice, that's how the grip works. Well, now for the plastic. Need to do the plastic things. So, first this one on the right side, and then the normal one on the left side. Or maybe you drop straight down into, well, okay, you could go to the pool as well, I guess. If you find the pool to be safer, then you could land there too. This is tough though. No, hold on. It's actually, this is way worse though. Because Elcon I don't think has done the... Yeah, Elcon has never done the plastic bounce. Because the cut that Elcon tried to do there skips it. So actually Elcon needs to do like a bunch of stuff here. I just realized. Well, taking the plastic here. Oh, lands a bit off. Well, that's the first time anyone's ever tried that. But I will say, the run wasn't for nothing. We now have the wall ride. Every section of this floor has been completed. Seems like Scrappy also has fallen down at the same time. So, well, back to the server. A very impressive one-shot though, from Elcon. But hey, at the very least, everything has been done. Went the wrong way on that wall ride. Oh yeah, you probably are supposed to... You're probably right, actually. True. So you're supposed to go here, on this side, and then land here, and then, I guess, jump across the crystals over here. Oh, that's so weird. It makes sense when you see it. Makes sense, but bit of a bait. Well, Plexity. It's one more XTD, I suppose. Timo, trying to get those runs going, has made it past the ice spin multiple times now. Today as well, but not quite through floor 10. Oh, didn't quite get rid of the wet wheels. Saves it. Water guard is on floor 15 still. Hazard made it through. Into this part here. So this ice jump here. That's the next one to clear. Multiple possible approaches. Probably works without the ice slide. But yeah, Hazard taking one for the team. Trying it first and falling all the way down. Does get the fall Walter guard. So that did happen. But yeah. Not really sure what the next player here will go for. I mean, if it's Hazard, we'll see. Some other players might be more comfortable maybe doing some weird ice slide things. But I suppose it depends. I don't think the ice slide is required, but yeah, we'll see. Can I show a clip of the most recent Walter guard? It's in the Walter guard clip comment. Elcon, yeah, would probably be able to work with that. Elcon also getting to floor 14 for the first time today. I think Lars would also first try it. Lars did struggle a bit more than Elcon or Virtual on the floor 10 parts though. It's hard to say, like it's... well, we'll see. Yeah, it's gonna be the dirt flick, the same as here. So, if you remember from floor 10, when you go into this first ice part here, the players are backing into the ice, getting the icy wheels, and then when they get to the dirt, they just steer to the right, and they get a lot of speed, and then correct the line over here, jump over it. So that's gonna be the same technique for sure. Which means that when you get to floor 15, you do the ice jump over here. This is more ice as well. Then you essentially just need to find the line here to steer to the right. And one thing that this might be is like a 360. You might not like steer to the left because you land again on ice. So it could be that what players will do is steer heavily to the right. The car will be sideways pretty much when it gets to this point. And when you leave this dirt block, the car rotates more. So basically, from like a player, like driver POV, you go like this. And then you, in the air, you spin around and you land like this. And then you jump. That would be the possibility. There is the other possibility that you actually just tap left before you drop off here. So you, from, again, driver perspective, you go here, and then you just, at the very end, you tap to the other side so the car lands forwards, and then you jump like this. Both might be possible to do. Hello, Terra. Do you or anyone in chat know if I can watch the latest World Tour map pack revealed or played? I don't know. Might be in like World Tour Club or something. If you're just looking for the maps in game. They are pretty hard to find for some reason. Oho here. Perhaps. I saw him like a minute ago. Yeah, not sure, Terra. Maybe like Granati has some discovery or something on YouTube. I feel like in the past there has been Mada maybe as well. I don't know. Okay, let me just quickly do this. Simo putting in some proper hours trying to get these runs going. When DPIP 3 comes, Simo will be an even stronger beast. True. Learning a lot on ice. Especially. Bren? I actually wonder if the players are starting to feel the pressure after this Hazard run. Because Hazard is now the beam landing, the dragon, the drop to the pool, the rings. Well, the rings, I guess. Well, that's 4 sections, but the rings are like a pretty long section too. So, 4 sections ahead of Bren, I suppose. But the rings, I feel, count for 2 sections, pretty much. Some updates for today. So, if we start from a couple nights ago, Hazard was able to get to floor 15 for the first time 2 days ago. He was able to also alone clear the first few parts there, the first 25%. Then Lars came last night, and Lars was able to... Simo, oh, it's so close. That is such a bad fall as well. Well, okay, could be worse. Floor 6, one of the luckier ones we've seen. So Lars was able to claim the world record by 1 jump last night, I believe. And then Bren came earlier today, and Bren was able to improve Lars's world record by 2 sections. But today, just like an hour ago or so, Hazard was able to go 4 sections further. So we've had a lot of world records in the last like 48 hours. It's a big battle between Lars, Hazard, and Bren right now. Lars could be one of the next world record holders as well. Not quite yet to 1700 meters. I think 1700 is gonna be the floor 16 height. Elcon also to floor 14 for the first time. So maybe starting to catch up. I do feel like this will probably form into like a competition right now. It's still like players are trying to figure these tricks out together, trying to understand how they work and offering like ideas and such, but we'll see how long that lasts. Because when you get to like the final tricks on floor 16, are you really going to reveal what your strat is exactly? Give tips to the other players? Or is that the point where you say like, okay, this is a solo competition, I'm playing to win, I want to be the first to finish them up. Calling it Hefest wins it all. I think Hefest is missing about 100 hours of playtime. Lars with a very unusual line there. I think something went seriously wrong with that jump there. Maybe another landing bug. We've seen them happen on this section a lot. This is a pretty rough one. You can try to get up on this beam here, and then you can try to land here, get onto the water, but it's a pretty big journey. Well, Lars drifts around. Very slippery, this penalty grass. What makes it? So maybe a floor 5 recovery. Just wait, you'll see something crazy from Hefest. Okay, I'll wait. No problem. Timo. Back to 7. It's known that Brennan and Hazard have agreed that they split the winning money if they finish first and second. That's true, yes. But that does require them to finish first and second. It would be a great storyline as well, though. Both of them definitely want to win. I'm pretty sure. Oh, Simo. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Was it just... Oh no. What is going on? What? Was it like some... I don't know. Maybe Simo looking to end the session, honestly. It could be. It could be. Could be that, you know... Maybe the session might end or something. I forgot what I was saying, but yeah, I think at this point, still like the entire top 6 is honestly in contention. It really depends like who has those god days, you know? Hazard today has had such a good day in terms of making progress. Oh, Lars. Well, you can fall back in here, or you can maybe take a sideways lane as well. But yeah, currently, Schmaniel has also reached floor 13, but Schmaniel already said that not going to win the competition. Who knows? But we'll see. Mada also, like, climbing. It might be a little too late to catch up to the others, and I don't know if Mada is also, like, looking to actually catch up to the top. 400 meter difference right now. Floor 11. Very good, of course. That is the highest point of floor 11. For a pretty long time, until the end, at least. But I mean, we'll see. We could still be like a week away from anyone getting to like the very final jumps. What was the landing, Lars? What is happening? How did that save? Teki would have a shot if Teki wasn't a mapper. Maybe next time. Maybe Teki will do the Hazard strat and go as a player instead of a builder. Doesn't feel like this competition is already going on for 3 weeks to me. I feel like on some days it feels like it's so slow, yeah? But then I also think that when the whole thing is over, we are going to going to feel that it was so short. Good night, did I? Kubas would also probably be very strong in a map like this, but yeah, Kubas also mapper, of course. First, Bren and Hazard, then Elcon, Lars, Virtual, Tommy, and Simo. Not putting Scrappy up in there. Not putting Smudil up in there. I probably disagree with the top 5 and 6 there. You know. We'll see though. I will say though that a lot of these players who are currently doing floor 9 have been making really good progress in the last few days as well. Bren, Hazard, Elcon, Lars, Scrappy, Virtual. Definitely a possibility, yeah. That's reasonable. Oh, you meant Scrappy and not Sammy, okay. I do believe though that Sammy will also finish the map. It will happen. Such a good attitude on Sammy. Really, really positive look at all of this, and really like always so optimistic about like progress. Super cool. Can I do this thing real quick? Yeah, not even 100 people have made it to this floor here, and we consider this like a, you know, early floor. You guys want to see something? Like, some of you might, you know, only watch these streamers play this, and, you know, I mean, that's what I do as well. But if we go to one of the public servers, let's see one that has a lot of players. If there are any. 7 there. That was a bit of a quiet... Okay, well, here's 13 people on this server. Generally speaking, when you look at these servers, it's a big choke point right around here, right? And that's nothing against these players. They're pushing themselves, trying to reach new limits, but like this kind of shows you what the skill level is on the streamer server, right? Reaching this floor, floor 2, is already like a big achievement. And reaching floor 5 is... That's tough times. Villa TM is me. that's me on the leaderboard there. So yeah, practice floors have been released all the way up to floor 8. We've seen some of the players who have been able to find some success in practicing those and then getting a new floor 9 personal best. $10k hours versus 100 hours. Yeah, and like, not just the hours, but the way these guys play the game, you know. Constantly looking to improve and reach new heights. Figuratively, I guess, in this case. Literally as well. Lars getting those floor 8 runs going in. Yes, this floor is the last practice floor that has been released. Password is unlucky. Would be a bit passive-aggressive from the organizers. Password doesn't matter though, because it's still a whitelist system. Even if you know the password, it doesn't matter if you're not on the whitelist. It's just to reduce the amount of connection attempts to the server. To reduce the information that the server is processing, so that it performs a bit better. Oh, barely lands, goes a bit too far, but that still stays on the ledge. Good recovery. Here we go. They should have made it XTD 66 hours, but I think those memes were born after the server was launched, or after the server was passworded. Large going for the shortcut. So if you haven't seen what this actually skips, a lot of players still jumping over here and doing this tunnel over here, then driving here, small jump to this tunnel, and then you get to the same place, right? So there's really nothing difficult that you're skipping by doing this shortcut. It's really just a time save. It's just something where players feel like, okay, well, I'm good enough to do this. I can be a little bit faster here. So in some sense, already kind of speedrunning. I haven't tried Shallow Dip yet. After the event, I'll try this map. And then, we'll see how that goes. Probably very bad. And then I'll try Shallow Dip. Should be able to finish that. It's not an easy map. I feel like I can finish that map in a day though. Getting the blessing here. And into the final turtle. So yeah, if you also haven't seen this part, the players are turning the car upside down, not just for fun. Would be a strange thing to do, but because you have to climb a small platform at the end of this beam. So you have right there ahead of us, there's wow, Lars really speedrunning this, goddamn. There's this platform. And you cannot get on this in any other way than this flip, where you get one front wheel on top of the platform and then climb it. If you just drive normally into it, you'll just crash. You will not climb anything. That's the reason. That's the way to force these. You would do it for fun? I'm sure you would, Trunkly. Trunkly here posted a video on my Discord recently where Trunkly was doing bobsleigh turtling and wet wood turtling. That was cool. So yeah, I believe that you would play absolutely everything on this map upside down as much as you could, yes. Landing, there we go. Lars maybe getting a run together here. Floor 9. Looking pretty good. Important floor to reach. Especially the second half of this, so once you get over to this area, that's gonna be pretty good, because then you have the floor 8 below you can recover to. Have not played Hades, no. Maybe I should. Is Bleb some known Trackmania meme? I don't know if it's a Trackmania meme. It's just like a Twitch meme. Not sure if it's Trackmania specific. There are a lot of like Trackmania Twitch memes as well though. End is the end of floor 16, and then there's the final jump, basically. Final section, which basically is just the final jump. Built by Sparkling. Floor 16 built by Jumper, and then the ending thing built by Sparkling. Not like a full floor. The Bleb emote started in Lars' chat. Okay, good to know. So that would be a Trackmania meme. Oh, Lars. A little bit short on the jump. Out though. Your favorite game apart from Trackmania? Probably Shootmania. The one that I played the most. FPS version of Trackmania, you could say. From the same studio. Very tough speedrun game. There's a lot of memes from Mark. Yeah, that's true. A German streamer. Shootmania 2021. Yeah. We're still waiting. Well. Lars close to floor 10 now. That's not the strategy, Lars. That's not how you do this jump at all. What are you doing? Well, we go through, I guess. Is the jump enough? Yes. Well, Lars not even giving it a second thought. Just landing, just going. Yeah, definitely not the shred. You're supposed to land with the back wheels directly onto the pole, not clip the wall on your way there. Well, oh well, we're still on the track. Horsen. Virtual said in his video that you're top 100 world. I think in the... You mean the coaching video? It was that I got a top 100 world time on a campaign map. That's not really the same as being top 100 world, you know? Great ice slide. Perfect timing. Then waiting a little bit to get rid of the icy wheels, but I feel like we see players wait less and less here. Some even feel like they're going with icy wheels. But Lars here, pretty patient. Kind of crazy to think, if we look back like 2 weeks, imagining that you would take these kinds of risks on floor 10, it's kind of ridiculous, but it's happening. Do you think you could name 100 other Trackmania players who are better than you? Probably, yes. Like, probably off the top of my head I could, but I'm not going to. Too late, Sky. But I did miss some earlier, which I'm gonna refund. The low line, the jump will work. Go into the ice bin. That's it, Sky. Second gear, there we are, and then the spin timing looks great. Landing looks great. Is Lars chaining the plastic still? Feeling confident? No, still stopping. There's only really a few players who are chaining this. Virtual, Elcon. Maybe Bren as well. I actually haven't really seen that. Scrappy too. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Scrappy is pretty good at ice too. There's really no schedule for the training floor releases. If anything, actually, I feel like we might not see any new practice floors until the end of the event. This is very far to the side. Lars needs to compensate a lot with wiggles here. Just a couple. Is it going to be enough speed? Yes. Well done. Landing onto the far right side on the plastic is made worse by the fact that you spend so much time on ice before that, which means you have icy wheels, which makes the plastic even more slippery. So you kind of want to land a little bit not even centered, but a little bit here on this side, because the icy wheels will naturally slide you a little bit more to the center. So landing on the other side often is a bit tough to recover from, but Lars does it well. Here we go. None of the people who reach my floor actually need the practice floor. Yeah, I think floor 9 practice floor is really not relevant anymore. It's only relevant for the people who... Is it relevant even for the players who are currently trying to clear it? Because I feel like it's a very forgiving floor anyway. You get a lot of attempts on it. Lars clipping the landing. Is this gonna land into the pool? Oh, better. It lands here. There's a possible save here that is very dank. So what you can do is you can jump from here back to the beginning of the floor. Lars has done this before. Oh, not doing it now though. Okay, Lars playing it safe. Drops to the pool. Not going for that tough jump. I actually don't remember because it was 2 weeks ago. I don't remember if Lars tried it but failed it, or if Lars actually managed to land it. It's possible. Skips an entire floor. But I think maybe at this point the risk of doing that jump is higher than the risk of doing this entire floor 10. Which is kind of an interesting thing to think about. Tried it and twirled it. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, it's kind of interesting to think wait, at this point these players are so comfortable doing these ice techniques that they actually would rather just do that instead of one tricky jump. Tommy, getting closer to a personal best, but still a couple quarter pipe sections to go. Is there a new skip for floor 10? No. It's a recovery way if you fail something on floor 11. Back to the beginning of floor 11. The Simo skip is straight from floor 10 to the bottom. Come on. Come on, dude. He'll get it. He'll get it. 4 attempts past the ice spin. It's only a matter of time. It is actually super impressive though. Imagine practicing ice techniques on floor 10 of Deep Dip 2, where you need to do every single floor before you even get there. It is so crazy. Tommy, on the PB, 1040 usually is this jump. Landing here, that's most likely the next one. We can check in with Lars. So it's gonna be a personal best attempt. Let's see the pool landing. There it is. Actually, I think Sammy didn't get to try this last time. I think what happened... Yeah, this is a personal best now. So from here to here, that's a personal best. Because what happened earlier today was unfortunately not getting this landing, falling down here and turtling here. Which was super unfortunate, yes. So this is a personal best. Indeed. So now probably just gonna figure out some strats. Making sure that there's good strats. Sammy has a couple of strats to choose from. There is the high jump line that Hazard is doing. Going around here, jumping here very high, and then land here. Jumping here. The other strat that most people are using is going on this side of the hole, taking a very small jump, basically just dropping off the side here. So you just drop from this quarter pipe here. You get a very good line, and you are able to get usually a bit more speed as well, more consistently than the high jump line. Then there is the third line. Yeah, I'm just explaining your three options here, Sammy. There's the Lars strategy. The Lars strategy is doing the low jump line with a high jump, which sounds confusing. How it works is, instead of... You do the same line, you line up from here, you go around, and instead of dropping down from this quarter pipe into that quarter pipe, Lars does actually like a proper quarter pipe jump. So Lars goes all the way, slightly into this wall, lands very close to this edge, but it gives really good speed otherwise. So only Hazard and I think Matt have been doing the high jump line. Most players who have been doing the high jump line in the very early days have switched to the low jump line. Yeah, there's the high jump line, low jump line, and low high jump line. So Elcon, Virtual, everyone else does this line. So you go from here, you go here, you drop down from here, and why this is good is because you usually get a safe landing into the quarter pipe. And as long as you land into the quarter pipe, you can try this a billion times in a row. Because if you fail, you just go around here, land back down, and then you jump to the left onto the ramp, and you try again. So you can do this so many times in a row. The Lars line has two dangers. One is that you don't get the high line here correctly, and you jump a little bit off from here. And because your line with the Lars line is towards the left side, you're going to jump into this wall and fall to floor 8. And the other danger is that you just lack the speed. You jump very high, and that costs speed, compared to just dropping off of this quarter pipe. So when you jump high, that means that your line will land earlier, and the danger there is that you hit this wall, and you fall to floor 8. So, generally speaking, the low jump is going to at least make sure that you can get like a secure landing, and you can retry that as many times as possible. Lars back to this floor 11 section, lands it nicely. Brenda's low line, probably the low line, yeah. I'm not 100%, but generally yes. I feel like Lars has a pretty unique strat for it. Brenda's low, yeah, okay. Yeah, almost everyone does the low jump line. Timo as well does the low jump. Left will clip, not, but lands anyway, no problem. Well, Lars here, getting a run together. Scary jumps over here, but lands clean into the plastic. This will definitely go into the pool. Very nice. Well, where's my cursor? Okay, Lars, landing in. Lars is on a pretty good run here as well. we'll try to keep tabs on both. Yeah. Might be that Lars is also checking, so though. You'll need a bit longer. Gotcha. There's been so many world records all of a sudden, yeah. Split screen. We don't have the technology. Lars is streaming, that's fair, but we're documenting things over here, so, you know. It's okay, I can see when something is moving. We're gonna be fine. SP Villa 2 stream. For Deep Dip 3, we're gonna have a full-scale 24/7 mega production. Spin strategy looks to work. This next one, mainly the last like tough part. I feel like the last one, getting the speed around the ring, it's mostly about strategy. So I feel everything is working. The VODs are available. Oh, Lars. Wonder what the recovery is here. Are you going to jump directly to the pool? I think you jump on this ledge. I think someone has done it before, but I forgot who. Good reaction from Lars not to commit to that line. It wasn't looking very fast. Oh, okay, Lars, even more ambitious. Really? Oh, no. Okay, I thought Lars was gonna jump to the high platform there. Again, back to the previous one. But this jump is possible. We know that it's possible. I don't know if it has been done. Maybe someone like Bren has done it before, but it is possible to reach, and Lars gets that. Well done. I've already saved all the VODs, SMB. They're on Twitch. If you scroll down on videos, you can find those in like a collection, which they are pretty bad on Twitch. Maybe I'll just upload like a YouTube playlist. Well, but everything is saved. Lars, second try. Oh, I don't know if there was a slowdown, but Lars kind of notices what I noticed, that it's very close to the edge. Jumping through. Yeah, if I find it in me to go through like 250 hours of footage to do like a world record, like full chronological world record collection, I could do that. This landing looks better. The spin, there it is. Landing here, this time it works. And now Lars just needs to avoid that third gear. Too much speed will result in the third gear, and when you jump up this quarter pipe after you will drop that gear, giving you a slowdown. So keeping the second gear much better. Lars, oh, barely reaches the pool. Oh no, but not with the wheels. Well, if the car doesn't flip magically here, that's not gonna be the biggest problem, because there is a pool below, though we've seen some moments on this pool as well, so, you know, you just need to wait. It isn't, you know, it's a downhill, so you will eventually fall down to the pool, and then you just hope that you don't get the Elcon ramp thing where you fly here. You just hope that it doesn't happen. It's truly not the greatest pool ever, but, you know. No, it will definitely drop in the pool. Just how it drops in the pool, that's a question. Okay, Shami might be going. You wanna wait, like, 15 seconds, Shami? Maybe. This Lars is falling into a very, very dicey pool right now. Thank you, I appreciate you. It's not gonna take very long. Is it gonna be the bounce? Or will it actually land? Oh god. Lars is off. It looks... Okay, it will land. Alright. Thank you, Sammy. Lars not bouncing away from the pool. Will be safe to continue. And now... First attempt here. Launch the quarter pipe. That's important. We'll clip the landing. It's not enough speed. You just do the recovery. You do this as often as you want. The important thing is to not miss the landing. Definitely clip the landing. That definitely happened. It would have been, I think, like 220 speed at most. Yeah, like the thing about this section is that you don't really want to commit to it unless you're 100% sure, because the recovery is so fast. Lars recovering fast as well. Spin jump right there. Oh, will land. And then let me taking a couple of safety laps here. Lars might be watching as well. Don't do a 180 to land on nose for this recovery. It could be like a turtle danger, so landing sideways I think is the most common strategy. I think this recovery is scary initially, but once you do it once, it's probably like, okay, it was actually fine. Lars, going now. Gets the landing again, and we go back. Not committing just yet. I think the speed was fine there, though. Might be one more lap. Lars has also made the climb this time, and now on the final jump to floor 12. Tommy going... lands in... not that bad. But you need to do it once to trust yourself, kind of. Lars bails out from the ramp, probably crashed the wall there. The nice thing about floor 12 is that you can recover these mistakes. You make a mistake, you can just usually restart the floor, or you can restart the previous section even. This line? Oh, looks better. 190 speed, very good. You can get over 200 speed, but it's not too bad at all. A lot of players helping each other out on these sections. It is a great look into the Trackmania community for sure. When 48-hour stream, I will not survive. I'm kind of, you know, worried about missing the World Record run though. Like the actual like first finishes run. But with people playing around the clock, you know, Bren playing at different times than Lars, and Lars playing at different times than Hazard and Alcon and everything. A little bit, but it's a lot. Would need to be like at least a 20-hour stream every day. At the very least, there's some others though, casting Bren as well. Have been at least, so that's something. Or in the end, when they have like 2 to 5 jumps left, will they still end stream for a sleep and risk it? It's hard to say. I feel like, you know, doing like a 30-hour stream or something is just not, like, you don't give yourself a very good chance of finishing the map if you've been playing for like 20 hours straight, right? Second try. Oh, hits the wall. This will go back to floor 8, but fortunately, there's a pool. So it's not that bad. You will just go back and do the final part of floor 8 again. And climb back. What do you think Carl would do in DD2? Carl Jr.? Carl Jr. has been playing. Not on like, you know, full grind, but Carl Jr. has reached 860 height, which is the beginning of floor 8. So that's kind of the answer, I suppose. Maybe a bit new to some specific tricks that you need on this map, like the upside down driving, turtling. But very few people will ever reach floor 8. Hi Ale. Why is Carl Jr. famous? Has won a lot of tournaments over the years. One of the most impressive resumes. The most impressive list of achievements in competitive Trackmania. Lars? Going into second section now. Lines it up. Looks to land it, and there we go. Carl Jr. invented the burger as well. Oh. Didn't know that one. The more you know. Five-time world champion. Yep. Will Hazard start another run as well? I don't know. But Lars, landing... Oh, that was looking dangerous. Oh, these kind of flips are always scary. Well, survives it though. Jumps through and into the loop. And landing in there. Somehow it feels like from this floor to 15, it's such like a impossibly long journey. I feel like the floors do get slower, maybe not longer, but slower. Just more patience, more respect for the tricks all the time. Jumping through now, lands pretty late into turbo. Just the turn around sideways and lands it. I think that's a good choice because it kind of looked like the car was tilting backwards, so the sideways landing probably a bit safer to not land upside down. Here we go then. Plax is this floor. I heard you took 66 hours to validate floor 16. Me? This is completely new. I've never heard that one before. I'm still validating. Lars into the spin. Oh, that's a bit too late. Into the pool though, we'll be able to restart this floor. Fortunate. Fortunate landing. I actually have a laptop on the side here, and I'm trying to validate floor 16 real quick as we speak, before players get there. Still trying, have been trying for the last 2 months. Jump through the window, there we are. Lars will be able to retry this section. Landing, spinning, and this time it works. Now chaining this jump onto the left side. Well done from Lars. And then into the bobsleigh loop. I saw Lars do like 7 loops here once. 4 seems to be the standardized strat, so 3, 4, and then going on the next one. Oh. 5, 6. Okay, Lars. 7. Lars? Okay, alright, okay. Well, it's the 7, I guess, this time. Alright. Lucky number, maybe. Maybe this is... maybe this is a... sort of like a blessing as well. Could be. Well. Jumping through makes the window. Then into the wood, and we will definitely see Lars do the plastic bounce route. Has been super consistent on it, not doing the Elcon shortcut. I would very much imagine. Glad you enjoy, Fenris. Just need to be careful about the turn rate on this wood section. Lars gets through it. Then the landing. And yeah, it is indeed the original shortcut here. How do people know this is wood? It's the wall texture. So that kind of gives it away. It's the same texture that you have on these walls, you know? It's the same texture as this. So that's how you know. A big jump into the plastic bounce then. Lars. Careful setup. Has been very consistent on this. The strat has been figured out. Took a while. Hazard did a lot of attempts trying different things, backwards, forwards, kind of almost sideways as well. Air brake right before the bounce. Actually not even doing the air brake this time. Works beautifully again. Semi getting closer to a personal best as well. Once more gets to try this same section soon again. Lars. Now just hoping that the bounce gets him to the pool, and it will. Oh no, what happened here now? That's a tough one. Well, that will maybe be the end of that attempt. Still a new personal best. Released acceleration. Yeah, okay, so not getting quite to the quarter pipe. Unfortunate. Oh well, Lars. Getting into the wall right now. The strat here is to not land sideways into the wall, right? Because you land in a weird angle. So you want to land with front wheels up. So look at the angle here. Lars very heavily steers uphill there. Lands on the wood. Okay, the grip doesn't do anything super crazy. Wood is a completely ridiculous surface that freezes the car if you land sideways on it. That's how wood works. Yeah, that's how it works. Don't worry about it. The surface that Nadio always dreamed about, maybe. Anyway. Lars, then into the final part here. Just needs to get a good enough landing into this quarter pipe so that the car jumps over the wet area there, and it will work as well. Lars hits the pipe, lands in the pool. Well done. There's a hidden pool over there. Why am I here? Okay, let's see the final jump here. Lars already going for it. Onto the ice. The pole works great. Lars is through and gets to do floor 14. Yeah, so here there's a hidden pool under here, and you will get wet wheels if you land too early. So Lars fortunately able to avoid that. Hey, good night, Tell. Google Translate didn't really do you favors there. It's a but it's close. Close. I appreciate it. Get some good rest, dude. That's all good. You can still get wet wheels, by the way. Like, getting those wet wheels is not like your run ends there. You can still get them and make the jump. Lars now needs to get a good speed, jump through the hole, avoid slipping off the ice. And then the scary part. Already, the second trick. Falling a little bit into this hole and then flipping the edge off the hole to jump over here. Always so scary. And then we have the turbos. And the turbos don't affect you if you're in the air, but the moment you touch this wall, turbo will kind of activate, and it will push you upwards, you will backflip, you will get here. And that's how all the turbo sections basically work here. There's a couple of them. Lars, we'll be able to retry this for as long as needed. Here's some ideas if you were to make a deep level in the future. Not really. I feel like I would need to experiment for a while. Just place random blocks and figure out what's fun and cool. Line is good. Lars flips the hole, but that only helps you here. Not going too far. And then the whole clip. Whole jump. Magnets aren't used in Deep Dip 2 because they enable shortcuts. So there's just like a essential ban on magnets on this map. Same for reactors. Hazard is still on the server, on the star line. How can magnets allow shortcuts? When magnets aren't that strong, so when you have like good enough speed on magnets, there's two ways. One, you can like jump off a magnet to the side or something, and then the magnet's strength will still pull you even during the airtime, and you can kind of like fly somewhere even after leaving the magnet. And the other way is that you can accelerate on magnets too much, which means that the magnet is not strong enough to hold you on the magnet anymore, and you will fly off, and that kind of a flight can be pretty wild. So there's like ways to fly off magnet blocks, multiple ways even. Did someone get further than what Bren did on stream this morning? Yes. Hazard. Cleared a lot on floor 15. Khaki map examples. There was the one with checkpoints where you go in a circle around the magnets and you fly off at the specific point. Lars, over the border. First try, nicely done. There's also my map, 85. That has a couple magnet tricks. Are those clouds real? Yes. As real as video game clouds are. Mime did play in the first week. Don't really know anything more than that though. Well, Lars. Now to the turbo wall. Backflip. Oh, well, okay. Fortunate extra boost from the turbo. So again, turbos don't affect you unless you are touching something with your wheels. So if, for example, you kind of like backflip back into the turbo doesn't do anything unless you're also like touching like this border or something. The wheels need to contact something for the turbo to do anything. This is just how turbos work. In the air, they don't do anything. So that's why Lars did get like a late boost there, because the car probably was... Where am I? Car probably wasn't initially touching anything here, like kind of upside down on this, but then maybe the back wheel slightly touched the border here, and then the turbo is there, and it boosts you at that point. It's kind of interesting and weird, but that's how it works. I don't know why. $127 is the one where you go in circles? Yeah, gotcha. There's a lot of magnets in Kaki. Lars taking his time, getting these next few sections going. Here's the next turbo wall. Another backflip, and then there's one more backflip. Actually, two more, right? This one, turbo wall, backflip into the pool, and then also this one, which is on ground this time. You land front wheels first, and the car again does like a backflip here, bouncing on the plastic. So Lars has made it all the way to floor 15 already. Has made this quarterpipe jump, has made it over here, over these ramps, in the plastic bounce, into the pool, and all the way here. Failed this part, this beam thing, but Brent figured out the strategy. This is gonna be like a wall hug strategy, so Lars most likely going for that one. Can you post clips here? Yes. Hello Wesley. Magnets are custom blocks. So how it works is that Nadio, the developers of the game, have created surfaces. So it's an official surface, but it doesn't have any official blocks with it. So you have like a couple surfaces that don't have official blocks. For example, rubber is another one, very strange surface that limits your speed to 500. Doesn't allow almost anything. It's a very strange surface and very rarely used. Doesn't have its own blocks, but you can make your own custom blocks in this game. So you can make magnet blocks yourself, and you can make any kind of like rubber blocks, whatever you want to make yourself as well. So yeah, all magnet blocks are always custom. Elcon clean shot already. Which section? Maybe Lars is gonna take a little bit of time. Maybe we can check it out. Okay, so on this turbo Elcon. Okay, yeah, Elcon doing a little bit of extra. The whole breakdance performance. That's good. Alright. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, so turbos are weird. Yeah, that's the main takeaway. Was in the dryer for a second. Here we go. Is rubber like penalty plastic? It's like penalty road. It's not a slippery surface. Lars back to the pool. Okay. Alright. Ixon doing the turbo tunnel. Oh, a little bit too far. Not able to stop the car. Unfortunately. Heavest might be on a PB run at the same time. I shouldn't look at Ixon doing floor 7, maybe. I don't know, my full power over here. So I think Heavest, based on the height, 815. Lars is going right now as well. Gets the next landing. 815 is this. So it could be that Heavest actually hasn't tried this next jump or has failed it very early. So that could be, this could be a personal best jump. Whether it lands or doesn't. Could be PB heights. Oh, there we go. Actually, no, it doesn't go past the 815, so it could still be something else, I suppose. But the floor 7 parts around that area, very tough. I think the next part where you actually get a personal best height is going to be on the, like after the turbo tunnel. So this section here, very important, very tough to do correctly as well. Jumps a bit early, but still lands it very nicely done. Couple easier sections then. You have the plastic bounce, you have the dirt jump. Just fine. Now Lars on the tricky part. I've cleared this before, but these quarter pipe jumps, not easy. Turbo tunnel, unfortunately. Turbo tunnel does turbo tunnel things again. Lars though, on the beam, saves the landing as well. A little bit shaky, but does get it done. So now to the long sequence. Getting the speed, landing here, then the quarter pipe jump, and then the turbo wall into the pool. That's what you need to do. It's a pretty long sequence. Thanking subs between each jump. These players truly deserve it though. They've been putting so much energy into these runs, into these PBs. Landing in a little bit on the right side, but does correct the line, and then into the wall, and we are in the pool as well. There we go. Magnets are used in the Nadio campaigns. They are not... I can't imagine... Like, okay, there's some cases of Nadio using some, like, a single custom block in the campaign. But it's very rare, and I don't think magnets have ever been used. It's a very generous pool. That's for sure. Thanks, Vito. So then into the forward section, the main thing here is getting the right setup, getting the right amount of speed. Front wheels first, you backflip, bounce here, bounce over the ice, bounce here, here, and go into the water. Then the tricky quarter pipe jump that our players are still failing. It's definitely not easy. And then the bounce over here. landing over here, and then the final turbo sealing thing. Lars, setup is correct, and now the bounces, they will work. Lars gets the pull. We keep going. Not too long ago, Lars's personal best was this very jump, but has since cleared it. I think one time. But you know, one time clearing a section on this map is not a lot. It's the line though, and will land very clean. Great line from Lars. Has really learned these floor 14 tricks very quickly. And then, getting a little bit less speed than the maximum speed here. I think that's the strat. And now what happens is that your front wheels will hit this floor. The car will bounce then to back wheels. And your underside of the car will flip on this beam onto this road. It looks very wonky. When this was first suggested, we were all kind of thinking that it's probably not intended. There has to be some way we're not seeing, but at this point, honestly, the players are doing it very well. They're doing it so consistently. We'll see if Lars can manage. Bounce. Oh, doesn't get the line right, I think. And we go down a long way, it seems. Maybe floor 10, maybe floor 9. Floor 10 we bounce on. What about floor 9? Landing on the turbo. Well, we do land on floor 9, so it's something. I think what happened there is that the front wheels actually hit the beam. Exactly. I'm PD. Where am I? Front wheels hit the beam, and that kind of tells me that the line was too far to the right side. So, not hitting the underside of the car to the beam, but the front wheel gripping this, and you know, the car slows down that way, and then the bounce is just not there. Would have been better if it hit even more to the right so that the car would have actually stopped on the beam, but yeah, unfortunately. It's gonna be like this. Well, next time, just a little bit more to the left. Speed, I think, was good. It is a good attempt, though. Good attempt overall. Still getting these floor 14 attempts going. That's the important part. Is this part not plastic? It's not plastic. No. It's concrete. The beam... Like, the beam is metal, which... For this case, it's basically the same as concrete. And the platform below is concrete. Metal has some, like, specific things. For example, metal doesn't dry wet wheels. But for this, it doesn't really matter, because you don't have wet wheels. The Elcon wall ride was pretty great, though. Hey, Doondy. Doondy, I have to ask you, because you said at one point, since we're talking about Elcon, that you placed the pool on 11, right? Right at the end. Did you see what Elcon did there? On your pool? This was already a couple days ago. Did not see. Okay, let me check. I don't know what auto much problem is. thought you could hit the white pillar from the right. Wait. 1 second. Let me find this thing first. The Elcon thing. Hold on. Where was it? Just one moment. This one. This is your pool. Your pool, Dondi. Alright? That's your pool, sir. I feel like everything on this map will eventually scam you. Everything. Just everything. All planned. To be fair, I would rather have it than, you know, falling all the way down. It's nice that it's there. Still. No, but yeah, the underside bounce thing on floor 14, it's definitely intended at this point. I don't think there's anything you can do otherwise, because you will just not have the speed. I'm just kidding, dude. The pool is good. And hey, actually, no, Dundi. You know what? That run dropped down onto floor 8. So maybe it was all planned after all. If the pool doesn't work, it brings you to the best floor, right? Honestly, I feel like there's a lot of sections on this map where we've had like the most ridiculous bounces and falls. Here we, by the way, see the Lars low-high jump line. It's interesting. So jumping pretty high on this, and this is the risk, right? So doing this like left side jump thing. And it's less consistent, I think, than the low jump line, just dropping off the quarter pipe. But at the same time, I mean, it is working. When it works, it works. It does seem a little risky. So here, very clean landing. So when it does give you that clean landing, it does work, yeah. Doing just fine. I hope the next tower as a whole has as many saves as mine, but tricks are harder, but long time away, so I don't know. Yeah, I think, like, you know, you could probably have it so that, you know, it's much harder mechanically, and maybe harder to learn as well, but it's very, like, rare that you fall all the way down. That could be some way of building this kind of thing, yeah. It's true. Pure trial? Oof. I was thinking, also, I had this weird idea yesterday of like a Groundhog Day type thing where you have like a time limit for the run, So basically, like, let's say that the whole thing takes like 15 minutes, and then you make like a game mode for it that, you know, ends your run, like restarts your run automatically once the time limit is up. So then you kind of like need to learn all the tricks and then try to learn a little bit more every run, but ultimately you need to speed run the whole thing to be able to finish it. I think that would be an interesting concept. Maybe not for a deep dip, but maybe there could be like a different kind of a concept to it. Would probably have to disable cam zone as well. Yeah, maybe it would be less like a pathfinding thing, and maybe it could be like a completely different sort of concept entirely. Maybe not a tower at all. But it could be like some different direction you could bring this kind of a survival challenge to. Something like a 1 hour time limit could actually work still, but it would be a pretty big one. After 50 minutes the car will automatically dead turtle. Oh, that's just evil. Could you use slow-moving blocks to close off a path after a certain amount of time, with checkpoints each section? Yes. Yes, you can. But you need to make custom moving blocks. It would be possible. I'm not an expert on custom moving blocks, but from what I've understood about them, yeah, like you can make like a black screen with media checker, but it's not like it doesn't prevent you from driving. And then, you know, there's this like cheese way where someone can tell you like where to drive and stuff. So, you know, I think it would be best if it either like restarts the run or just blocks you from driving somehow. Jumping in. And then into the pool, very much to the right side, but works. Doesn't have to be a tower, but a tricky and long RPG or trial could be interesting for it. Yeah, for sure. Maybe I'll need to explore this kind of thing. I should probably finish my endurance map first, but maybe I'll ask around. Lighting in. Lars. Back towards floor 11. Clean landing. Here we are. Turn around. Looks clean. And then a couple wiggles. Should be safely on floor 11. Here we go. Sorry for the dumb question, but I've been in a place with no internet for 3 days. It's not a dumb question at all. Who's got the world record so far and who all is close? That is a great question. Don't worry about it. That's the whole reason why we're here, is to follow that battle. So, Hazard has made it pretty far into floor 15, meaning that there's only 3 sections that are really remaining. Like 3 separate sections that are remaining on floor 15. Even 2 in a sense. But one of those sections is very long. Kind of like 2 sections remaining on floor 15. Bren has made it about like 1/3 in to floor 15, and Lars is 2 jumps behind Bren right now. So, yeah, Hazard got that run a couple hours ago, made it very far. And then everyone else is not on floor 15. So Elcon is on floor 14. I forgot which part Elcon failed already, even though I quickly was watching it as well. Virtual floor 13 has made it to the wall ride part, but hasn't cleared the wall ride part. Scrappy is just before the plastic bounce on floor 13, so about halfway through. And Schmaniel has made it very early in, like a couple jumps into floor 13. That's our current top 7. Big jump for Lars. Let's see it. Oh, what? What is going on? I'm not gonna say anything about that one. There's only 3 jumps left after the one I failed. Yeah, like 2 separate sections, right? Like the ice section into the dirt, zoop into the ice landing, into the dirt landing. That's like 1 section. You probably need to chain all of that, right? And then you have the Kuba's snake thing. Okay, so I can tell what happened, but it could have been that Lars was a little bit distracted there, maybe not fully focused. So maybe it was just a late, you know, sort of choice, like, you know, not kind of like going between committing and not committing to the line. But basically, Lars, for whatever reason, didn't feel comfortable going for the jump. So then Lars kind of very late decided, like, okay, I actually want to go to the left. So Lars kind of did both at the same time, and unfortunately the result was falling here, but fortunately the result was falling here. So a little bit of a rare thing to happen, but you know, it happens. Oh, very far to the side this one. Is it possible to land still? Couple wiggles needed for the speed. There we go. Back to 11. You think the final jump is really easy? Yeah, I mean, I feel like whoever gets there first will still take, like, a lot of time before committing to it. I feel like you just run around in a circle, and then you go towards the center, and then you see, like, okay, I had 312 speed there, and then you just try to figure out, like, what's the max speed you can get. The good news is that you can test the speed there, like, fairly efficiently. Like, you can bail out from, like, the attempt, like, pretty late as well, right? Your estimated 400 to 500 speed? Okay. 2 circles around the outside, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Might need to do like a small release, maybe on the second circle, I don't know. You will only need about 66 speed. Okay, thanks Dundi for the information. Heard that Bob Parker did it with 66 speed, honestly. Alright. Second try then. Getting the speed. This time committing to the jump. And we go up. Jumps a bit far. Oh no. That's a bit too far. It happens. Happens occasionally. All the way down. Well. Okay. Well, Lars having some pretty fortunate landings actually recently. This is floor 6. It's not that bad. That works. Un-Lars-like. Maybe the luck has turned. Evest also trying to get those runs towards floor 8 now. End of floor 7. That's gonna be the PB. Just past the turbo tunnel. You have a new prediction of finish time. In the beginning you thought 2 weeks, then 3 weeks. Did I think 2 weeks? Maybe I did. I don't remember. No, what I've said previously is that I think it's gonna be finished next week. Like this coming week, you know? Oh, Hefest with the Croatian flag. True. Used to be the Finnish flag. We can't claim Hefest anymore. I didn't even notice. Ooh, ice turtles, not quite a thing. Tough one to save. We could have a finish before day 30, but you need to think about the big strategy here, which is that if the players delay the ending of the map to like day 32, then they get another round of Prime subs on their Twitch streams. So you need to kind of think about this aspect as well, I think. Lars, landing in, getting runs going. Maybe what's gonna happen...
Machi! What the fuck?
...is that whoever gets to the end first, they wait there for like 3 days. It's gonna be like... Imagine if they put like a sub goal to try the final jump. It's like, okay, 7,000 subs and I will jump towards the finish. And then they just stay there for 3 days. Damn. That could be the strat. And then they fall, yeah. I can see finish happening in the coming week if I keep getting runs like today. Yeah, you were really on fire today. How do you feel about the ring part now that you have cleared it once? It still looks pretty sketchy. Yes, Hazard personal best on is on this stream, yeah. If you check the entire thing, you can click the clip, and then you can click the watch full video and go a little bit back. The issue is that you can't see where you're jumping until the moment you go for it. Yeah, that's actually fair. So it's like something that with practice would probably be fine. You learn the angles, but obviously you can't get that practice. I feel like floor 15 and 16 will be the 2 floors where you will just never be practiced during this event. Maybe floor 16 will be more so. Like, you will never reach like a point where you know exactly what you want to do. You will always just kind of have an idea. Like, for example, for the floor 10, like ice spin, like everyone knows what they want to specifically do there. They know the gear sort of like position where it happens, like the exact timing of the second gear. They know the exact position of the ice slide start, everything else. All of that, right? But I don't think that same thing is gonna happen to like floor 16 sections at all. I feel like you always just kind of estimate what you need to do. Maybe if someone else has done them and failed them, then you can think like, okay, well, maybe I don't go for the same setup, or maybe I will try the same setup. It looked pretty good. Well, like the discomfort of doing those sections will always be there until the end of the event, I think. '16 has training for the sketchiest tricks. Yeah, that's true. Oh, Lars is not through the hole. Rips this water though, so we're gonna be here for the next 15 minutes while Lars tries to save this. Would you... I'm curious, Hazard, like, what do you think about the wheel clip section? Because for me, I personally don't think that the wheel clip part will be, like, one of the biggest problems there. But I could be completely wrong. I feel like it's mostly about just the setup. Like just getting the wheels on the beam. And then the rest is probably not that dangerous. Be fine if you're used to it, yeah. And I mean, you can get used to it, right? With the practice section. No, 16 training is not out. The latest practice floor is floor 8. We're just talking about like how you would learn floor 16. Okay, Lars is gonna be here for the next 5 minutes anyway. I can just show these two parts. So, there are 2 sections on floor 16 that you have like a separate practice section for. So here's the wheel clip. Somewhere. Here. So you can practice on this right side, trying to get the left side wheels on top of this beam, and then you drop into the pool, then you can try it again, and then when you're ready to try this for real, you go on the other side and you do this long wall. And the same practice section exists for this dirt wall right trick, where you need to go all the way around plastic punch and then all the way back. So you can practice it over here on an earlier section. Go here and then back, you know? So, oh, Lars just fails it as I switch back. Yeah, there's a khaki map with the wheel clip technique, though it's different wheel clip, different kind of a thing, but it is not like a new thing. And I think, generally speaking, if I remember correctly, I think it's... you need to have, like, specific speed on it. But it's, like, pretty difficult to fall down from the wheel hang, I think. But I think if you go pretty slow, I honestly feel like it should be fine. I feel like all those tricks are fully skill-based. I'm almost more scared of stuff like the 2 wheels around the flags. Scaffolding 2 eyes. Yeah, no. This, you're absolutely right. Like, this looks super cursed. But I think the idea that you mentioned earlier, like, jumping through here and then falling below this a little bit to the right. This actually looks pretty interesting. Can't for the life of me understand why you would put a plastic block here, though, but okay. I mean, I understand. I know why it's plastic. Of course. Everyone knows why it's plastic. Yeah, we'll see. This looks really difficult to get, like, a intuition for. It's so hard to see what's actually gonna happen. Looks easy to you. Oh, nice. And yeah, who knows what this is gonna be as well? I don't know. There's been some people who say that that should be fine, but who knows? Yeah, no way you land on the plastic block. Like, maybe it's theoretically possible, but it's entirely luck-based. It's not the intended way. Yeah, no recoveries on floor 16. Your best shot is landing somewhere very luckily onto floor 13. More realistically, you will fall to floor 9. Maybe floor 8. which doesn't need to be said out loud, but it's the same as you falling down from floor 8 to floor 0. Practically the same. Lars, still getting those runs together. Floor 7. Ixon, close to floor 6. Has also been to floor 10. Yeah, Lars's run is getting there in time. Close to 2 hours now. Is fall speed not capped at one point? It is if you don't accelerate. So I could show this again. This is kind of interesting in terms of falling in Trackmania. So if we just fall down... Actually, let me show this in a different map base, so we can fall down from even higher. So, let's go here, yeah? 2 hour run, kinda short, yeah. Okay, this is gonna take absolutely forever if I actually fall down from the very top, but this is something... I feel like a lot of even very experienced players might not know this, because this is not something you do in Trackmania usually. But if you fall down without accelerating the car, so we just let go of the car, you notice the speed here. At some point we'll slow down a lot, right? So now, at this point we're kind of just floating. 260 speed, and then it's like essentially not accelerating, right? This is how gravity works, I guess. So, about 31 seconds to get to the ground. But now, if we press acceleration, if I'm holding forwards, you will notice a difference. A big difference. About 16 seconds faster. So, that's how Trackmania works. Free falling is gonna be kind of capped in the speed, but when you accelerate, you're gonna be a lot faster. I think we do see our players sometimes, like, you know, just not accelerate during the fall to make it a little bit slower to land to something. What about brake? Brake doesn't do anything unless you have backwards gear. So if you fall down backwards, then you're also going to accelerate. But, you know, it's... You can fall even slower if the car is touching a wall. Trackmania. Video game. Why didn't Newton think of this? Brake is the same as not touching anything, right? Yes. If you have forwards gear and you're falling down and you press brake, it doesn't do anything but air brake. If you have backwards gear, then it does not air brake and it will accelerate you instead. Lars a little bit short on the jump, but still works. A lot of players going for the shortcut now. How does their air movement work? Oh, hold on. I've heard the new cars have some steering mechanic when you're in the air. Oh, I don't know much about it. I do know that you can't air brake with the other cars though. With the snow rally and probably desert car too. I don't really know if there's anything more to them though. If you're going backwards, does pressing forward act as a brake? No, though it could. It would be cool if it did, actually. It would be a nice mechanic if it did. Would help on some backwards maps. Okay. Already did a timeout earlier. Let's do this time then. With the TMO cars, especially desert, you can somewhat air control your car by steering, stabilize the car a bit. Yeah, okay. I do know that there's like a way to avoid like landing bugs with the snow car by doing like the air movement thing. I think that's mostly about like how you take the jump though, right? There we go. Lars, over here. Getting a run going again. Hasn't been below floor 6 in these 2 hours, I think. So, well, I mean, of course every run starts below that, but doing pretty nicely still. It's not important anymore with the hitbox fix. Yeah, I guess you need to do that with the other games still. Yeah, the turtle wedge thing, the second turtle part, looks really scary, but like, it's extremely rare to fail it. Usually the fail only happens in the entry or in the exit. Very rare that anything actually happens during the thing, whatever you want to call it. In all fairness, I think this game has too many mechanics, and a lot of them are very unintuitive. You're right that a lot of them are unintuitive. Same person. What are we doing? I think, like, a part of this, this whole situation is that there's so many weird mechanics. Like, speed slides already are very weird, right? And, like, air control is pretty weird, and ice is pretty weird. I feel like the game could definitely benefit from just having, like, a proper tutorial where Nadio actually, like, explained some things to the player. Not only, like, giving, like, oh, here's an ice block, figure it out, but actually, you know, showing, like, alright, this is what can happen, ice sliding is a thing, you know, slide outs happen at, you know, gear shifts. Like, why can't there be, like, that kind of an explanation, right? Ice is definitely weird. I feel like most ice players will agree with me as well. Especially like when you get to like very high level on ice, you find so many like cursed things that I feel like that should even make you agree with me more. definitely a lot to learn, yeah. But it's kind of cool as well. With older games, it's all about controlling your car suspensions by doing steering inputs before a jump or drop. One of the hardest mechanics to master. Yeah, I can imagine. People like you or me are here for that, yeah. Yeah, that's it, that's it. But I wouldn't mind like a proper training campaign. Like imagine, currently we have 25 maps in the training campaign, official training campaign. And 2 of those maps are dedicated to the fragile block. Do you know when the last time was when Nadio used a fragile block in an official map? I think I checked at one point. But it's been a while. I will tell you that much. I feel like it's been like 3 years. So yeah. Hello, Greg. This season has one? Oh, really? Wait, which map? Hazard has done the world record today. Fragile blocks. Fragile is a block that causes your car to be fragile, which means that if you have the fragile effect and you crash a wall, the car will like break a little bit, meaning that it's essentially like gets slower and the turn rate gets slower and stuff like this. Oh, 18 with the wood 180 at the end? Does it even do anything there? I guess it prevents like a wall bounce. Or becomes wobbly, yeah. And slow. So like, you know, maybe we don't need 2 maps in the training campaign for that block. Is ice sliding a bug? Good question. I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure if they intended it from the beginning. I'm guessing that they probably found it themselves. It's kind of hard to not find. Lars, back to floor 10. Personally enjoy a game more the more complex it is, especially in cases such as these where complex mechanics are totally optional to play. Kind of, yeah. And I do feel like in general, like the game is fair. Like there aren't any like mechanics that are completely sort of game breaking. Even things like Ubers and such that you could say are game breaking are not really something that you can abuse everywhere. So I feel like every technique in the game generally gives you like a small advantage, and then you combine like 10 of them during a map to get like the best possible time. So there's like a lot to learn, but you can kind of play the game casually on most surfaces and most maps. And still enjoy it. Still get some medal times. How many more days the map will last? What do you think? I think in the coming week it could be finished. Are Nadio developers good at the game? Tona is very good, yeah. Not sure about the others. Not like too much at least. Hylich is the best player ever, of course. Here we go. Back to the pool, jumping in. Here we go. Landing in the ice slide. And nicely done. Lars really not having trouble with this floor at all anymore. Looking pretty solid. Lars had this phase like a week ago, I think, where Lars was really struggling to get runs past floor 7. But has somehow gotten over it. In the recent days especially, Lars has really been able to get these floor 11 runs going. Very often. Lars says he finds Mudge's isolate harder than the 360 because the gears on Mudge's are super difficult. Yeah, gotcha. I think Virtual said as well that the floor 1 isolate is harder. Turnaround looks good. And then into the plastic. Some wiggles. Landing. There we go. Getting over it. Oh, that was a complete accident, Ion. Heard Mudge's isolate took 66 hours to validate. True. It's a tough one. Matt getting to floor 8 as well, almost floor 9 now. Should be clean. This is a great car skin. Matt is going for this easier route here. Kinda interesting. So just go around here, over the plastic, jump over here. Doondi, if you're still here, were you surprised that people didn't use that at all? Like it was... I don't even know if anyone noticed that until Mada did it like 2 weeks into the whole thing. It is kind of wild how... basically what happened is that Elcon just one-shot... Oh, Lars, oh, that was scary, but makes the landing. Elcon just did this jump, the big jump, you know, the harder jump. And I feel like everyone else just copied it afterwards, not really looking too much into it. You're surprised about something else? Plus one information. We need to look through floor 8, guys. He was not Hazard. Hazard cleared the first third of floor 8 first, and then Elcon cleared the last 2/3 on floor 8. I'm pretty sure. Yes, Elcon failed the first trick on floor 9. Back wheel clip worked great, no issue. Then the wall ride, plastic looks clean, and we're in the pool. What's the intended way on floor 8 now when the practice map is out? I mean, there's just like multiple ways on it. It's not really about like intended ways or not. It's more about like, you know, there's these like intentional shortcuts that, you know, were pretty obvious at the end of the day. Now that we can look back at what players are doing. But judging from the Dundi message there, maybe we're still missing something. Maybe you can like skip the final turtle somehow or something. It's a pretty big floor, right? It's a pretty long floor with the strats that people are doing right now. If the floors were supposed to be under 3 minutes, I feel like the wall record right now on that segment is like barely over 3 minutes. Well, you probably do need to do at least one of the turtles, I'd imagine. Well, Lars back to floor 12. A wide line here. I started kind of widening that line, I think. And it seems to be working better. Small release to not get any airtime. And then lining again towards the moving block in the ceiling. There we go. Great line. Will Undiscovered Strat be unveiled after the competition by the mappers? At least Plaxity has said that Plaxity will do like some explanation stream or whatever. Lars, just about enough speed there. Are the pros using practice maps a lot? The top players, not too much. Though I did saw Lars on floor 7, when the floor 7 practice floor was first released. I did see Lars on the leaderboard there, so... And I think like Granadi as well. So I think some of the players did do those like floor 6 and 7 practice floors when they first came out. At this point they're probably pretty confident in them. Right now we have 0 to 8 for floors released. On to the ramps. Jump to the left. There we go. Bryn is on the leaderboard of floor 6. Oh yeah? Maybe trying to find ways to avoid landing bugs or something. Final section of this floor. Jumps through. Now the spin strategy, getting the sideways landing, seems a little bit cleaner. Gets this landing more consistently, it seems. Some players still doing the backwards set. Like Hazard is still landing that backwards. I've seen some players like Elcon was doing like a full spin landing forwards, and yeah, Lars doing this sideways landing strategy. How come you're not playing deeply to yourself? I figured I would bring more value to the event by providing a way for people who are new to Trackmania to get some explanations and questions in, understanding the map better, understanding why it's difficult, explaining things, and casting and archiving the progress of all players on the server. Lars? I don't even know how many loops Lars is doing. Feels like 7. Definitely enough speed. Into the window. I will say that Lars does a couple extra laps around the bobsleigh loop. We see Hazard do 4. I think a lot of players do 4 loops actually. But Lars, yeah, doing a couple extra. I think, you know, it might be possible that you go too fast there as well, and you kind of clip the top part where it's like air. You clip that, and that might be pretty bad, but it doesn't seem like it happens, at least with the 7 loops. Virtual does 5, interesting, yeah. It's like you take the turbo 4 times and then on the next one you leave, usually, I think. But yeah, like 5 should be fine as well. A lot of players, well, yeah, I mean, out of the 7 players that have been to that spot, and I actually think 6 players, Schmaniel not quite yet there. Intended strategy was 66 loops. Oh, Lars, in the group. Thank you, Ion. I can see why, Beltas. Well, now the back bounce. Perfect. I can't remember the last time someone failed this, honestly. It feels like the strat is like fully figured out. Hazard also popularizing this way of gaining speed here, kind of going back and forth a little bit in the loop. Lars. Now the bounce gets the pull. Okay, we had some lag moments. I don't know if that was on the server or just in spectator. Hopefully just in spectator, but if it was for the players as well, at least Lars was already in the pool. Matt getting another Lars everyone's going here as well. Lars pause the game, pause the server. Perhaps. Then over the beam, wet plastic. And then the wall ride. And then the final part. Not too many sections before floor 14 again. Made it there earlier, but didn't quite get to the end of it. Failed the section with the just after the quarter pipe jump. Lands pretty late into the wall ride, but I think it's still enough speed. The wood grip does stop the car immediately, but no issue there. What trick do you think is the most wicked? And the floor 14 turbo things are pretty cool. I also like the bobsleigh loop on this floor. Lars avoids the wet wheels but jumps a little bit on the edge. Is that gonna affect the speed? No. Lars still makes it through. It's nice that the sides there are plastic, so even if something weird happens, you're unlikely to get a slowdown from them. Then just the jump here onto the ice, hit the pole, and floor 14. Not so far from it now. And from there, Lars's personal best, floor 15. Lars does get it. Why do they sometimes hit the pole on that jump and sometimes miss it? This one, just hard to aim for. It's a difficult setup, and like all you really want to do is slow down and not fall into the hole. One thing that might be hard to notice there from that angle is that there is a gap here. So if you go too fast into this part, then you will fall down here. Oh, the horizontal hole? Oh, you mean the pipe. The pipe in the big jump into the pool. Yeah, so it's basically like dependent on what your steering is. The quarter pipe is very sharp, so it kind of affects you in weird ways, depending on how you take it. Turbo backflip should be going into the pool, so... Just needs to do some kind of a steering input here. Or will eventually flip. Water is weird. I do not think you can dead turtle in water. Unless there's something blocking you from flipping. That's probably the only scenario. Landing here as well. Engine of a no steer? Maybe no steer prevents you from flipping. Well, into the second turbo then. Exclamation point song for playlist. Another backflip, the turbo pushes you against the wall, and with nowhere else to go, you do this backflip. Here we go. The quarter pipes next. These are tricky. Need to get a lot of speed for this beam landing. Lars air brakes, and it will work. Essentially making it so that the car's underside, at least the front wheels, do get up here, and then you kind of bounce onto the beam. A little bit dicey, but when you lack the speed a little bit, it's better than nothing. Quarter pipe landing. And the turnaround. Going in. And there's the final turbo wall. Well, not really, but almost. There's still 2 turbo sections remaining. This one honestly seems very consistent overall. And then there's the straightforward path. You can fail the turbo wall, and people have failed it. Usually it's lacking distance, rather than like missing the trick somehow. Oh, not gonna get the bounce here. The car turns a little bit too much. So if the car lands on wheels, it will not bounce at all. You need to land with some other part than the wheels. And when the car flips like fully forward, yeah, it's too much. So you can maybe counter steer to stop that kind of a rotation here, but Lars, not able to stop it, so we'll be able to go back to the beginning of the floor, to the first turbo part. Peter should have put that pool 1 block higher. I feel like the players are fine with having a little bit of an easier jump for once. Back to the turbos. There we go. Back to the pool as well. Another fairly recoverable floor though. I feel like all like floor 12, 13 and 14 do have like decent recoveries overall. I feel like if you fall down from like floor 16 onto floor 13, then it's gonna be GG, because you have way too many crystals and weird shapes to hit, and then you probably just fly off the floor. But like within floor 13, or like on these early floor 14 sections, I feel like floor 13 is fairly recoverable. It's really like 11 and 10 are terrible for recoveries. Oh, Lars not quite able to get to the beam. And here's the floor 11 recovery, which is no recovery. Floor 10. Turtled onto ice. Is there any kind of a fall? Well, there is a fall, but not far enough. That will be the end of this run, unfortunately. And this is what I mean. Like, you have all these snow blocks and ice blocks that are very slippery and everything else, and yeah. Just like, overall, not too many places to land to, except this passive-aggressive smiley face that you occasionally might meet, which is actually even worse than not having anything, because you might bounce on these plastic blocks, right? You fall onto this, you bounce from this plastic block to who knows where. You would much rather just not have anything there, right? It is possible to fall down onto it if you fail something very specific. I think it's the quarter pipes on floor 14, right? Here, yeah. If you fail this one, you can drop down here. Good night, Volka. Yeah, we might be done as well for the day. It's been a big day. New world record from Hazard. Seems like Lars might be going in for a while longer. Oh. Heard someone mentioned they were making rings or trophies. Yeah, rings for the top 3. Have you heard any updates on that? Nope. I have not. But the person has been on this chat occasionally, so it seems like they still are doing it. What does it say on top of floor 13? Does it say something? Oh, in the... yeah, here. Iolite. Iolite, I think, is a stone of some kind. Well, it's kind of crazy that we can already, like, see actual sunlight from where the players are now. So, you know, we can see the floor 15 sections. Here's the final part. And, like, there's actually nothing above this part, right? That's pretty rare. Absolutely nothing above. That's how high we are already. On top of the clouds. Actually, one interesting thing to think about is that we are at the height of clouds, and there is a possibility that a cloud like goes through the camera and blinds you a little bit. Like, you know, if you're at the wrong place at the wrong time, you can kind of get like this cloud sort of vision, this kind of a thing. I wonder if that's possible. That would be fun. Great. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. But yeah. Great day. Can you not disable them? Not from the player side, I don't think. From the mapper side you can. You can increase the speed as well. If you want to make some mega map. Yeah, the Hazard record run did happen on the stream. Let's go to ambience, right? So you can... what was it again? I think it's in fog. Yeah, you can increase the cloud speed to like 50. And then they're very fast, yeah. You can do this in this game. That's possible. You can do everything in Trackmania, yeah. Look at them go. You can go further too. Oh my god. Okay, that's... yeah. I understand why they didn't do this for the map. But yeah, you can also just hide them. Just turn the opacity down, and now you have no clouds. but it wasn't done. I'm actually glad that it wasn't done though, because it's kind of cool to, because you don't have really any other sort of way to like see the clouds at all, or you. What am I saying? You don't have any other way to like perceive the height you're on, so kind of reaching the clouds is kind of a cool sort of thing. Because you're not often looking like straight down, right? It's very rare that you would see how high you actually are. Yeah, it gives you like a frame of reference for the height. Yep, it's cool. Okay, anyway. I think we're gonna call it a day here. Been a great session. I don't think it would make it through the the quality control, Ion. A bunch of people still playing. Lars obviously on runs. Can you adjust the cloud speed dynamically with car position or scripts or something? Maybe. It's a bit beyond me. But you can make it like time-based. So like further into the run you have like higher cloud speed, but I don't know if you can base it. It would be possible based on height. Yeah, you would just need a lot of triggers along the map, where higher up you have a separate trigger that increases the cloud speed. That would be possible. Anyway.